Oh yeah. Oh no, I forgot that I actually fixed the music. Yeah, the music actually sounds good now. I listened to like one VOD one time, and I was like, oh no, the music's too loud. The music's too quiet. But it's fine. Hello, everybody. What's up? Hello there. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. What are you rascals up to? Oi, oi. It's Mars Mud. How are you doing? Moi, howdy, howdy. I hope that you enjoyed your Apex Legends. I hope you enjoyed. Oi, oi, Alk. How are things going? How are things going, my friend? Did I hear that you're getting a job? Are you looking for a job right now? I was gonna message you last night about it, but it was like super duper late. And I was just like, I can just talk live. It's even easier. Are you getting like a job for summer or something? What's going on? Oh, also, Fire Bubble, what's up? How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Lupus, no spooky games today, I'm afraid. Nothing scarier than getting over it, I suppose. I guess that is considered a psychological horror game. So maybe that counts. Speaking of which, I got it set up on my screen so that I can do, let me move me out of the way. But I set up these splits. I set up splits, and it's an auto splitter so that it can help us figure out how fast I'm going up that mountain later. We're not gonna play that first. We're gonna play Tunic. We're gonna play Tunic. But we got the thing set up, you guys. We got it set. Oh yeah, I totally understand now, Chemic, not wanting to put it in chat. I got you. Sorry, I wasn't trying to dox you. You don't have to tell me any private information on the internet. That's actually pretty smart. Me? I'm a dummy. I just tell everybody everything. And I'm going to suffer for it one day. One day, somebody's going to find me and threaten me, or something's going to happen. Somebody's going to figure something about me, and I'm going to get canceled or something. Something's gonna happen. I can feel it. Oi, Fire Bubbles, you're doing okay? I want to see if we can work on that okay. Can we make that like a great? What can I do to make it great instead of okay? Let's like end this day saying that it was a great day. Oi, oi, Slight Fox, what's up? Hey, welcome back. We're playing some more Jelly Fox. We're playing some more cute Tunic, adorable Tunic game. I'm so tempted. I really, really want to finish this game because it's so adorable and it's so fun. I definitely want to beat this thing. But Sly Fox! What are you? You knocked out the daily goal immediately. What? Oh my god. Sly Fox, you don't have to do that. Hey, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Oh my goodness, the goal of the stream hadn't even started. I've only been here for 8 minutes. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much, Sly Fox. Goodness. Just carrying the entire OT, Human One, just the community, just huge community supporter. Thank you so much for taking care of me and my friends. It's so very generous. You don't have to. You don't want to bring the mood down? Oh, you could say that you need some positive energy. All right, Fire Bubble. I've been conjuring as much positive energy as I can. All right, I've been stirring up a brew pot with all the ingredients, including fruit. I've got some fruit on the side here. Hey, Mythology fan, are you gonna head to bed? Hello, I just came to wish everybody a good day or night. I'm watching for a couple of minutes and then I'm off for reading and sleep in bed. That's nice. So do you take are you taking like little breaks before bed? Some screen downtime? That would be smart. That would be smart. I like that. I like that. I should do more reading before bed. It's so relaxing and it puts me right to sleep. I'm seriously thinking about taking a break from Cookie Run Kingdom because that game takes up way too much of my time. Like I play that game in the morning, I play it in the evening. I too much Cookie Run. But the problem is that they always have an event. There's always some event that's running on, and I just can't. It's so hard to miss a day because it's like there's so many daily things that you have to like complete all this stuff on a daily basis, and I'm just like I need to take a break. It's too much. My life has been conquered by cookie running. I'm still not safe. I'm still not good. I can't focus on this many things. Oh, hey, Pedro, what's up? How are you doing? And also Di. Hello there, Di. How are you? Let me see. You said it's too many in the community. Can't, so I do because I can. Oh, that's so sweet. Sly Fox, times are tough, and I totally understand that. Listen, you gotta take care of yourself first. Streams just for fun. Streamies are for fun, okay? ACOTAR is an awesome series. What is that? Akotar? Did somebody mention that? What is this? ACOTA. Crown of Thorns and Roses. Have you been watching that? I've never heard of this in my entire life. A Crown of Thorns and Roses. What is this? What am I looking at? What do I see? What do I see with my eyes? A Crown of Thorns and Roses. Is this like it's a book worth reading. Oh, it looks like they're adapting it, or they did adapt it. Oh, it's a book. Okay, reading. I see. Yes, reading. I have a few books that I could read that I'm ready to go with. I have a really pretty copy of Dune that I've been reading, and then I've also got like a few Japanese books that I'm trying to read. One particularly about furigana, which is very useful. It's like it's trying to teach you how to do kanji. It's to learn how to do kanji. That's the tough stuff. That's the tough stuff. Apex is such a fun game, but you need a lot of practice. I mean, that's how it is with me and pretty much all shooters. That's me with most games, to be honest. And that's part of why I want to do. Do you see this die? Look at this. Oh boy. What do we have here? We're gonna use this later. I'm just gonna. I can actually close it now. But I got the splits. I got the splits for getting over it. And also it has it does it automatically. It is an auto splitter, so I don't even have to press any keys. It's awesome. I'm excited. We can now learn the wait, what? Excuse me, why is ACOTR on my screen? It's not. See? What do you mean? What are you talking? We're gonna play Tunic. What are you talking? I didn't put that on the screen. Look, it's just me. It's just me in my room. Die. Wait, what happened to that goal? Sly Fox happened. That's what happened. Sly Fox just came in here, looked at the goal, and said, "We can do that," and then immediately just smashed it by themselves. Hey, Carly, what's up? Hey, oi. How are you doing? I love that you got the little heart. How do you do a text heart rather than like an emoji heart? What is that? That's interesting to me. I always wonder how those things are, because there are like these weird chat things that you can do. Like, I've seen all sorts of strange formatting around. It's very cool. Independent Oreo, how are you doing? We're gonna play some Tunic. We're gonna play some cute Fox game. In fact, we can start it right now. You've had a productive-ish day? Oh my, that's lovely to hear. A productive-ish day? Some days, that's all that we can ask for. I'm just kidding. Productive day, that's awesome. We'll just call it a productive day. How about that? Did you produce something? Did you get things done? If you did, then you had a productive day. Your hair's looking so nice. Is that true? I had it like split down the middle, and then I was just like, nah, I'm gonna flip it over to the side. I must flip it over. Oh, thank you, Alchemic. I forgot that I put it as just chatting. Oh, is the controller thing happening again? I think the controller thing's happening again. Where it's not letting me use it. Oh yeah, last time I think I had to launch it with Big Picture, didn't I? That's weird. Yeah, it's weird that this game has like some sort of an issue. I think that you could probably fix that with like the launcher settings, but whatever. I don't know what I'm gonna do. My hair's always nice. I'll tell you how, Fire Bubble. It's a secret trick. The secret trick is that if I'm having a bad hair day, I put it in a bun. That's the trick. The trick is that if your hair doesn't look good, then you don't show it. And also sometimes I put on a hat. It's either a hat or a bun. That's how you make your hair always look good. Okay, I'll just turn up the audio so that we can hear it. Dimalion, what's up? How are you doing? Happy Saturday, happy Saturday. Oh yeah, Kareem, you're being productive on a Saturday? I'm impressed. Now wait a minute. Now wait a freaking minute. Okay, let's try to remember how to play this game. It's been a couple of days. And I got a pea brain. You guys know that I can't remember. Oh, I can kill those guys with only one hit now. Nice. Okay, so what were we doing? You're happy today? I'm so glad to hear that. I'm so glad to hear that you're feeling happy today. I love hearing that. Dimalion. What's so good about today? There doesn't even have to be an answer to that. Some days are just good. Some days you're just vibing. There's nothing to complain about. I killed that garden guy. Yeah, I killed the guy over to the left. And I lit the two... Oh, now I'm allowed in here. That's what it is. I was just wondering about this because we lit two lighthouses. We lit the lighthouses, and that's supposed to... I'm just moving some stuff around so you can actually see. Sorry. Game's a mess. Guess we can go in here where my mom is. Maybe she'll give me a new ability or something. Or unlock a door. Ooh, it's actually lit up in here. It wasn't even, it was completely dark in here, I believe. And then we just walked up. We saw a ghost of my mom. Oh, I can't read any of this. 3. That's the only thing that looks suspiciously like a Triforce. That is a Triforce. That's a Triforce, guaranteed. The first day that you've had to yourself in about a month? Oh my goodness. You've been working your buns off, Kareem. Taking care of your horse. Taking care of your life. You finally get a day to yourself, get some stuff done. Nice. It do be like that sometimes. Sometimes I'll go a long time without being able to like make progress in my adult life. Taking care of adult things. Sometimes I get a little bit behind with my with my clothes. But my clothes are all washed and they're all put up, so I feel pretty good now. I've had to catch up with some stuff because my boyfriend will be visiting in I don't want to say a few days, but I guess it is just a few days. I want to say next week. Can you say that? Red one, blue one, and green one. Yeah, so it looks like we need to go get some gears. Opsy visit? Yeah, he's visiting because we're gonna both go to our mutual friend's wedding. And I bought my suit yesterday. I bought a gray suit. I already had a shirt. And I already have a belt and shoes, so I think I just need to get a bow tie or something. But I bought my suit already, and I'm getting my car repaired so that hopefully we can drive that. And yeah, we're gonna be driving all the way to Vegas. Dallas to Vegas. It's gonna be a big drive. But we're gonna probably stop in Albuquerque, I think. And split it in half. Otherwise, I'm gonna be in big trouble. Definitely a bow tie. Bow tie seems to be my style. I feel like I'm a bow tie guy. I feel like I'm a mustache and bow tie guy, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna go back to the mustache just yet. But mustache, bow tie. I mean, I look like somebody that needs attention, right? Right? I just gotta make sure that I see. That's why I'm buying a suit. Because all of my clothes are too audacious. My clothes are too audacious and I can't wear them to a wedding. Because you're not supposed to take any of the... You're not supposed to take the focus off the bride and the groom. But that's all of my clothes. All my clothes will do that. So I think we might need to get into the bell tower. Bow ties are super easy to tie as well. I can tie a tie. I can tie a... what is it called? The Winchester? Is that what it is? Winchester knot? I don't remember what it is, but I can tie the basic tie knot pretty good. I mean, y'all saw it before. Y'all can give me reviews on what you actually thought about it though. Yeah, could we not get a Windsor? Thank you. Yes, a Windsor. I don't know how to say it, but I know how to tie it. Yeah, because I wore that with the rainbow tie. Whenever I was dressed up as a creepy plumber or whatever it was. Hey, you're not a failure. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. That's true. That's true. Dai is definitely not a failure. And he of all people should know that. Oi, Taiyaki, how are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Taiyaki's here. I hope you're doing good. We're kind of big chillin'. I thought we could play some more Tunic. This is kind of like an in-betweener. This is an in-betweener game before we find our next epic run. Whether it's gonna be, it's always gonna probably be something retro or something that I love. I've been trying to figure out what kind of games I love to play. I mentioned that yesterday, but I'm trying to figure out the games that I love to play or that I want to get better at that we can stream so that it's extra fun. I'm getting blasted by this thing. I was trying to get close to it, but there we go. Okay, it dying. It dead. Oh, and we're almost dead too. I gotta drink some juice. I've been careless, but I'm trying to look at what's the fastest way to go into that bell tower, because I feel like that's what we're supposed to do. How do we get all the way back? Did it teleport me? Blocks the way to the bell tower. Will kill you. I guess we went through the bell tower, did we not? Because it says that that's the block. I know a retro game that you could struggle with. What are you thinking of? What is this retro game? I mean, we just played Mario 64. So I'm kind of feeling the retro vibes. I'd really love to find a game that I love that we could do some speedruns of too. Astral Chain, that's a brand new game, right? Astral Chain is an anime game with two characters or something that are like tied together. I think I've seen information about that game. It looked all right. I'm generally not a fan of like JRPGs, if that even counts as a JRPG. Just like I don't know, Japanese games that aren't Nintendo are a little suspect to me. I don't I haven't found a lot of them that I liked. Like Xenoblade Chronicles was okay. I liked it, but it wasn't the best. Can I go up here? Where do I go? Final Fantasy, not really a huge fan of Final Fantasy. I don't think I would like Dragon Quest. I don't know. It's just they just got a whole vibe to them. I just don't know if they're for me. They might be. Part of me really wants to find the one that breaks the cycle, that stands out as being really, really good. I want to find that one. So we're blocked here. I'm trying to remember how to get around this. It showed us that we have 3 gears to look for, but it didn't really tell me where we're going yet. There is this it says to overworld. So do we need to go south somehow? Uh-huh. What is this? What is this down here? Yeah, wait a minute. That looks like the way that we have to go so that we can go to the next one. Yeah, because there's a whole nother, like, hub world area. This has got to be where the gears are, right? Husher, a friendly bird that loves to eat schlorms. Crabbo, envoy. The frog's domain. Maybe that's where we need to go. Let me see. Let me see. What'd you say? You played it for a bit. You think it's indie? The Japanese game? Astral Chain? I don't think it's indie. I just don't think it's American. Maybe let's recharge my juice. JRPGs don't vibe with you either. Yeah, I mean they've definitely got good things going for them. I can totally see why people like them. They're just I don't know, maybe they feel kind of tedious to me normally. I don't know. I have trouble focusing. I have trouble focusing on games already, so it's not really helped with really long or complicated games. I do want to play a Kingdom Hearts game. Is Kingdom Hearts 1 even considered a retro title? Is that old enough to be retro? What do you guys think? Is Kingdom Hearts retro? I guess it depends on how old you are. I feel like the older you get, the less retro that's considered. Even whenever I think retro, I normally think, I guess, NES, N64, like that's the range. And then anything before that is just arcade cabinet. You used to love a good JRPG, but the time investment is too dang high. What is your favorite one? What's your favorite JRPG that you've played, Di? I'm trying to remember how we get around here. Looks like we got to Mountain Door. So we went to the Mountain Door. I see a walkway that I don't think I've gone on yet. Through this door. It's 20 years old. Is that retro? I guess. Kingdom Hearts does have a story, though. I mean, it would be a good game to, like, knock off the list of games that I've played, but it isn't, I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's any speedrun potential there. For me, anyway. Kingdom Hearts is getting there. It could be considered retro. All right, TNT's weighing in. TNT says yes to retro. Where's that pathway that I see here? You see this? You go into the... Oh, that must be above it. That must be above it. Oh, all right, all right. Now, what's up with these ladders over here? This game's a little windy. You never quite know where to go in this game. Cliche, but the favorite game that you always go back to, Final Fantasy VIII. Oh. Is 8 distinctive? I guess I don't really know the difference between the games. If I was to pick one to play, I would play 7, I think. I think I would try 7. Because it's so revered, you know? It's so culturally relevant. Okay, so maybe we will attempt to make it back. I know that you can go through the well, but I feel like 8 is the longest of the Final Fantasy games. Is that true? Oh, I thought it wasn't that long. What's the shortest one? let me play the shortest one. It's the shortest Final Fantasy game there is. That's a real mainline game. I thought I heard was 13 short. So how did I get over here? I think I had to go through the Dark Tomb, did I not? So we might have to go through the Dark Tomb real hasty like. Yeah, let's just go that way. Try to figure out if there's anything else we can unlock in this overworld. There's got to be something. Unless I'm being a pea-brain and I've forgotten something. Very likely, very possible. Where does this little squishy fox want to go? We need to look for gears. We've already been over here to the left, but you know, we could double check it. Could have swore there's another shortcut too. There we go. But the plot is so good. 8 is. It has the best plot. It has the perfect plot. 13 is pretty short, but it has a lot of haters because of misogyny. Oh, Lord. What the heck? Misogyny. Final misogyny fantasy. It's horrible. They should have called it male fantasy instead of Final Fantasy. Do I need to go down the pit? I don't know if I've ever been down there before. Oh, this is the shortcut. This is the shortcut. Male Fantasy 13. Ah, there's so many enemies down here. Oh, that hurt. I thought I was gonna die. Back off, bonehead. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Little fox coming through. Little fox coming through. Don't mind me. How do I get out of here? Where do I go? Oh, I think I remember. Don't I need to, like, crawl up here or something? Aren't there steps? What are the steps to beating this game? Oh, maybe I need to move this thing again. I think there was a... These two pedestals were a trigger. And then that middle thing slid. So maybe we are just supposed to go down here. Let's try it. Do-do-do-do-do. Final, there's a lot of games that I missed out on. Final Fantasy, never played that. Kingdom Hearts, never played any of those. The list goes on. Lots to enjoy though. Lots of things to look forward to. I do want to play. I've already played it, but I want to play Ocarina of Time again. That game just feels like such a classic. It's a classic, and I want to play it with my new setup that I got. Oh no! Oh no! I forgot that it doesn't pause. Here we go. Okay, we got some extra treasure down here. It's a bonus treasure. But is this the way to go? Looks like it might just be a treasure chamber. I don't see anything else in here. Huh. Well, kill this guy for fun. Yeah, get stabbed, buddy. Oh, here's a little entrance. Oh, this might be where we go. Hey, Kim Man, what's up? How you doing? Also, Formulando. Welcome to the chat. Hiya, hiya. Happy Saturday. What are y'all up to? Oi. Hey, what are y'all up to? This fine Saturday. Fine Saturday. Endless possibilities. Whoa, whoa, I should have just waited for him to run it. There we go. Oh, don't hit me. Whammo, whammo. Take a sip already? Oh, I left my cup in the kitchen. Gotta go grab it. Gotta go grab my cup from the kitchen. Okay, yeah, this is the way out. Nice. I feel like I wouldn't have to walk this far though, right? Look, this thing is fully powered up. It's glowing. So I wonder what that activates. I haven't noticed any changes. I do see like electricity running through this thing, but I think it looked like that before, didn't it? You're watching Eurovision because Europeans are cool. Oh yeah, is it like live? Is it? It's happening right now. I watched one bit of Eurovision where there was like there was some Russian grandmas that were singing an old like lullaby or something. Was that popular? There was some like 3 old ladies. They may have not been Russian. There are 3 old ladies that like sang this adorable song that I loved. But I haven't seen much of Eurovision. Americans are completely uncultured when it comes to the likes of Eurovision in general. I mean, not all of us. I'm sure there's some watchers, right? Russian grandmas were great, but that was like a decade ago. Listen, I was trying to watch the classics, die. I was trying to watch the classics, okay? I was digging deep. I was digging deep into the catalog. It was shown to me by, I think Alice showed me it. Alice was like, this is my favorite one. And I was like, I'll watch it. But I don't know if I'd watch the whole thing. It's kind of a lot. Oh, it's a well again. But it doesn't have anything to do with it. There's no interaction. Oh, it's a shop. Oh, I've surely gone here before. I think I remember going to this one. What do we got for sale? We got a coin. We got bombs. I don't think I have any money now because I think we spent it all. I think we spent it all on self-improvement. Worth it. This music's so cool. I'm gonna leave y'all with the skeleton in here for just a second, and I'll go grab my water so that I can take that sip. One moment. The water. We got the water. Did I see Mythology Fan? Good night. Get some rest. Get some sleep. Thanks for popping in. It was good to see you. It was good to see you and vibe with you for a bit. Let's see. I guess we're gonna leave all this stuff. We don't need any of that treasure. Don't need no treasure. The Czech Republic won? Oh my goodness. Czech, yes. Czech, yes, Juliet. The Czech Republic has won Eurovision. Congratulations to the... Oh, wait, Czech? The Czech Republic? The who? Wait a second. Is there another European country? I'm getting flashbacks. I'm getting flashbacks to that horrible quiz that I took. It wasn't the quiz's fault. It was my fault. I was horrible at it. The European quiz where I tried to guess all the countries and I could only get like 3 of them. That was not good. That was not good. I do know Europe a little bit better now, but I couldn't remember any of them. It was horrible. My geography is awful. Do I need to go down? I need to go down. This is so confusing, man. What three what three countries did you get? I guessed England. I knew England, I knew Finland, and I knew Norway. I think that's it. I think that, oh no, I knew Sweden. I think I got Finland wrong. There's only a few of them. It was bad. It was bad. I could take the quiz again. I've learned since then. Maybe I would do much better, sure. I'm a basic American? Oh my gosh, that's low. That's surprisingly low. I didn't know that you'd say something like that. I didn't even know that would be allowed in the chat. I've banned people for lesser things. How dare you call me a basic American? I kind of am. I'm kind of basic, you know? A little bit basic. You know, I fit in a crowd. Nobody notices me in a crowd. I just slither by unnoticed. Oh, there's treasure down here. There's treasure that I probably avoided because there's a frick ton of enemies. Ah. No, I'm stuck. I may have frozen them, but at what cost? Okay, I'm gonna die here. This is not good. What is going on, man? This place is so scary. Oh, that's not an exit. I'm dead. Wow. Okay. Well, you called me American. It's deserved. Oh, I mislabel you as an American, and then that just means that you get to call me basic? I can't believe it. I can't believe it. That's you double insulting me. Because that's you saying that being an American is that bad. It's horrible. Now, you're saying that being an American is so bad that it's an insult, that you have to insult me even more by calling me a basic American. Unbelievable. This can't possibly be equivalent. This equivalent exchange is getting rough out here. What's my, ooh, I still got 200 bucks. Maybe I can get an upgrade. Let's see. Yeah, I think I might look up, does anybody know where to go? Can anybody give me a hint? If y'all don't know, I could maybe look up a guide. I generally do like to look up, this is the tricky thing. I like to have a basic construct of how the game works, but I don't ever want, I don't want like big spoilers or like puzzle talk necessarily, but like with navigation, I get so confused, or with like goals. Like now I know we need 3 cogs, but I'm like, where on earth would these cogs be? I don't remember any like secret zones. Well, there's a question mark there. I never figured out what that was, but I guess I'm not very good at observing like suspicious things in the environment. I think I see maybe a way across there, then you can go into the bell tower. Yeah, what about going south? I think that there's a break in the wall there, though. I don't think I can get through there. Over the internet where you can pull up a map. Gonna try you. Oh, yeah, we could do that again. Most Europeans can't name 5 states other than Florida, Texas, California, New York, and Nevada. Listen, I'm not too good with American geography either, all right? That's the problem. That's the problem. I'm just not good at geography. I never studied it. You can name more states, but you can't identify them. I mean, identification is the only thing that matters. Like, just because you know the word Kansas doesn't really mean that you know America. You don't know America, not like I do. America's my home, and I love it. There we go. Good. I forgot the jelly down here, you guys. I forgot to trim the jelly. My jellies are getting overgrown. Oh no, my jellies. They've taken root. Hey, Kodak Zach, what's up? Oi, oi. Kodak Zach is back on Nick Jr. We're playing some more Box Fox. Playing some more Jelly Fox. I'm trying to figure out where to go. I might have to look up a guide, you guys. Might have to just take a peek, because I like to know where I'm supposed to go. And there's no quest markers in this game. Listen, I'm basic, all right? Where do I, how's the foxy lad? Well, he's very bouncy. He's feeling very bouncy today. I think he's doing great. I think that's a good sign. The bouncier your fox, the happier they are. That's what I've heard anyway. You'll be back after Eurovision is over? Oh yes, go enjoy. Enjoy your Eurovision, friend. You want to see like a European? Watch Eurovision. I think I see a secret down here. Nice. Hey, what's up, Scott B? How are you doing? Happy Saturday. What you up to? What you up to today? Did anybody do lawn care? I don't know why I asked, but I'm kind of curious. Did anyone do any lawn care today? Just saying, shouts out to my lawn carers. I don't get these doors. How do you open them? Maybe you gotta blow them up. I never thought of that. Maybe we gotta use bombs on these doors. Nothing looks bombable in this game. Whoa! Ow, that hurt me. I just blew myself up. How? I don't get these doors. They don't even make a pleasant ping noise. I thought they'd make a ping ping. They look like doors that are activated by a mechanism, and there's multiple ones. Because there's a door here, which is unmarked, and then there's one there. Yeah, look, this one's not even on the map. Is it that like kind of see-through looking door? Oh, it's here. But the map's not updated with the fact that there's a gigantic bite out of this bridge. There's a box over there. A mother box. Mother box for the Justice League. You're getting Zelda vibes from this game? Oh man, this game's a complete ripoff of Zelda. 100%. Right down to the vague destinations. Right down to my confusion. This is me playing Twilight Sword, Twilight Princess. Okay, so I guess we can go... Man, I've never felt so inadequate. We need to go, I guess, north, go across, well, or something? I don't know where to go. We completed our mission. Maybe there's more information in here. There's nothing that's guiding you or giving you instructions. I'll double check the journal too and see if it's got some info. This just talks about the three, because there's a Triforce in this game. There's 3 deities, and we need to get 3 gears. So there's green. Oh, look, secret exit. This is, oh my goodness. Thank goodness I came back here. Nice. Nice. This has got to be it. Don't give me a treasure chest. Don't you dare. Oh, it's a paper. Oh, it's a paper. Hope. Oh, joy. Give it to me. Oh, we can now pray. Now with new updated Pray DLC. Oh, you gotta light all 3 of them at these towers. You hold A for 3 seconds. Okay, so we need to go pray at one of these towers or something. Looks like maybe we'll have to go to 3 of them. Hey, Calico, I didn't know you were streaming. Oh my goodness, thank you for the raid. Callie, how was the stream? Oi, oi. How are you doing? Eat Aaron. Eat Aaron? Is that true? Oi, oi. Welcome to the chat. You're playing Lego Harry Potter. Nice. What do you think about it? What do you think about it, Calico? I haven't, you already know my opinion about it. I don't have to say a word. Hey, what's up, Bohemian Moon? We got Chili in the chat? Oh, heck yeah. Got big Chili energy. What's up, Chili? It's been a minute. I hope you've been doing good. You don't have a sub? It's all right. It's all right. We forgive you, Moon. We forgive you. It's all right. It's all right. Nobody's judging you. Not really. Here we go. Here we go. Thank you so much for the follow, Eat Aaron. I appreciate it. Oi, Aaron, it's nice to meet you. Hope you enjoyed Calico's stream. We're playing this adorable little fox game right now. And a little bit later, we're going to be playing a rage game called Getting Over It. But I won't probably rage too much at it. Probably not too much rage included with this evening's festivities. Oh, I think we're in a brand new place, you guys. She's more patient with Lego Harry Potter than a certain Kenneth. Yeah. What do you think about it, Callie? You said you're really loving it. Okay, that's awesome. Nice. Yeah, it's there's like a certain era of Lego games that I don't know. I just didn't get them. Just didn't get them. Just wasn't my vibe. Also, I don't think that I like Harry Potter as much as most people. I don't dislike it or anything, but this is interesting. It's got 2 forks here. So maybe this is like a final tower thing. Look at this. We're at the top of the map. Maybe they're just showing us what the final area is. But I never could figure out how these things work. They're tuning forks, I know. There's this big box. There's no button to press, I don't think. It didn't tell us to pray at these. Hey, what's up, S-Flare? How are you doing? Welcome back. It's been a while since I saw your name. How you doing? Oi, oi. Look, we got a frogs domain book. We got a whole nother area with seemingly four of these towers here. So there's 4 towers here, and you go down. We have to go down to here. There's 4 towers. We already did the Dark Tomb. We already went under the well. So now, keep an eye on your bars. Yeah. We need to pray at towers. Try to be this. Oh, it says try to be this strong for the Garden Knight. Oh, so it was saying attack and defense should be 3, but we did not make it there. We did not make it there. Okay, all right. But yeah, the Lego games, I feel like the Lego games are at their best whenever you can kind of play it brainlessly. I don't know, the ones that are more complicated and have more elements and stuff, I don't normally enjoy them too much. This latest one, the jury's still out on the Skywalker saga. Jury's still a little bit out. It seems really nice, but I haven't played it too much. I'm kind of wondering how it's gonna pan out. Ooh, this goes even higher. What is this? We just unlocked all these. Oh my gosh. Where the heck are we? This is where maps don't exist. Oh no. Guys, we're gonna freeze up here. It's too cold. It's too cold. I forgot my jacket. I do have a little scarf on. Maybe I'll be able to stay warm. It's getting chilly up here, you guys. Looks like North America. We're in Canada. Welcome to Canada, everybody. It seems desolate. Is this just like a story area? Man, Canada ain't got nothing up here. You broke your bed, cracked right through the wood side. Now you're slowly sliding? Oh my goodness. Di, what did you do to break your bed? What the heck did you do? Ooh, oh, you can throw a coin in the well. That's what it was. A coin in the well, and you can earn all sorts of stuff from that. You can get... There's also new items here. A cyan peril ring, an inverted ash, a lucky cup, a muffled bell. This is... You get a bunch of like sword arts or something there. Yeah, this is a lot of new information. It's blowing my mind. I do kind of like how the game's slowly unveiling mechanics like this. It's better than somebody just like giving you the information like via dialogue for sure. Oh yeah, and also hi Malice. Yeah, can you rest in peace comfy bed? Oh no. Beds are pretty cheap, right? I mean, I think that my bed costs like $60 or something. Or maybe less. I bought the cheapest bed that you could buy at IKEA. It was fantastic. You've been here for a bit? Yeah, I just don't think that I said hello to you directly. Malice, I've ignored you. I think I ignored you. And listen, I would rather say hello twice than never. Overtalk, not undertalk. That's my motto. Whoa! Bah. But y'all already knew that. No, don't hit me. Stop. Stop. Okay. Okay, we almost got one. There we go. All right, now I can drink some juice. I deserve it. Mmm, yum, yum, yum. We just upgraded our potion skills, so now we recover more from potions. They parry so quickly. Holy moly. Freeze them so I can knock out one. Oh, 2 of them. Nice. Okay. Grab those. Got 3 little berries. Nice. You're trying to finish out your Pokedex? Ooh, in which game? In Arceus? Or in Arceus, depending on how you want to say it. This little hopping guy. You need to move out of the way, mister. Now listen here. I'm about to drop some rocks on your head. Yeah, hop away. Can I jump off the ladder? Oh my goodness. You guys, it's very rude. That's puppy guarding. I'm not allowed to just stand at the bottom here. Oh, secrets. I'm not allowed over here. It's a secret area. This is where all the treasure is. Yeah, so where are we on the map now? I kind of wish that the map had its own page, or it like started on this page. Okay, so there must be another way over there. That's a shortcut just waiting to happen. There's a secret area over here. So many secrets in this game. Oh, there is a... Is this a new way? I think this is. Oh, nice. We've unlocked this new area. What does this do? Ooh, all right. Now we got a shortcut over there. This is coming along perfectly. I blame the rambunctious dollar. Oh, the doggo. The doggo broke the bed. That's gotta be a big dog. That's a big dog. Magic dagger. So we already got that. It even said where it was. Maybe I need to observe this thing a little bit better. Because I didn't even notice that that was written. It says, ringing the West Bell, West Garden Dark Tomb. So we already rung it. Maybe now we definitely need to go south at some point. There's a question mark there, but we just went over there. We could try throwing some stuff into a well though. Yeah, let's go to the well. And because I got a couple of coins, right? Oh, I got one coin. We could throw the coin in the well and see what we get. Let's gamble. Hey, what's up, Pi? How are you doing, Pi? Oi, oi, oi! Happy Saturday. What the heck are you up to? What the heck is going on? Who am I? Can I just ignore you? Thank you, thank you. I think I'm just gonna move on. Just gonna run. Just gonna run. No, 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 no. Juice, juice, juice. Where's the well? I thought there was a well over here. Maybe it's over here. Just keep running. Just don't let him touch you. Just go, 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 little fox. Nothing can stop you. Nothing can stop you. Go, 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 go. Don't slow down. Don't slow down. No, 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 no. Not that way. This way. Yes. The well's over here. I can smell it. No! It's not over here. Where is it? Where's the dang well? All right, we gotta kill these two snake things. It's flying snakes. There we go. All right. Let's see. Look, it says well, page 29. It's like right where I'm standing. Must be close. Where? What? Why is it not here? Who moved my well? Down here? There's a door down here, right? Bonk. Bonk. I like these guys with no shields. Excuse me, pardon. Oh my god, you just killed your friend. You just killed your friend. You monster. No, the door's a little bit lower. Okay, the door's a bit lower. I want to take a look at that. I'm a little bit suspicious. A little suspicious of this door. They look like skull bats? Yeah, they look like skull bats with little snake bodies. It's kind of gross. It's kind of gross. They're all wormy and squirmy. No, 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 no. No touch. We need to go down, I think. Go this way? Oh, here's a well. Nice. Let's throw a coin in it. Throw a coin to your well. Bonk. Bonk. I think these guys are kind of tough. Yeah, there we go. Drink some juice. And let's put the coin here. Try to throw it in here. Whoa! What? Did nothing happen? No! Oh, it displays the number of times that you've done it. No! It just stole my coin, dude. It just ate my coin. Come on. It's like those machines at Chuck E. Cheese that were broken and you had to ask the employee to come over there and help you, and it was so shameful. I hate that so much. That's where my social anxiety started. Chuck E. Cheese coin problems. Get out of here. Get out of here. Bah! You dead. Hey, what's up, Darren? What is up? Oi, Darren. I've got it set up. I've got live split set up. Is that what it's called? Live split? I've got it set up for getting over it. I'm feeling kind of like getting serious. I changed my sensitivity settings. I did a few runs today. And I watched some speed runs, and I could do sub 5 with my current moveset. My current moveset is ready to be sub 5. Because I looked at a 3-minute speed run, and they did what I was doing, but they did my best ending and my best starting together. That's the problem, is that I have either a good beginning or a good end, and I need to get a run that has both of them. I need a run with both of those. If I got my best times for every area, we would be way, way low. We would be at a very impressive time. But if I want to get even lower than that, I've been looking at different techniques. And I changed my sensitivity. And I was practicing some of the techniques, and they were already working. I was learning. It's just that whenever you learn like brand new techniques, then for a little while you'll fail at places that you're not used to failing at. But you know, it's not a big deal. I see a treasure chest down there. So like this is one of the pathways down. See? This is a pathway down. This could lead to the Frog Kingdom. This one. Because look, it says to overworld up. So I'm not sure. There's also this weird yellow thing going through here. What's up with the yellow line? A good beginning and a good end are important. I was saying that I was kind of worried that my techniques wouldn't be able to get me sub 5. But it's not the techniques, it's just the consistency. How do I... Let's see. Just make sure you're having fun with it as well. Oh, I am. I was kind of stuck a little bit with getting over it, and I watched some runs, and it gave me some ideas. So now I've got ideas, and I'm kind of excited. There's all these bells. So, is it that you need to have them all activated, and then you hit the big one? Or was that just for like the cutscene? Was that part of the cutscene that already happened? Because it seems like you'd hit the big one and it would resonate through all the little ones, right? Isn't that how it would work in real life? If you hit a big... Well, I guess we can't get over here, though. Still can't. I don't think that there's big treasure here. But who knows? There could be. There could be some incredible treasure that's just waiting for us to pick it up. But I don't want to go through the well again. Fortress of the East Vault. Did I already fight this guy? I think I did. I think I did fight a big guy. Beneath the earth. Don't think there's any... Okay, I'm looking at this part. That looks like one of the statues that I'm supposed to pray at. Do we see any others on the map? Any more of those prayer statues? Because oh, there is one down here. And I have been down here. Maybe we need to go pray over there. Need to pray down south. I kind of wish that there was teleporting in this game. Like you could teleport between these bonfires. That doesn't seem that unreasonable, right? I don't think you can, though. But it is... I guess the map's not too big. But it feels kind of large for not being able to teleport. Yeah, it seems like I should be able to just go to any of these. There's not that many of them. Ooh, I could upgrade... let's upgrade our... What is this? Poison? You have nothing to say? Kim, do you know what I'm supposed to do? Is there a secret? Is there a secret that you want to unveil? Oh, it's HP. Ooh. Alright. Upgraded HP, upgraded stamina. Freaking sweet, Lois. Look at this little golden egg. What's up with the little golden egg over here? Did I go over there? What do you think they're looking at there? Okay, so last time, the fastest way that I could get over here was via the well, but I wonder how I got back. How did I get back after that boss? I went up the bell tower, then how did I get off of the bell tower? There's got to be a shortcut. There's got to be a shortcut that I already unlocked. Could be over here. No. There's a turret there. This is an underground area, I'm pretty sure. Or is this the secret? I don't have a great memory, apparently. It's beneath the well. I've already been here before. Is this a shortcut? We've been down here. I gotta defend against them to stun him. Oh, he just blew up his friend. Making progress. I'm trying to figure out where to go. I'm trying to figure out what's next. Hey, what's up, spooky little piggy? Hey! Wait a minute. I haven't seen you in forever. How are you doing? Spooky little piggy, how have you been? Hiya. Oh, there's only one way. Here we go. Look, this line's unlit though. Oh, this. Oh, look, we could pray up here. Prayer. Okay, all right, we activated it. What is that gonna do now? That's what it was. We've activated another. I guess we could follow this like it's an electrical thing. You finished your first year of grad school? Hey, nice. What are you studying? What are you studying? Hey, Drewby, what's up? Oi. Drewby. Ah! How are you doing? Oh. Oi. Back off, boys. I'm talking to my friends. I'm too busy. Oh, maybe I should. I kind of forgot. But I could make an announcement right now. Drewby just reminded me. I guess so. I don't think I have to. I don't know if I need to preface this. I don't think I do. I don't think there's like anything that needs to be said. Oh, there's a shortcut here. Right at the entrance. You're studying school psychology. It's child psychology mixed with special education. Ooh, that's really awesome. I gotta say, like all teaching seems like such a moral thing to study. Not to make it weird or anything, but it seems very moral, like a very moral job. I think it's totally fine to have a job, you know, that doesn't contribute a ton to society, because you know you got to get that bag. Like some people are going to be accountants, some people are going to be lawyers, but I think it's so respectable to be a teacher. It's so respectable to be a if you're working in the public sector, like, and also I'm trying to think, like environmental stuff and teaching. They just seem like such respectable things to study. Psychology. I would love to learn some psychology. So this is activated. But I think I already knew that. I think I already saw that. Oh, I think it opened a door. Oh, don't attack me. Oh, I got a coin. Nice. Okay, we could throw the coin in the well. Nice. But yeah, okay. Let me move these out of the way. There we go. Where does this lead? Nowhere? I don't think it leads anywhere. But yes, the announcement is that I, after 2 years on Twitch, am finally going to be part of a stream team. I think that if y'all watch Opes, y'all probably would have already guessed that was going to happen. But I'm going to be part of a stream team with Opes and Drewby, and I'm not sure if anybody else is announced right now, but going to be on a stream team. It's called Harvest. It's adorable. Opes is the leader. And yeah, I think that we're probably going to do some streams or a stream together sometime soon. And yeah, we'll be able to meet like a lot of people through it. I think it's going to be awesome. I mean, to be honest, it already Opes is already serving the purpose of a stream team for me right now. Like, Opes has already introduced me to a lot of people. This is a dead end. Opes has already introduced me to a lot of people and introduces me to new people, but it'll make Opes' job more easy, and it'll make it easier for Opes or for members of the group to find streamers that we can raid, that we can hang out with, that I can meet, that we can maybe play games with, stuff like that. It'll just be another opportunity to make connections. And it's my first stream team, my first and only one at the moment. I would say that the group with OT and Salt and Click and all those people, that's kind of a stream team. It's just non-official. None of us are partners. I guess Salty could make one. But yeah, we're gonna be hanging out with new people, meeting new peeps, maybe doing some co-op streams. I'll have the name of it down there. I'll probably announce on socials or something like that to give a little buzz and let people know. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. I mean, I already love playing games with friends and stuff, so this just means that I get to know Drewby better. And maybe at least one more person. Yeah, that just means that I get to hang out with Drewby more, so I'm excited. That's what it means for me. It means means that I will and y'all will get to hang out with Drewby more, which is super cool. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah, I'm not sure how many people are gonna join. It's gonna start small, but it's also really good. It's a really good like mental health resource. That's maybe not something that y'all would notice per se, but it is really, really nice if there's any streamers in the chat. It is really, really nice to have a community of like-minded people that you can talk to. It's really nice to have people there to ask questions or to at least relate with you, because it can be a little bit. I mean, my sister does YouTube. My sister does YouTube for a living, and a lot of my family works for her. So there's definitely she led the charge. And like my grandma is just like knows that my sister is a YouTuber. So it's already kind of normal. Digital content creation is already kind of normal in my family, but it still is very weird and specific to be a streamer. And my family does not at all understand streaming, including Katie. Even though it's really nice to have a content creator in the family, it really doesn't help with streaming whatsoever. So it's really nice to have streamers that you can talk to and ask questions, because Twitch has such specific issues. She also makes soaps there, bud. Yeah, that's just not relevant to the conversation. I just didn't see a reason to bring up specifically what her YouTubing was. I mean, I guess if she was a gaming YouTuber, that would change things. If she did gaming YouTube, she was on YouTube gaming, just playing games all day, doing runs, snagging wins, getting victory royales. That would definitely mix it up. Wait. Bah. Okay, now I think that we can follow this little purple thing and see where it leads. See where it goes. Hang on. If someone's telling you that they're teaching to make money, they're lying. Exactly. Teachers are not paid nearly enough for that. Teachers are not being paid enough. And they're not being paid enough for that either. Yeah, it's like a genuinely just really good thing, wanting to pass on knowledge, especially if you're teaching kids. I mean, someone's got to teach those adults. But still. Here we go. A little bit of prayer up here. Wait a moment. We haven't even gotten to this top before, have we? Surely we have. We've got to get up there. We have to pray, you guys. And then this will activate. Okay, this is it. I think we found what to do. All right. We found our direction. Skelefox? Yeah, that's the skeleton fox is the... Let's just go ahead and heal here. I think it saves for... If you die, you'll respawn here. But that's the shopkeeper, the skeleton fox. I want to just slip past him if I can. Get this chest too. Oh, how dare you! Salty, how are you doing? What's up, Salty Sander? What's up? I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. How are you doing, you rascal? You rascal! But to tell me how you're doing right now. Hey boys, you gotta stop that. There's too many of y'all. It is crazy how many enemies they just throw at you at once. It's kind of a lot, game. It's kind of a lot of enemies here. I guess maybe if you were like good. Yeah, you dodge around them. There we go. All right, let's see. Where are we? Okay, so how do we get up there? We got to the magic dagger. We've been here before. We've done this. I've been up there. I know we've done it. I already got the item. I'm holding it in my hand. There's got to be some sneaky way to get over there. You got to go. Maybe we go. No, it's not across. Because look, there's no way up. No way up to here. Huh. Oh, I must have never been up there before. How are we ever gonna... Oh, maybe we gotta... It's like a teleporter or something? It's confusing. Katie being a gamer is a hilarious thought. I mean, she played games with me on this channel before. She played Lego Star Wars. That's a game, right? Is that a real game? This is the area where the garden boss was. Yeah. I think I see another prayer spot. I think I just saw another one on the map. We'll double check though. Yeah, well, that one's floating in the middle of water. I don't know if we can pray there. Might not be a spot for praying. This game is definitely very tricky. If I wasn't streaming this, I'd be using a guide this entire time. I'm gonna be fully honest. Let me tell you straight. Let me be honest. I would have looked up a guide a long time ago. Because I have no patience for this kind of thing. Oh, you fools! You cornered yourself. No! No, stop! No, let me back. Let me back. Hey, did he just teleport through that wall? These guys are cheating. I think he may have flown over it. Are there any new pages? We should take a look. There are a couple of pages that we just got, but they don't have any new information. The thing that I saw most recently is, let's see, we unlocked this, so praying at the statues, but also that statue's not on the map, the one that we just used. It's in there. So if it's inside of a building, then it doesn't show you where it is. Am I just supposed to remember where all the towers are? Some of them are not on the map, and I feel like I've at least seen one other one, right? Oh my gosh. I gotta get good at dodging. You guys are tricky though. Ow! Whoa! Whoa! How are you hitting me from there? Stop! Stop! Go away! There's so many of them. There's more spawning. Run away! Run away! Run away! Run, little fox! Run, little fox! Run, little fox! Oh no! Yes! 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 We need juice. We need juice. Oh my gosh! Stay away! Go away! This is not Legend of Zelda. This is Dark Souls. Go away! Go away! There's too many of y'all. Stop. I just have a parade going behind me. Stop! Stop it! You stupid chomper. This chomper's reminded me of, did y'all ever have Gator Golf? Did y'all ever have Gator Golf whenever you were younger? It was like a putt-putt game where you would putt the little putt-putt balls into a gator's mouth. That was like the hole. And you would all take turns trying to putt in, and I think I think maybe the gator's mouth was like moving up and down. Was it? It may have been like chomping. And you would have to, I think you'd have to time the shot and try to get it in the gator's mouth. Man, my friend had that. And that was my favorite thing to play. They had all the best toys. They had all the best toys. I used to love going over there. They had so many play sets. They had gator golf. They had spy gear. Whenever I thought it was so freak, I thought spy gear was the coolest thing. I wanted to be a spy more than anything else. Especially after watching Spy Kids. I was like, I want to be a spy. Give me your spy gear. They had everything labeled. So they just had a box that was spy gear. It's just filled to the brim with like walkie-talkies and secret ink and stuff. And they had the Guinness Book of World Records, you guys. They had like 3 of them. They had 3 of the Guinness books. They had everything. That's everything that I wanted as a child. Guinness Book of World Records, gator golf, play sets, and they lived on a lake. They lived on a lake and had a boat. And their dad had a helicopter. It was literally like, it was the best place ever. Used to love visiting them. And they had a dog. They had everything. They had Shrek 2 on DVD. Man. I still kind of want to go to that little golden egg over there. Elephant. Oh yeah, is that the elephant that has like a trunk and it shoots butterflies out of it and then you have to catch them with the bug net? I think my siblings have Elephant now. Can't say I've played too much of it, but was the helicopter real? Yes. He was a helicopter pilot. He was in the military with my dad. Their dad was in the military with my dad as a helicopter pilot, and he owned a, or he could, maybe he didn't own it at the time, but he owns a plane. He owns a Cessna. Okay, maybe I confused it. He didn't own a helicopter. I think he owned a Cessna, but he flew a helicopter from the military base to their house one time. He flew it over their lake, and they were like, there he is. He's flying over the lake, and we were like, oh my God, he's here. Kind of want to go, yeah, I want to go down there. Maybe we gotta walk through the maze. Elephant was your favorite toy? I feel like they had Elephant. I don't remember that too clearly. I'm trying to remember what else they had. Did they have any video game consoles? I don't remember. I remember them having those little, they definitely had the Spider-Man joystick. So if they had the Spider-Man joystick, surely I would have remembered a console. I don't think that they had a console. That was the only thing that they lacked. But we didn't have any video games either, so I couldn't judge them too harshly. They were in the same boat as me with that one. Could you look at him? Look at this pathfinding. How? Come on. Come on. They follow you for way too far. They go way too fast. Get the heck out of here. Get the heck out of here, you big old crocodilian. You long-legged lummox. Let's see. Can we go through here? No, we're too low. How do we get above? Yeah, let's go back from where that crocodile came from. They're demons, I tell you. How do they run so fast with only 2 legs? How can they possibly balance that big snout while running so fast? Surely they would get front heavy, and then they would face plant, like slide. Oh, this is where I died. Capital day, fellow. Oh no. It's broken. How do I get up above? Bruh. There's like a secret entrance somewhere. Hang on. There's a bunch of secret pathways. I tell you what we need to do is whip out the fine-tooth comb. I think that's what this game requires. The fine-tooth comb method. Oh my God, this is another robot. Yeah, I've been oh, you can't run while targeting. Okay, that answers a question. I was kind of wondering if that would be a good idea. To like run instead of dodging. I guess you could, as long as the camera's unlocked, you can do that. Look down there. It's an already open chest. We've already been over there. How do I get there? Maybe that's how we got over here originally. Through the well. But how did we... Okay, so it's under here. Okay, so it's over there. No, that's just a chest. How do we get below here? There's got to be a way. I will find it. Yeah, look, there's an unopened treasure chest there. Nothing broke. Nothing in the game broke, so gotta be a way. You're playing video games at 1:27 a.m. That was me last night. That was me last night. I think I was playing either Vampire Survivor or something like that. Can I get over here? Is this what? Can I not go over here? You just got a shiny bunny? Aw. Is it a Banary? Guess you can't get over here? The heck? Is this too far? Oh, it's below. The perspective is very confusing. There. I should be doing this more often. It's Banary! Yeah. You gotta go down. Dang it. This is like playing... There was a Mario 3D Land game that was on the 3DS, and they would use the 3D. If you had it off, then you wouldn't be able to solve certain puzzles because you couldn't tell the depth. You had to play with 3D. That's how this game feels. It feels like Mario 3D Land, but without the 3D option. Yeah, especially with like all the colors, it doesn't make the foreground and background really pop that well. See, where's the walkway? Oh, you got here from Nessie's recommendation. What? She also wants to collab with you sometime? Yeah, I know. I was going to, but it's going to be on a date that I'm away. Hey, it's nice to meet you, Edvinson. Edvinson? Is that how to say your name? Oi, it's nice to meet you. So sweet of you to come over here. On my friendo Nessie's recommendation? Wait a second. Wait. Which Nessie? Oh, snap. Is that Nessiesaurus? Which Nessie is that? Because there's two different friends that I have that are partners that have the name Nessie in their name. It's confusing. It's confusing. Which Nessie is that? Is that Nessiesaurus or is that Nessietopia? Oh, it is Nessietopia. Okay. Yeah. Definitely. That's who I thought you mentioned because you were saying they wanna collab. I'm so excited. We were gonna play a game. Then they told me the dates and I have to go to a friend's wedding. I promised to go to a friend's wedding, so I gotta do that. Oh, the other one's Saurusness. Nessie's not even in their name. It's just their character. I see. Saurusness. Not Nessie. Nessie is so sweet. Nessie giving me shout outs, sending people over here. The OT Nessie salty click community is so freaking wholesome. It's so sweet of you to come over here. It's nice to meet you. My name's Earl, or you can call me Kenny. I play a variety of games, a real mess of games. Kind of like Nessie. Nessie was playing that Star Wars game today. Was playing the new Skywalker saga. I was watching some. Nessie is my... Let me think. I think Nessie's my favorite VTuber. It might be a tie with Felix. But does Felix have a... I guess Felix has a full 3D mod now, doesn't he? Oh, no, it's so hard. I can't pick. Nessie's the VTuber that I watch the most. How about that? Okay, I need to go up. Yeah, this game's kind of confusing. This game's a little confusing. Don't exactly know where I'm supposed to go. I'm supposed to pray somewhere. I'm supposed to pray at a big old... There's a big old thing that I gotta pray at somewhere. You made your VTuber because of Nessie? Oh yeah, Salty Sander. Don't you have, isn't your profile picture it? I'm clicking. It is! Yeah. I remember seeing the profile picture during Marbles. The character looks so cute. I've been tempted to make a VTuber profile just for fun. And to use sometimes. They're, I kind of love them. I don't watch too much VTubing though. I'm not I'm personally not too interested in HoloLive or like big VTuber groups or like, because to me that's just like idols, kind of, you know? Kind of like Japanese music, I guess. I don't know, like just signing talent and having tryouts and like curating the content and having a manager. I don't know. That's not really why I watch streams. So it doesn't, it's interesting content for sure. It's interesting content, and I totally get the appeal. I too like waifus. But yeah, I'd rather watch smaller VTubers, to be honest, or people that are doing it independently. Linz has a trash panda. Is that true? Did Linz get one of the free VTubers? Listen, I definitely can see Linz not using a webcam soon. If Linz keeps streaming, there's no way she's gonna keep a webcam. No chance. No chance in heck. Oh yeah, this is where we beat the... Wait, what? Dude, there is a chest. There's treasure. There's treasure to be had, by golly. By golly, there's treasure on that island, but there's no walkway that I see. See, there's no way to walk over there. There's no jump mechanic. It's a non-jumping fox. Oh, you're playing Brawlhalla. Nice. I was gonna ask what you were playing. What's everybody playing right now? Oi. Does anybody have a hint? Does anybody know how to play this game? Oi. Oi. Get that treasure. I want it. I don't know how to get it. How do you get it, Calico? Tell me. Tell me. How would you get this treasure? How would you get this? Look, there's no jump mechanic. A later ability? You think that there's like a jumping ability? Maybe you get some rocket boots. You can just fly everywhere. Yeah, maybe you get a jetpack. Yeah, see, that's why it's always nice to know what kind of abilities you'll have at the end of the game so that you can ignore the parts that you can ignore. Because right now I'm not sure if... Oh yeah, there's still a page missing here. Checkpoint, old burying ground. It says the temple, 3 keys. It says on 24, there's something on page 24 about these. Oh, it's this. It's praying at them. So you're supposed to pray at them, and look, it's got the same colors, and it's got 3 of them again. The ruined Atoll. It's a crab. A crab and one of those platforms that we've seen everywhere. What does that have to do with crabs? Yeah, because there's one there. Huh. Well, we need to search for those keys. So I guess we need to pray at more towers. I prayed at that one, and it did activate electricity, but... So maybe it's something that you get later. You don't want to give any spoilers? Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for telling me that. That puts my mind at ease. Normally, with a game like this, I really like if they let you go back through the levels. It seems like this game, you'll be able to just go back before you fight the boss, and you'll be able to pick up everything. Which is nice, because there's some games that, like, once you progress far enough in the story, then, like, side content just gets, you just can't do it. I know that I think Arkham City does that. Batman Arkham City. It's a real shame. It's really shameful. Shameful behavior. Is this new? Ooh. Huh? It's just it's just a shortcut. No, I thought I was gonna get treasure. I thought I was gonna get a treasure. It was just a shortcut all along. Shaking my head. Right? Yeah, because we've already been over here. Dang it, they bamboozled me once again. Is it even faster? Is it faster than going around? How much is this game? I'm not sure. Yeah, this is a faster way anyway. Here's the electricity that we activated went that way. Maybe we need to go find more more shrines to pray at to activate. So maybe we should follow the electricity lines. Yeah, I definitely appreciate it. That's very Souls-like as well. Where like you'll progress in Dark Souls by just like kicking down a ladder, and you can now move around easier. It does get a little bit difficult for me to remember. I think that it might be this game's perspective, like its camera angle that makes it hard for me to remember where things are, possibly. Because that whole area is a little samey. But surely we can find another thing to pray at. This is probably still the shortest way to get left, I think. Should be pretty close to the exit. I think it's this way. Meow, 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 meow. Ooh, nice. Okay, you can... Hey, you just broke it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. You're continually lost in this game? Okay, that's good to hear. Yeah, this game is a little confusing. Not gonna lie. I'm getting lost all the time. This game's just oh no, there's so many of them. Oh, nice. Big dodge moment. Oh, we need to go up. How do I go up there? Ah, they all time differently. How dare they? They're working in tandem, blast it all. I want to knock y'all into there. You've treated me so rudely. It's time for y'all to get a little bit of mistreatment. Nice. Ah, let's collect the money. Okay, well, in the spirit of getting lost, let's get lost together. I'll find, yeah, we'll use the electrical points. We'll follow it like it's a wire. Like it's a wire in a different game. I think up is a shortcut. Then we'll be out near the snake entrance, I think. Through here. Oh my god. I dodge these again. Shucks. I almost made it through here with no lantern. But I couldn't have known the pattern of spikes. Alright. So, let's find another electric line that is not activated. There's gotta be another thing to pray at nearby. Let's run this way. Keep your eyes peeled. Unactivated wire. Big tube. Yeah, I think there might be one over to the right. Take a look. It's $30. Yeah, this was given to me as a birthday present. Birthday present. So generous. I don't know if I would have gotten this game otherwise. I probably would have waited for it to go on sale. You can always put it on your wish list and pick it up whenever it goes inevitably on sale. Steam has a contract with all games on the platform that they have to do sales after a certain amount of time. It's a contractual obligation to be affordable on Steam. Yeah, is there wire over here? It might only be on the left side. There's a door here that's not open still. But we have powered the... Oh, yeah, so there's another one that we need to pray there. Maybe these things get repaired somehow, dude. Or do like Kenny does, put it on your wish list and then Rosera will buy it. Listen, those were all unexpected. I don't feel like I was begging for any of those. I don't think I could be responsible for that. I don't know what came over Rosera. Rosera just will randomly, I guess, get a thought in their head to just be super nice for no reason. Huh. This must be for later. Maybe there's a fairy that pops up in here. This looks like a fairy fountain from Zelda. Do 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 do. Yeah, so we gotta pray at that thing over there. Can't do it right now. There's something in the way. We got a door here that's locked. There's another door over to the left. Maybe praying at that statue powered the door. Because it doesn't look like a door that you're gonna open manually. It looks like it's gonna be a mechanism thing. Bonk, bonk. Harvest some goodies. How much money do I have? Oh my gosh, I have a lot of money. It's only items that I'm short on right now. for upgrades. I wish I had gotten lucky with the wells, but I didn't. I didn't get any items. I've given 2 coins to the well. Is the praying what you're meant to be doing currently? I think so. I think so. Okay, so we can upgrade our HP again because we have 1 more flower. And we have the money for it. You gotta pay money and an item. You gotta burn it! Throw that flower in the fire. Perfect. HP 3. Nice. And we're now out of all of the items. But we don't have... Well, I guess we would have the money for some upgrades right now. Could always buy a coin if we get enough money. So, looking for the... Yeah, I think the praying is what we're supposed to be doing. And what's a shame is that you can't... The only one that we've successfully prayed at was inside of a building. It was inside of a building, so I couldn't even see it on the map. Firebed, you're gonna go head to bed. Thanks for the chilled happy vibe. Oh heck yeah. Oh heck yeah. You rest good. Enjoy your night. Enjoy your night, Fire Bubbles. Thanks for chilling with us. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, and I appreciate you. Bow. Bow. Kill him. Kill him. Harvest his remains. Whoa. Nope, this door's still closed down there. And then the ever-present tuning forks just sitting there. Oh, he even gets his sword stuck on it, too. In the older Souls games, I think that, like, if you swing your sword while you're in, like, a tight corridor, it would hit a wall, too. That's gotta be frustrating, right? I think that was present in the first Dark Souls. I did play a fair bit of that one. I think I ran into that problem. That's a shopkeeper in there. Trying to keep an eye out for the... Yeah, so there's a wire going through here, but this was already lit, I'm pretty sure. It's lit! I just want to inform that I'm still here. Hey, Kim Man. Thank you for the update. Thank you for the update. You said that you were playing, let's see. Said that you were playing Brawlhalla, which I've never played before. I think I might own it. I don't think I ever actually launched it. So what's the purpose of the tuning forks? I don't know, Scott. I don't know. This game doesn't explain anything. Doesn't explain anything. Look, if I scroll all the way back to the beginning, which is probably a good idea, let's see if we find any information about the tuning forks whatsoever. In a far-off land, a great treasure was sealed away forever. Some say it's the power to defy death. Yeah, take that, death. Ringing the east bell, ringing the west bell. Look at that. There's still a secret down there. Question mark. Old house, get a key. Flooded well. Dark tomb. Yeah, we got the lantern for the dark tomb. Went to the west garden, and then it's question mark. Past that. Okay, that's just the game screen. Controls. Signs. Rolling, sprinting. Locking target. Focus and block. Stamina points is talking about dodging, stability. Dodge rolls. This is talking about being low on health and trying to dodge. There's magic items. There's a last one that we don't have. There's another magic item. Golden coin. We still don't know how to use these quite yet, I don't think. Let's see. You think it's time for bed too? Hey, we'll see you later. Edvinson, get yourself some rest. Thanks so much for checking out the stream. I think I saw that you followed earlier. Thank you so much. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. But yeah, enjoy your sleep. Get some rest. Looking forward to playing games with Nessie. Ooh, it's gonna be so much fun. If only I wasn't too busy this one time. Okay, dying, health points, killing the Garden Knight, which we already did. Making sure that you restore your stuff. This is talking about the odds of what you get whenever you drop a coin in the well, which I just learned that you could do. So I'll tell you something that we can try. Aha. Okay, we can now pick these, which should give, like, some subtle benefits, I guess. One of them's a heart. One of them is... This is maybe critical? It's an eye, so maybe it's protection against attack? Or maybe this is an attack boost? A defense boost? Possibly? I don't see any stats changing. Defense is 3. HP is 3. Yeah, these have got to just be the standard attack, defense, potion, HP, SP. So this is probably HP, I guess. Looks like a shield. I think it's a ring. I think that's in the book. I only guessed that it was a ring because I think it's a C. Yeah, it says it's a ring. Cyan Pearl ring. It says something about peril. This is the Lucky Cup. 15% something. 15% something. Could be chance? I mean, it says lucky, so maybe it's like a chance to ignore damage? Huh. Yeah, it does say def. It does. It says defense, so I think we'll keep the lucky thing. We'll see how lucky it is. Also, we have a freaking staff. When the frick did we get this? What the heck? Surely this is useful for something. Oh my god. How did I not know that I had this? When did I pick this up? Look at it, he's stuck. Fool. Falling into my trap. I have a magic beam. What could we use this for? Is there something to light on fire? Wait, maybe we'll hit these things. No, that doesn't do it. Maybe you bounce it between them? Nah. I don't think that it's that precise. Oh, we could maybe use it for the shield guy. Maybe. Oh, I always get hit at least once here. Okay. Oh, wow. Our attack is great right now. Yeah, but this guy's got a shield, don't he? Ooh. Yeah, he's kind of equipped for that. You can knock down his shield with an explosive, but this pathway that he's on prevents us from using explosives. He also keeps his shield up the entire time, so even if we bait an attack out of him, he's still not exposed. Huh. I think that this guy's still insurmountable. We could freeze him. But we can't get past him. Oh, okay, you can freeze him and then zap him. Oh, dang, I need more magic. I don't think I have any potions. Okay, so you can freeze his shield away, and then you can blast him with fire or kill him. Nice. Let's save and get our magic back. Okay, well, we're gonna get whatever's behind him. Aha! Knowledge. Knowledge, power, skill. Go. I think the closest saving spot's right here. I mean, I said this map is small, but again, it doesn't feel small. All right, got to get all of our magic back. The ice magic takes a lot more than that fire, but because you get 3 versus 16. Okay, well, I'll try to go right back. Which way did I? Oh, it's this way. Okay. You just return the exact way that we came. Just ignore everything. Just ignore it all. We'll get that money later. Here. Kill this thing. Hey, before we even fired a shot. Nice. Still love that sound effect. All right, let's freeze him. Still can't hit him either. What? He still has it. Ooh, I wanted to see if I could hit it. It might just have to take damage. Huh? What? One of those bolts just hit. What? Get the green paper? What green paper? Ah, no! What the heck? What is going on? Okay, his shield didn't fall off. Where's the green paper? Where is it? Is it laying around here somewhere? Did you see a paper? Those are there are pages around here that have knowledge. Look at down here. There's another area down here that we haven't been. I feel like you're gonna be able to maybe teleport between these, because look at this island. Look at this island. There's a chest over there that is completely inaccessible. This has got to be a pathway. It's got to be a pathway or a means of transportation. Because I see down there too, there's another tuning fork, and it looks like there's a tuning fork on one side and on the other side. These would go between each other. They might all be lined up. Maybe you have to activate them all. Maybe that's like an end stage thing. Well, we did figure out that we have a, okay, so let's focus up again. We've got a magic wand that I have acquired recently and did not realize it. There's got to be a use for it. I wonder what you would use a magic wand for. Is there something to, it looks kind of like fire. Is there like anything that looks like it needs to be activated? Or have holes in it, or to spin? There's a big golden arch. There's a big McDonald's that's up above. That's up here, but I don't think I'm gonna activate that with fire. Or with a magic wand. I thought about those doors. Could maybe hit the doors with it. I do not feel like that is gonna be the solution, but we could try it. I feel like this game might just encourage exploration and experimentation. Because they don't tell you what the frick is going on. I guess you gotta figure it out. And also, it's got all these nooks and crannies that you gotta find. Just secret entrances and stuff. It's just a big windy labyrinth. It's possible that we can go east now. It's probably worth a check. Because we already went west. And it does say on the map there should be more to it. 28, 29. Nope, there's no more pages in here. It says it goes to the East Forest. West Garden, East Forest, Mountain Door. It's got no indication of going downward. It's like a weather vane. It's like a big spear. It's like a nasty torture device. I don't think I can activate this right now. It's an unknown element. An unknown element in this world. It could do anything. Also, oh, that's what this thing is doing. This lucky heart makes hearts drop from enemies. I see them popping up. I just realized. It gives a chance whenever you kill enemies for them to drop life, which seems like an extremely overpowered item. See, look, there's a heart down there. One of those dropped a heart. So you can heal. So you feel like this follows Legend of Zelda tropes? I mean, maybe. If it did, then I would expect for this to be the Wave Buster. This reactivation doesn't seem to do anything, which kind of ruins my theory that you're supposed to like hit it and it tunes all the forks together. I think that ruins my game theory. We have been over here in the forest. Yeah, we have a new magic item, and I feel like I have to use it somewhere. If this were Legend of Zelda, that's exactly what the answer would be. What are those holes there? Oh, that was probably like bushes or something. We haven't been over here in a while, but I think this was just a dungeon, right? Just a guardhouse, that's all? Is this a whole forest down here? Woohoo! Did you know that there are 5 different versions of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets video game? What? Why do they keep remaking that one? It's not 5 versions of all of them, right? Why is that one such a hot topic? The Chamber of Secrets, is that the second one with the snake? Yeah, these have got to teleport you. There is teleporting in this game. I can feel it. We just haven't activated the teleporters yet. We We haven't activated the teleporters, but I know you can. Because there's a bunch of matching path to the hero's grave. Yeah. Let's go this way. Who knows what we left behind? We didn't even trim the grass, you guys. We did not clear this out. We're also beefed up. We've got 2 new items. And we've got like 5% more knowledge. Secret could be in the forest. Who knows? There's no indication. But also, I may just not remember there being a prayer spot here. It doesn't show them on the map, so... It's another grave. What do we do at the graves? Do we know yet? Wait, what if we had to put an effigy here? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What if it was an effigy? I don't think we have an effigy on us right now. This is something else. Okay, well, I don't think that did anything. He just smashed it on the ground as a piggy bank. He just smashed that piggy bank. No, you can't pray at them. The interact button, the A button, is the same thing that I've been pressing. So I don't think that you could ever pray at them. But I'm suspicious. That is an effigy. Okay, it is. See, I thought if you break an effigy at the fountain, or at the grave, maybe it would do that. What if the statue got all angry when you smashed that? See, yeah, I was hoping that would happen, and maybe it would, like, spawn a boss. He'd be like, how dare you? That was an image of one of my children. That's my child that you just... Look, see, there's treasure over here. We couldn't get it before because we didn't even have a sword. Okay, I'm already glad we came over here. We earned $20 for this trek. It was worth it. It was already worth it. Give me a chest with $20 in it, and you know what? I'm a happy man. I'm a happy man. We went from there, so let's go down this way. Make sure that we really scoured this land. Looking for little cracks that you can slither through. Alright, so this is a shortcut. There's nothing up here. Don't think we checked up here. Excuse me, pigman. Oh, pardon me, pardon me. Don't mind me. Is this where we came from? Oh my god. This game's so winding. And I don't think I have a map for this area. So much going on. Okay, this is just open a door. I guess to exit? Whee! Don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Please don't hurt me. Okay, I'm rolling away. Go away. Don't touch me. Oi. I'm gonna cut all the jelly bushes. Got bushes full of jelly. Bushes baked jelly. Go back down here. Hey, mister, you wanna... Hey, mister, how about you come over here? Ooh, there's something to target down there. Little goblin. A little bug. Okay, we're gonna go down here. Yeah, let's go fight that bug. Maybe we can wrestle some information out of him. Oh yeah, there's a secret pathway down here. I remember. Secret path. They don't tell you this in school. They don't teach you how to file taxes or go through the secret forest path. Lower forest. Yeah, there's these hooks too. We haven't earned the hook shot. Do you have a map for this? Is that the forest? You guys, I think that there is something to pray at. I think there's a prayer spot in the lower forest, which is exactly what we want. There's more of those hook things. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. I think it's in the guardhouse. I think that this is the way out. Not that. These guys waiting at the bottom of the ladder is kind of sussy. It's very Souls-like as well. The enemies, if they follow you, then they'll just stand there and wait for you. They're very patient. Is this a secret? Oh, I think it's just a chest. Oh no! I'm gonna have to face enemies that are in the wall. They don't have any shields, which always helps. Anyway, just whack. Oh, whack. There we go. Give me that money. Nice. All right, let's find that prayer spot. I need somewhere to pray. I've been keeping all my praying inside. It's not good for a little fox. It's like a broken door. It's a 1,000-year door. I don't see a door on this map. I also don't see any water. I think this might be a different thing. But it's connected to, it says under the well and beneath the earth. So this has got to be part of the beneath the earth thing. But it's got spiders on it. I guess their legs look kind of weird. They don't look quite right. How much does this heal me for? I'm kind of curious. Ooh, pretty good. Pretty good. And besides, we're not on the map. I would kind of expect it to put our face on the map. Ooh, secrets down here. There's a walkway right here. Aha. Ew, spider. Kill it. Kill it, kill it. Says it's part of the Dark Tomb area, does it? Oh, you mean this writing? Does that say Dark Tomb? There's under the well and beneath the earth. Yeah, so Dark Tomb, and I think this might be connected. I mean, the way that it's laid out, it looks like it may be. Hey, what's up, Pizza Dudette? How are you doing this Saturday? How's your Saturday going? Getting stuff done or relaxing today? Playing games or doing the housework that you've been putting off? I mean, I just assume everybody puts off some housework, right? Don't do that. What, kill spiders? Psst. Hey, Kenny, what's with the chill vibes? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You want me to scream more? You want me to scream more while this fox is rolling around? You want me to scream and shout and let it all out? Say, oh, we oh, we oh, we oh. Bonk. It's this music. The music's too relaxing. Puts me right into a daze. Puts me into lackadaisical daze. Okay, here we go. Get out of here, bruh. Let's pop a coin down this hole, shall we? Pop a coin in that hole. Give me some change. Did I unlock another slot? Ooh, new skill slot? All right, let's boost we're boosting our attack. All right, I'm feeling boosted. Pretty sure that's an attack bonus. Well, we didn't find anything in here. I don't think there's anything. Don't think there's any praying spots. Oh, East Bell Tower. This is where we came. This is where we initially came from because we fell. Then we worked all our way through here. I think we've worked through it pretty well. And we didn't miss any chests either. I think we're good. You've been great. You went on a hike, then went to the gym and took a nap. Oh my goodness. That is a lot. You've had a very full day. Nice. I definitely will be going on a walk tonight. I think I was gonna go on a walk earlier, but just wasn't feeling it. Just wasn't feeling walky. I can do it tonight. I like walking in the dark better anyhow. I don't want to get sunburnt. Ooh, I should be using these all the time. So we seemingly have cleared this area quite well. What's over that dark entrance over there? Not sure about that. Is anyone avoiding Eurovision spoilers? Yeah. Is anybody trying to avoid them? Good question. Does anybody care about Eurovision? Anybody at all? Please tell me someone does. We already went over here. Say oh, Kim man, you gonna get some rest? All right. Enjoy your evening. Enjoy your evening. Thanks for chilling, Kim. Hope you had fun. Rest up. There's treasure over there. I see. So I think that going through the also, how are you doing, Awkward? I didn't see you send anything besides what's with the chill vibes. Yeah, I gotta say, with a nice relaxing game like this, sometimes it does get a little chill around here. Maybe we gotta conjure up some hype with some crazy game or something. No sir, no touch. Let's go here. Do. Is this game music or playlist? Oh, this is game music. This is game music in here. We could turn on some like really hype, like pulse pounding break step or something. Or breakcore, it's not break step. Yeah, we could turn on some breakcore if we wanted to like hype up this game a little bit. What do y'all think? Alright, so I guess there's nowhere to pray over here. This is a completely non-religious sector of the map. Oh, this is where you get the treasure. Okay, right? Oh, you like the music? Yeah, no, I can't send you the playlist, but you can just look up the OST. Just look up the OST, fall asleep. Chill lo-fi game soundtrack to fall asleep to. Whoa! Yeah, we already hit that. Already got the bell tower lit. Bell tower's looking lit. And still no prayer. Still nowhere to pray. Where does this go? Oh, this is the initial drop. Yep, that's I think we covered that area pretty well. I think we checked it completely, so we don't need to come back over here. I don't think. Doesn't seem like there's any secrets unless that big broken gold door has something to do with it. Is this weather vane still? Did UK win something? You got second? From 0 points last year to second. What a glow up. Dang. What were they singing? Were they singing, dancing? Is Eurovision like singing and dancing? I guess you just like put on a show. There's no country that does a magic act, right? Or card tricks. Or juggling. Maybe they do like a little motocross show. That'd be pretty rad. I'd vote for that. Definitely been it. Okay, yeah, this is just a shortcut to get over here. So maybe we go down to the beach. See if there's a secret entrance in the water. There's the door there that doesn't activate. So this is just a short... This is not even really a shortcut. This is part of why this map's so dang confusing. Is because what? You save like a few steps? Look. It just leads to like right over here. That's it. I mean it's kind of nice, I guess. It's a pretty short shortcut. Oh yeah, I was gonna try shooting one of these doors. Let's try that. I don't think it's gonna do anything, but you never know. Nope. That's not the solution. We found no use for this magic stick yet. This magic stick does nothing as of yet. There's got to be... I would guess that it has a puzzle mechanic, right? I'm better than I was. My knee isn't too bad. Annoyed with the pain. Did a church activity. Oh dear. Activities while in pain. Please be careful. You were the MVP of the group because you basically were just jumping into whatever challenge it was. What? You got a hurt leg? You got a hurt leg and you're being the MVP of the team? Oh dear. Awkward. Awkward. That's no way to treat your poor leg. You can't be a winner and be a healer. Sounds like you had fun. I'm glad to hear that. What kind of activities are we talking about? Like carrying eggs? You're making me think of all the like... I was just regaling my childhood where we would play like potato sack races and stuff. What do they call that? It's whenever like a school group goes out. It's like a something fair or something. Those gold squares are sus. They are definitely teleporter spots. No doubt about it. There's too many of them. There's too many of them. There's one here. They're definitely teleporters. I bet my life on it. Yeah. They have to be. Because there's one here. There's one where we're at. There's one over in another major area over here. It's gotta be, you guys. It's gotta be a teleporter. Also, what's up with this floating island with a question mark on it? How am I supposed to go? It clearly says on the map that you can't get over there. Hey, what's up, Jonna? Hi there, Jess. Jess Resick Park. Jonna the Almighty. Updated name. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Jonna just got an upgrade. There's one in the force thing, too. Yeah, it's gotta be that you activate the teleporter, and then there's, like, more end-game stuff that you do. And Chobin Hood? What the heck is happening? What the heck is happening? 3 peeps just showed up. Hi there, friends. How are y'all doing? We're playing some more Tunic. We're playing more of the cute little Box Fox game. Little Foxy game. I still really want to beat this game. It's got a bunch of secrets. We're kind of lost right now. We're just kind of walking around. Oh, it was an escape room. Oh, it was all brains. You got to do some escape rooms. See, I was thinking of doing like hacky sack tosses and foot races and stuff. The 3-legged races. Wheelbarrow race. What is over here? Oh. We just recently were over here. We're still looking for magic. I shot magic at the tuning forks, right? Right? Ashley Rose, thank you for the 10 biddies. How are you doing? Ashley. No, it's not this. Dang. See, I thought that maybe. Oh, I'm out of magic. I'm magicless. Is there a way over here? Oh, secret area that we've been to recently, I think. Oh, what is this? New area? Oh, we found a new area. Oh, a plush. Maybe that's what you bring to the heroes thing. What was that? What is that? Oh, it's just a decoy. It's just a decoy. I don't think that we have to use it. I think it's for combat and stuff, but this is still another forest area. And look, it's got a prayer spot. Hooray, prayer. Nice, more power. This is one of the 3. Nice, so there's probably just one more that we need. Everybody kneel now. You finally tested negative. Nice, but still feeling it. No underlying conditions, and you walk 3 to 5 miles every day. Woo! You feel lied to that this was mild? What? If this is mild, I do not want to taste of anything else. Don't make me taste anything worse than this. I'm glad that you're getting over it, though. Glad that you're getting over it. Can we just get past this whole sickness thing? Can we just eradicate it, please? Hope you're getting plenty of rest along with your physical activity. Oh, look, half prayer. Oh, this gets tough. What? The sound design in this game is so intense. You can pray at the half ones too? Yeah, more purple tape, finally. And another page. Knowledge! Coveted in the forest temple, stolen to the top of the sky, sealed at the root of the world. So we got... Okay, so they are all colors. So we got the forest temple. Yeah, so we got the forest temple. I think they're all purple, though. How am I supposed to know what color this is? It's just purple. But this is the forest temple. So I guess it's red. I guess we're working on activating red. Those are some big candles over there. Oh, somewhere to shop. Nice. Like the big wolf. Ah, woo! We can buy bombs. We can buy $900 coin. None of these are upgrade items. They're just standard items, I think. Yep. They're just usables. They're just consumables. I don't think I need them. Hopefully not. Hopefully I don't need bombs for anything. I feel like you could shoot these though, yeah. This is a way to go. What do you reckon's down in this pit? A game crash? No. Okay. Potentially. It was a potential. You gotta break these boxes. Break it. Why is the coin so expensive? I mean, it's to throw in the well. You can get good stuff out of it. Look, there's candelabras in these boxes. Welcome to Candletown. Oh, more water. Maybe this is the spider area. You think? You think? Where are the spiders? No pyramids! Knock down those boxes. You read purple duct tape as as people duct tape? No! Is there a type of tape that's people duct tape? There's spiders, I think. Nice! We're in the spider area. People duct tape is gauze. I guess there is medical tape, isn't there? That says people duct tape. Or band-aids are. Okay, these guys will spin, I think, and I have to defend against them. They ain't spinning, though. They're just dying. Woo! They're just exploding. Yum, 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 yum. Ooh, do those restore magic? Magic. It's so much stuff to look at. No! There's too many paths. There's too many paths. I wanna eliminate the paths one by one, but there's too many of them. I can't focus. I think it's on the right side, though. Yeah, so let's open up the map that we've got. Oh, we got the back of it. Again, the same battle. Fought uncountable times. Interesting. Oh, this is page 6. It's earlier than all the things that we've gotten so far. It's not Frog's domain. It is here. Oh, yep, and we're on the map, too. Nice. There's an X marks the spot above us. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's bright in here. I can see everything. Come here. Come here, Mr. Spider. It's got a blue gem on its back. This must be the leader. Spider Master. This one's got... Oh, these guys got yellow on their back. I never noticed that. They're yellow widows. Come here. Hey, you get a little bit of this sword too, buddy. Here. You have a bunch of poke. You do the hokey pokey and you... Nice. Welcome to Earl Sud's chat room. Thank you. Thanks, Di. Thank you for welcoming me in again. Very thoughtful. Ooh, there's treasure up here. There's new treasure. Give me that money. Ooh. What was that? Was that a... Maybe you shoot it? Finally! Something that you could shoot! Okay, I figured it out. We figured out what it is. Finally. Got some mushrooms. We found a use for the magic wand. Jana the Almighty. Meow! Did you change your name? Did you change your name, Jana? Were you just feeling almighty and you needed an update? Sometimes I feel like changing my name to Earl the Almighty. Early Almighty. Get dead, get dead, get dead. Ooh, ah. Yeah. Big one. It's a big one. It's a big one. Take him out, Nice. This, I wonder if this is the area that I thought that we could pray. No, it's not. There's definitely still a prayer spot. This is just a dead end. Nope, there's a way up here. Okay. Maybe this is the way we had to go all along. Maybe I didn't have as many options as I thought. Free treasure. Nice. I do wish Twitch would fix its app. This happens sometimes. Oof. Sorry that you're having connection issues. Silly old Twitch. Silly old bear. He's got fire. I don't like that. Oh, he was easy to kill. Is that who was guarding this place? Just your garden variety criminal. Bat! Get dead, you stupid bat. Come here. Come here, you rotten old bat. Ooh, money. Oh, no, that's an upgrade item. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Upgrade. That's for potions, I think. Not sure. You guys don't know how to pray. I'll show you how to pray. What? I was about to freeze you, big thing. Good. Boom. R.I.P. R.I.P. Candleman. Oh, there's a bomb over here. Should have been carefuler. More carefuler. Raise. Rise and grind. Oh. All right. Upgrades. We're going to become so powerful. John, we will be the most powerful fox you've ever seen. We'll have so many rare abilities. We'll have so much attack power. Ooh, another coin. Get lucky. It's almost time for gambling. Best part about this game, it's got gambling. If a game has gambling or fishing, then I'll be happy. And look, this is another teleporter looking spot, but I guess it's gold. So maybe they will raise up. We have evidence of what this looks like. Maybe those gold positions raise up, and then you can use the little golden towers to teleport between one another. That's what I'm betting. Soon you will have half my power. Oh my god, did you finish this game 100%? I'd expect nothing less from Jana the Almighty. Jana the Almighty has already beaten every single game to full completion. Ooh. Well, the purple tape has been rolled out. Oh my gosh, this place is huge. This is too much for my brain. Oh, they look like they were having fun. Sorry. But that heals my magic. I had to do it. And it does indeed give you more magic. Oh my god, this place is a whole dungeon, dude. Every game ever, totally. Yeah. Dead. This is a spot that I'm supposed to be able to pray. Do I have to bring this back to life? Yeah, not only have you beaten every game, Jana, but you also are highly ranked in all competitive games as well. You don't have time to be in the top 1% of every game, but, you know, you're up there on all of them. You're on the leaderboard somewhere. Follow the purple tape road. Follow the Bernie Fox road. There was the Wizard of Oz. Because of the wonderful things that he does. I'm still on fire. This is incredible. This lasts forever. Let's kill this sucker. Oh my god. Oh my god, why is there so much fire? Why are y'all ruining the forest? Gotta power it up by praying? I think you can only pray at those towers. I could try. Yeah, that fire sucks, dude. This has got to have a boss in here, right? Yeah, there's a boss in this area somewhere. I think it might be through that gate. The gate. I can see the gate. Yo, what the frick was that? He can defend himself as cheap. All prayer spots. But they're deactivated. Did he still affect them? No, what? Look. Maybe we got to bring the power over here before we can activate these, and then maybe it opens that gate and we fight the boss. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I see the purple tape going through here. Probably got to activate them in order. Maybe we'll just go back to where the tape was powered. That'll make it easier. Yeah, I see tape going through it. You're right. There is power that goes through it. Yeah, we should just follow the route. God, these so many enemies. I haven't even respawned. No. No. Oh, bollocks. Where are we now? I think we're pretty close. We're pretty close. We could pick up our loot again. Oh yeah, so this is like their fortress. So we found a hidden fortress, and we're like going through a sneaky route to get in. We're sneaking in. Make haste! I'm trying! I'm trying! Listen, I'm not gonna be able to beat your speedrun record for this, John. I'm sorry. Also, hey, Spooky, what's up? Sorry, you're late? You're not late. You're right on time. Also, you had to vote for Eurovision? Nice. Yeah, who'd you vote for? Good question. Wait, is it illegal to ask somebody? I think it's illegal to ask somebody for who they voted in Eurovision, right? So I have something to do with the First Amendment. These boxes were made for breaking, and this fox was made for shaking, because he's made out of jelly, and he can't stop moving around. He's gonna ignore all the spiders. We already saw what was inside her. It was a bunch of goop as well. We killed them all before. I'm just gonna take to running. Till we find our gunnin', I'm gonna shoot it at the closest spider that I see. We ignore all the baddies. Eat these berries. Hey, Atomic Mr. X, what's up? Isn't this game so pretty? This game is so beautiful. That is the biggest thing recommended this game. It is just straight up beautiful. It's a little dark right now, but man, it's so pretty on the like outer areas. I don't think I peeked in here. Hey, could you slow down, mister? You're not allowed in here. This is my jail cell. Bonk. Get out of here. Bonk. Have you fully recovered from your birthday? Yes, I have. I have indeed. It took me like a couple of days, and then I was having to get a lot of stuff done because a bunch of stuff came up all of a sudden. I have to get ready for a wedding that I'm gonna go to. Ooh, a rope. Shortcut. Gotta get ready for a wedding that I'm going to. I've started to clean my house because I'm gonna be moving out soonish. Because I have some friends that decided that their lease is up and they want to move out. And oh, what the frick? What? I didn't know my health was so low. Ah! Ah! It's so long. It's so far. Why? These enemies are not fun to fight. The combat's not fun. Don't make me fight so many enemies. Oh. I guess they do give you money, though. They do give you money, and I will be able to buy upgrades. I probably should have tried to drain my cash before I left last time. Ooh, the mushroom is an upgrade item? Oh, nice. What is this? What does this do? I have no idea what this is. Crit? Poison? Magic points. Ooh, all right. Got a magic point upgrade. And I almost have enough money for another one. No, I do have enough money. I've been saving. We can upgrade our HP as well. Nice. Okay, cool. So I didn't lose any money that I could have used for upgrades. We can already buy all the upgrades. We're just short on upgrade items because it burns an item and it takes money as well. Nice. I'm gonna have a sip. Okay. Well, now we're beefed up. Now we're ready. I wanted to come back here anyway. I forgot to upgrade. And the walk was so far, and there's a well here. Ooh, nice. Don't mind if I do. Toss a coin to your well. Did I not get anything? Did I get nothing? Shaking my head. Skunked again. They just left me high and dry. Oh wait. Oh, this is the shop. I forgot about that. You kind of like requiring an item. It prevents over-leveling. Yeah. And it's not like just a boring old number. And it also it really is like a specific track, right? They keep you on an upgrade track. because they can hand you those items whenever they want. You can't just grind. You can't just grind enemies and get money and then get over leveled. You have to wait for them to give you the items. So it gives them a lot more control. Shortcut. Nice. Nice. Okay, we got here really quick. Looks like we only dropped 20 bucks anyhow. That's not a big deal. Bop. Or we only recovered $20 anyway. It's like that's like killing 2 enemies. Here we go. Oh, Salty Sander, you're off to bed. Hey, rest up. Thanks for hanging out, Salty. Enjoy the rest of your night. Chilling with Tunic. I think I'm gonna maybe take tomorrow off. I think tomorrow I might be off. Ooh, we're back to this chamber. All right. Back at it again. Back at it again with the candlesticks. And the game does not pause whenever you open up this menu. That is frightening. Now let's try to get them close to this bomb. Ooh, it almost killed them. Burn them! Burn them! Oh, lovely. I think their corpses can still set me on fire. Get them out of here. Get those boys out of here. Ooh. No! Oh, they hit me. Gosh darn it. I almost got away. Those are rascals. All right, we continue along. This is where we're supposed to go. Yeah, we're gonna have to fight a little mini boss down here. Maybe we can use some magic. I already checking here? What is this? Ooh, free treasure. Don't mind if I do. These are like bombs, I think. They're like magic bombs. And a leaf. I think that's an upgrade item. Nice. Yep. SP. So let's try to use... Let's try these magic bombs. I don't think I've ever used these before. Oh, it's ice. But it hurts them too, right? No, it does not. It only freezes them. But it also got their attention, which may be more useful anyhow. Wow. It's 4 hits. No, he hit me. What? But it didn't catch me on fire. His candle went out because of the ice. What? Now that's attention to detail. Now that is unexpected. It puts their candles out. These bombs are great. That's why they gave them to me in this chamber. To teach me that you can put out the candles. Now he can't set me on fire. But I also can't hit him. What's up with that? What's up with the whole non-hitting mechanic? Oh, we gotta circle him. There we go. Got past his defenses. Oh boy, here comes a minion. I think he can swing multiple times with that thing too. He's done a backhander as well. Give me that loot. All right, prayer time. Prayer time. The sound effects are so intense. It's like a Marvel movie. It's a Marvel movie soundtrack up in here. Or like a trailer. Hey, we made it. Checkpoint. Okay, I think I'm going to go to the bathroom. We made it to a checkpoint. Nice. All right. Fantastic. Great moment to pause. Ooh, if we get a little bit more money, we can get an upgrade too. The page? Did I miss a page? Hang on. Oh, the enemies are back. The page is up. Oh, it's up above. I thought it was down below. Wait, where the frick is this page? It's impossible. Oh, it was just up there. Oh my God, there's so many of them. There's too many of them. Ooh. Oh, are we in the frog's domain? No, we're not in the frog's domain. This is the boss of the frog domain, and it looks like it's poison. Looks like the librarian, something about a holy cross in a cathedral. I'm guessing that is here because the pages are attached. It's the librarian. I think this is for a different zone, but then again, why would they give me the Why would they give me this info if it wasn't? We're not here. Not there, not there. Their librarian's very dangerous. Yeah, have you seen Ghostbusters? It was scary as heck. Yeah, I'll be seeing y'all. Thanks for setting me on fire. Really? Oh, what the heck was that? Did he just damage boost towards me? What the heck? What the heck is this? What the heck is this? Drink the potion! Drink the potion! Oh my god, blow these fools up. Oh my gosh. What the heck was that? Did you see that guy like teleport towards me? That was crazy. That was crazy. Then there was a guy waiting at the door. That was look at him. Dubious. He's hard to kill even if you put out his... Ooh. All right, bingo bango. I guess we'll kill him because we kind of have to. We do get money for this, but how much money? $10 each? I guess that's not too bad. Oh, why do you have water here if I can't put myself out? It's so silly. What a missed opportunity. Guess I just burn, hey? I have to circle him so quick. Could you come down here, please? What? Oh, it actually killed... Oh. Well, it actually killed me. How do you put it out? Maybe... Oh, rolling, probably. Maybe you just have to roll a bunch. I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, if you get set on fire, probably just roll your boat. Guess I'll just die then. Exactly. It's ridiculous. Yeah, whatever. You can't follow me in here. It'll just reset your bet. Nice try. Okay, sweet. Gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and I'll get a snack. I'll be right back. Be right back. One moment. Hang out with the fox. Hang out with this cute fox. I'll be fast. These little granola bars. I've got these little granola balls. They're, here, I'll show you them. These little balls. Oh, it might not. Yeah, there you go. Little granola ball. It's got chocolate chips on it. It's delicious. These came with the food that Rosera sent me. These are good. Yum. They say granola minis. I've never seen these in my entire life. Pad Thai for dinner? You just finished pizza? Are y'all talking food, yo? Hey, wait a minute. Pad Thai. Oh, you just finished a pizza? Okay, so you had a pizza and now you're gonna get some more delicious food. Nice. I think I had Pad Thai one time. Your vibes are off? No worries. No worries, awkward. You're not causing any trouble. As long as you're not causing any trouble, you're all good. You can just hang out. You don't have to be a certain way in the chat or anything. Don't put that pressure on yourself. Oh, your vibes were off. Oh, pardon. Looks like my vibe. I got the wrong vibe. Wait a minute. That's not what you're saying. That's not what you were saying. Your pizza vibe. Pizza vibe. I was trying to be wholesome. But I lost the pizza vibe thread. Whoa. see the power here. Oh, the power. Oh, stop burning me. Stop. You guys suck so much. I'm going to freeze myself. Yeah. Yeah, and I got an achievement too. Ah, no, I'm on fire again. Stop. Stop. Why does the juice not cool me off? Man, we're freezing together. You and me, buddy. Hey, it worked. Look, I'm not burning anymore. Is that the solution? Freeze yourself? But the bombs are limited. Feels like such a waste. At least if it was magic, it wouldn't be a big deal. Okay, there we go. Rosera feeds you and gives you games. What do you have on her, lad? Ah, yes, my folder. We don't talk about the folder. No, people like Rosera just exist. Just super generous people that expect nothing in return, that just show up into my life for no reason. I don't do anything to deserve it, and they're just super sweet. Just, it blows my mind. Absolutely blows my mind. They teleport, that's why he went away. He teleported away from my ice. That set me on fire. This is obscene. Obscene, I tell you. This game's crazy. Freeze me, country. Freeze this boat. What? I'm still on fire. How am I still on fire? I gotta freeze myself, man. You have a folder? No. God. I'm still... How do I... Okay. Oh, yeah, so the rolling does help. The rolling does help the fire. These guys are dastardly. They should be dispatched. Should be summarily dispatched. Post haste. Nice. I think that there might just be a bonus over here. Bonk. Bonk. Another hero statue. Here lies the hero. These could possibly be the teleporters, but I'm not really getting that vibe. I'm not getting that vibe off of these. That's a lot of money. $100 in that? Whew. $500? We could buy this SP upgrade for sure. Yeah. We just got to make it back to that. A new card? This looks like a chance to survive or something. That looks like a second chance. What is this? Also, why is there a little... Oh, I think that hole is there to be like a card that you would keep on a keychain. Like you would hang these on a keychain through that hole. Because at first I was wondering if that was like colored on like if it could be like filled with green or something, but I think it's like to upgrade it, maybe? Or maybe it's just an aesthetic thing. I haven't quite decided. Hey Bugs, what's up? How are you doing? Bugs from Safeway. Is that where bugs come from? All bugs come from Safeway. Why does Safeway have bugs in them? May I ask why there's so many dead heroes? Because it's a tragic story. It's a tragic story, Awkward. It's got deep lore. It's got deep lore, lots of fallen heroes, very epic tales, epic journeys that have already happened before us. All heroes die. Yeah, you either die a hero or you live long enough to be a shopkeeper. The Bug from Safeway, but it says Bugs. I guess your name is Bugs. I guess it's the bug named Bugs. I see. All right, it makes sense. The bug of the family. Dude, I've gotten a bug before. Thankfully, I've been healthy recently. Frick your magic. I'm taking the money. I'm taking the cash. Oh, wait. Yeah, we could... Let's get out of here. Was that a prayer block under the candles? We could take a look. I'm going to go back. Oh, I could restore my health potions, but you know what? Frick that. I'm going to do this. Because I don't want the enemies to restore. Oh no, do I need to tell you the story of my username? It's a good story. Then what? Oh no. Why is it no then? Yeah, tell us the story. Regale me. The prayer block over here? Yeah, there's a prayer block here, but we have to get power to it. I think. Yeah, this is definitely one, but it's unpowered. We gotta bring the purple up to it first. So we'll go back to the right. And now we're at least upgraded, and we're close to our spawn point, and I don't want to restore... I guess there's not too many enemies between here and there, but still. Still, the less enemies, the better. That's what I say. This guy's invulnerable up there. There's stairs for a shortcut there later. But we need to go through a door that's higher up. Uh-huh. Here we go. Knock out this teleporter guy. Ooh, he moved though. I wonder if he has any close attacks or if it's only this this range. Oh, dang it! Come on. Oh, we still got him. You can get him mid teleport when he's shrinking. When he's small. Not small enough. Oh boy, fire wielder. One hit and I'm gone. That's it. That's it. I was dodging, but it didn't slide along the wall. Okay, well, now we get all of our health and we're really close. We get all our little juice. Delicious juice. You hate Huertas? They are massive. You know, I heard about these giant freaking grasshoppers. I was visiting a friend and he was telling me about giant grasshoppers. Have y'all seen pictures of these? Y'all could look, if you wanted to, if you want to be horrified, you can look up record grasshoppers. The images are dubious. We looked at them very late at night after we had a few drinks, and I did not believe them. I was like, this is Photoshop. It's gotta be fake. Giant grasshoppers. The biggest grasshoppers in the world. I'm gonna freeze this guy. Less fire equals better. Whoa. Bonk. Ooh, good timing. That was close. Oh, and he's dead. Ah! Bonk. Oh, this is going good. Bonk. It's going good. We're making progress. We should be able to open up this little shortcut here. Nice. There's got to be a prayer shrine that's like over to the right. We could start moving over that purple power. Purple power, purple power, purple duct tape. Fire's the worst. It should have never been included. There we go. No magic on this guy. I could be using these bombs, but oh, he just blew himself up. A shame. Yeah, you can stun lock these guys. Yeah, my friend Ripsy was telling me about how the second boss that we fought could apparently be stun locked. And I did not know that. That would have helped a lot. Oh yeah, I remember over here. Nice. It's just a berry. Not actually sure what these berries do. I wonder if that's in the book. Are berries in the book? Yeah, they're just fruits. They're for HP and magic points. Okay, so they're like a one-use healing or magic. That's good to know. So we already had a magic restoring potion, but it's just a berry. I probably could have guessed that if I'd thought about it. Oh, that's back. Wrong way. The Huerta can be up to 4 inches, and that's not including the length of the legs. Gross! Big bugs are the worst. Here it is. Nice. Prayer time. Everybody pray up. Noises. So intense. Give me more. Nice. And another shortcut. I wonder if we're ever going to need all these shortcuts. Oh, all the enemies are back. Oh, he's too far away from him. I need to freeze this guy. He's the most dangerous by far. Oh, and he dies. So if you freeze him and combo him, then he dies. And they don't have fire either, thank goodness. Stop. Am I gonna be able to pray with that guy on the wall? Kinda doubt it. He's kinda going crazy. Maybe we can like pray on the move, you know? Alright, I'll wait for him to attack. No, no, no. Pray, pray, pray. Pray quick. Pray quick, little one. There we go, there we go. Oh, he's frozen. He can't stop the prayer. Whoa. Snopes, you said Snopes doesn't believe the record grasshoppers? Yeah, see, I thought they were fake. I thought they were fake. I knew it. I knew it. I was incredulous. I was incredulous as well. We do it with good reason. What? That attack is so big. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm totally on fire. This fox is on fire. Oh my god. Drink. Drink. Freeze. There we go. I'm not on fire. Perfect. This is such a deceptively difficult game. It looks so cute. It looks so cute, but it's not. It's not cute. It's actually a horror game. Oh, what? It heals this guy. The magic heals him too. That's messed up, man. That's messed up. Oh yeah, I could have just rolled. You're right. Forgot about that. So this pauses them. Opening up treasure chests does not pause anything. But this is a boss. There's got to be a boss. The music's even creepy. We got to check him out. Let's get in there. Ooh. Boss? Oh, a save spot too. Nice. I can scroll up. Let me see. You said the story is the story from the Bugs from Safeway username. And that's it? I don't see it. Should you put it and highlight it or leave it? I don't see it, Bugs. I just see a sentence that says the story of the Bugs from Safeway username, and that's it. Is that the whole story? Did you tell me that is that it in all of its glory? Is that the whole thing? That's actually pretty it's actually a pretty quick explanation. It's above that? Is it? I don't see it. I don't see anything between that message. Did it not send? I'm not sure, Bugs. I don't see the backstory. I even checked your chat history. It's not there. Oh my God. The year was 1998 in Estes Park, Colorado, at the Safeway grocery store. My grandma was walking up to the aisle, grabbing groceries for a week ahead, was about to check out and saw a large bin of plush ladybugs sitting at the checkout. She bought it and named him Bug, and to this day carries Bug everywhere, to work, to the store, to restaurants. We've never found a copy. I've posted it on Reddit, even emailed and sent DMs to the actual Safeway. Still, the only one we ever seen. Yeah, that is kind of a long story. But yeah, so maybe it was like some local company or local artist that made it and just like maybe they knew the Safeway manager or something. They just got to like put their product. Here's the boss. Here's the boss. And I've got an image for the boss too, but not a lot of information. The image of this boss is this: the Fortress of the Eastern Vault. It's a huge beast. I think it's shaped like a spider. All right, I think that this boss might be the like thing that we do tonight. This might be this is the big one, you guys. This is what we do. What we do is beat this gigantic Gavantula. It's a siege engine. It is obscenely large. bases. Oh god, it's a fire-based battle. Oh my goodness, we're gonna have to roll so much. You can send out. Oh, but you can blow up his minions too. All right. You gotta hit his head. Surely you can't like freeze a giant thing like that with a little ice ball. Yes, you can. You don't like that. You don't like that. Ow! I want to kill those little things. So quick. And they fly above your head. Oh my god, the magma beam! It didn't set me on fire though. Nice. We just gotta learn, you guys. We gotta stay alive long enough to learn. We gotta learn its moves. Oh, it can break these two. No! I needed those. I needed those. Drink it. Okay, we can freeze him if we need to. Shoot the fireballs. Oh boy. Oh no, I rolled right into those. Ah! That's so huge. Yeah, the boss is so big that it's messing with the depth of field. It's actually kind of silly. Makes it look like everything's a miniature. Big slam. Oh, that's a big slash. All right. Let's dodge through. Dodge through like it's Dark Souls. Oh, he just birthed two children. Not the children. Not the children. Yeah, I just want to try to... Oh, no! Ah, that was it. He hit me one more time after that big one. Woof! That's kind of tough, but we made some good progress in there. Very doable. Do we have an upgrade to do? No, we don't. We don't have any more upgrade items. We have a spicy red pepper that increases our attack. This might be useful in this battle. I'm probably not going to use these unless I use them in a boss battle, so we might as well use them now. And I guess whatever we get from the boss, maybe we activate here. Maybe it drops like a staff or something. Yeah, so maybe we eat pepper. Oh, I am underneath them. See how long the pepper lasts. Did that eat? Oh wow, he did that right off the bat. Oh no, hope I don't waste my pepper. Oh, he can still shoot you if you're directly below him. Ah! I want to hit him. I want to hit him while I got my buff. Oh, the buff is not that big, I don't think. Okay, we're gonna die with like 2 hits here. We gotta heal up. Whew. Oh boy, he blasted. Oh no, come here. Yeah, no. We can definitely wait for him to attack his own minions. That definitely helps. Oh no, we're doing way worse this time. We already drank all our juice. We could technically use berries if we wanted to, but I don't know. Look at him dodging around and everything. He's very hard to follow. He's a tough act to follow. And our sword, what? How did that hit me? How does it have so much impact? No, stop! He knows that it works. He saw that it worked one time and he kept doing it like a kid that figures out a joke. Just keeps repeating it until it's not funny anymore. Stop. No, come back! Stop running from me! Bosses aren't supposed to run, you coward! You freaking coward! He just runs away to fire off his bullets. I guess I can use my ranged magic, but I don't know about that. I don't know about using ranged magic on this guy. Surely it's not going to give me much attack, right? Because I've used it on a couple enemies, and it did not hurt them that much. I mean, I do have a ranged attack now. I guess we'll check. Yeah. Can't see his health bar yet. Yeah, that doesn't really hurt. And we've only got 15 shots. That could be a way to finish it. Okay, I preempted that roll. That was my fault. Next stage? I'm mad. Siege Engine's mad. Whoa, hey. Also, we could shield against that. That's what we're gonna need whenever these platforms are all broken. We birthed. Come here. I'm gonna break this one. No! How do they hit you so precisely? Oh my god. Woo! Woo! Watch it, mister. Mister. No, stop moving around. Ooh, we could always do that whenever he's before he attacks. That was not timely. Oh, he knocked out my shield! You can't use a shield on that. Oh no. Oh, and I ran out of juice already. No! Even his minions can murder me. Now that is like Dark Souls. If even the minions can kill you, that's the mark of a tough game. I can dodge him, but man, he's hard to get close to. You can slow down now, buddy. No, the bombs. I couldn't roll away. I pressed the roll, but I couldn't get away. You used to use your Amaranth cosplay. You have one photo in existence. You'll have to check. What? Do we have secrets? Some secret items that y'all are talking about? Can you post a picture of Bug on the Discord? What, of a plush? Of course. We love plushies. We love plushies. See, I think you've told me this story before because it's ringing a bell. For sure ringing a bell. Now, as careful as I like to be, I don't think I've used all my ice on this guy before. Ooh, you cannot. I was going to see if you could survive next to his head, but I think you got to dodge through it. Which is tough because the dodges in this game are really, really precise. Like, even more so than Souls, I would say, anyway. No, you can't dodge through that. You can't dodge through the bullets. It's just not possible, I don't think. Because you don't go far enough from the... Maybe you have to dodge and run out of it. Because the initial dodge works. But you can't dodge fast enough. So yeah, maybe you got to turn it into a sprint to get away from that. You gotta go. Oh, we'll see you later, Awkward. Enjoy the rest of your day. It was nice to hang out. Happy Sunday. Happy New Zealand Sunday. Oh boy, what are you doing? Yeah. Okay. Yep. Turning it into a dash works. Oh, these guys also fly above you, which is frustrating. Okay, we got it. Ooh, big hit. Big hit. Didn't realize he was going to do that. That's a quick one. Ow! He stepped directly on me. I can't even get close to him. Oh, I was behind an object and I just kept running anyway. Oh, he was too far away. I wasted it. Oh, no. All right, we can get some free hits and then blow up. And then you blow up. No, I missed again. My eyes. No! How is there fire left? No! This game's tragic. The story's a tragedy. It's revenge for all the spiders that I attacked, really? I don't think that I'm getting just punishment. Baloney. This is not justice. This is just vengeance. This won't solve anything. Don't you know this won't solve anything? You won't be happy just because you hurt me. It won't bring your spiders back. I think you can kind of hit his belly. Did he hit me that? Ah, that's undodgeable for me. He just steps directly at me. It's got to be like a perfect dodge for that. I think I'm just dodging early. No, I pressed the roll, but I was out of stamina. There we go. There we go. Now we're on the move. Oh, frick you, man. I've had about enough of this chicanery. How do I miss every one of the ices? No. Oh my god, it's so slow. Undodgeable. I just... I want him to... Ooh, okay, so if he does that, I just need to stay on the side of it starting. I wonder if he does the same direction every time. We could, just for safety, stay on the right side of him. Or his left, I guess. It's the firewalls. Oh man, that's a big area. We might have to run from those as well. Man, he's so tanky. He's so tanky, it does not make me want to stay away. Ooh. They do not give you a lot of opportunity to attack him. I wonder if they expect you to be higher level by now. We've got attack 3. Well, I think they do expect you to be higher level because of this bit of information, because this is 3-3 for the Garden Knight. Yeah, so I might just be a little might be a little below. Hey, darling starlet, how are you doing? I thought that people were like talking to other people in the chat and just calling them darling for a second. Hey, darling starlet, how are you doing? Happy Sunday or Saturday? Yeah, do I just run from these balls? Oh my goodness. Okay, well, running after they activate works, but you gotta get close enough. God. That didn't even work. Not sure. Not sure what you're supposed to do with that. Oh, I finally hit him. Nice. The ice might hurt him itself. There we go. Here we go. Man, you can get like one. No, not the foot. Not the foot. I don't want to be stepped on. No matter what anyone says. Oh wait, he's got a butt. Did you see the butt? Hang on. Maybe that's where you're supposed to hit him. Maybe the head's just the decoy. See, look, he's got a rear port. Maybe that's extra bonus points. Bonus points for whacking the behind. Yeah, look. Looks like a little core. Maybe you gotta get him to like do a laser attack or something. Does that hurt him more? Ooh. I mean, I like being not in front of that big attack. It's nice as you restore stamina while dashing. Kind of hard to get behind though. No, he moved. I was gonna freeze him. Ah! Ah! No, I was healing myself. Makes so many noises. Babe, could you please be quiet? You make so much noise. Just let me whack your board for a second. Ooh. A butt? I know. Very exciting. We're definitely gonna use that. That's way easier. Way safer. It's way safer, that's the thing. Because I'm on his non-attack side. But I don't know if he'll do certain attacks if I'm behind him. Oh, you get like one hit every now and again. He mad. He's like, how dare you? I could wait for him to do a perfect attack for this, but... Come on, bud. See, there was like maybe one hit in there. No, the sword attack is so small! It's such a small range! No, I'm out of health. Oh, come on! I was circling the right way! Oh my god. Okay, well, we now know that there's a rear exhaust port, and we could probably freeze him easier. Okay. Alright, alright. Grab our loot. Yeah, so I mean, you're asking for it if you stay in front of this guy. Ah, he moves so fast. I didn't get one hit. Not one hit. Stop it. I will freeze him. That should use up. It doesn't look like it attacks him more. Maybe it's just the safety. No. I was ahead. You might be able to roll onto this thing. Okay, I'm out of stamina. I'll slow down for a second. Ooh. Avoid that foot. No foot. So fast. There we go. Yeah, that's definitely the easiest way to freeze him. So 2 freezes gets him down by 1 bar. So we basically can kill him for half with the freezing if we use every one of them. Yeah, I got 1 hit. It feels so good. 1 hit. Nice. 1 hit? Nope. No hit. Dang it. Is this easier? Maybe we need to like be dodging through him or something. I don't even know if I'm fine. We just gotta knock him down to 1/4 and then we can kill him with dice. That's kind of, well, it's kind of in his middle, I guess. Maybe we don't need to maybe we don't need to go so far. I'm just gonna like stay like right up on him the whole time. See some minions though. Ooh, he's got fireballs floating around. Oh no, that could almost killed me. Oh my gosh. My health. Oh, he just dodged me. No, my opportunity. 1 shot, 1 opportunity. Oh. Yeah, it seems like he can attack this through the leg. I think I dodged that. This feels so cheesy. They made it like this. They made it like this. This is how it's supposed to work. I didn't make this game. Ooh, dodge that. Not dodge that. Okay, we almost got him. Because if I can get that ice off correct, then we'll be golden. No, I didn't quite hit. Oh boy, he's firing a lot of those orbs. That's rough. You're wasting my juice, man. I can't quite reach it. No. Let me hit you. One time, gotta go around the leg. Round the leg. Might have enough now. Just gotta wait for a moment for him to be immobile for a bit. What? That missed! Oh no! Oh no! That's another great moment. Whenever he fires those off, you can attack the side. Ooh. Missed that time. No. Oh, I get stuck on a rock. Oh no, I've never dodged that before. That's so precise. That's too much, game. That's too much. You went too far. You took too close to the sun. No! No! We're so close! No! Stop! Yeah, I'm gonna keep going this way. So close. This is it. No! Stop pivoting! Do not pivot. What? He just barely moved out of that. Just come back here. You stupid, he's so fast! Who made this? Stop! Stop moving! Stop! My God! Stop! No! Come on! Oh my God, he's shooting himself. This boss is broken. Dude. Oh my gosh, I dodged that. That wasn't me. I'm stuck! No! 1 hit! I just want 1 hit! I just want 1 freaking hit! I've been fighting for like 2 minutes without a hit! Stop moving! Stop! Oh my God! 1 hit! 1! This guy sucks. Stay still. Stay still. I'm good. I didn't even capitalize on the freeze. And I can't switch items. I can't switch items. I would put ice bombs in my hand if I could, but I can't. Because you can't pause in this game. There's no pause. Whenever you open up the inventory, the game's just like, ha ha ha, hope you have fun in there. Yeah, we got him! Yeah! Yeah! All right. That was like 5 tries, right? That was like 5 tries? All right. We got him. See you later, Gavantula. Second FaceTime? I don't think so. With that much health? I don't think so. That's too much of a... Oh, he's still got an enemy. We did it. We've done it. We beat him. Yep, I see the stick that we need to pick up. Here it is. Here's the element. Nice. The key. We got the key. Any bonuses in here? Nice. I'm so glad that I found that a weak point behind him. That changed the battle. That was the switch up. If I had to attack his head that whole time, we'd be toast. We'd be toasted toast. Toasted bread. Hey, look at all those blinkies. Look at all those blinkies. Hooray! Yeah, 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 yeah. Even Squirrel was helping. Squirrel was cheering me on. Oh, that kind of went through my snout. That hurts. Ow. No, don't twist my snout. Ow. So many cool animations in this game. Seems like they decided to hand animate all of the mechanical elements in this game and decided to leave all of the character animation up to physics. A bold choice. Oh, that's one of the gears. That's one of the gears right there. That's 1/3. That's 1/3 of the temples. Nice. Is this a teleporter yet? No? Still not? Still no teleporter? Let's restore that boss and fight him one more time so that we can get some more money. Just kidding. Yep, there it is. It's lit up. That's a 3rd. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Get that. And what about these things? I'm gonna hold A. Oh, this prayer. They teleport you to a different realm? Oh, this is the fast travel map. We made it. We did it. Maybe I could have used this all along. Oh, nice. What? What? Where am I? It just says question mark. Maybe I could have done that the whole time. It is possible, but we're here now. That's all that matters. This is got to be like a final area after you beat other stuff. Nice. Okay. Well, it's activated now. Now we know we can do it. So, we just came from that one. Came from this one. This is probably the center area. This is probably the forest. This is probably the second boss, right? Yeah, all the animations are so good in this game. The sound effects, so visceral. Yeah, wait, what? Wait, where the heck are we? Did we just make it to a new area because we unlocked teleportation? Ooh, are we where I think we are? We are! We're over here! Nice! We made it across. We made it south. We made it south. We're at the beach. Miss Obi, what's up? We just beat a boss. We just beat a boss. I think we'll maybe beat one more boss tonight if we get to it relatively quickly. I'm not sure how long it'll take. Ooh, there's a statue. I see a key door. So we got to find a key. Which I think they can pop out of enemies, so we might have to kill. Oh, there's a crab. Something about crabs with my... Yeah, here, it says Crabbo Crabbit. Yeah, so there's crabs, there's birds, and there's those spearmen. But there's something else about crabs. that I saw in the guide. Something about like an item or an ability. Yeah, the ruined Atoll. So that looks like the teleporter. So maybe we did just have to fight that boss and turn that key to activate it. But I guess it's saying that the only way to get to the crabs is that? So it looks like we might get whatever this hookshot thing is soon. Oh, we can't swim. We're too small. We're too small to swim. Oh, this bird's cute. I don't want to kill it. It's got money. Aw. Yeah, we should follow the purple tape. Looks like we got to get up there. Oh, great. Mom heard about what we were doing. What? They can dodge the magic? What the heck? You gotta wait for them to swoop in. Oh, God. You have to know the exact oh, come on. I'm ignoring them. That's way too frustrating. Game, there's a fine line between annoying and difficult. Here we go, here we go. Never mind, I figured it out. Oh, you're pretty smooth, mister. I'll admit it. You're pretty slick, Mr. Bird. You've been flying all your life, I see. Bonk. You're flying up to the very end. Up to the very end. Now that's dedication. Can't go through here. So maybe we gotta go the long way around. That makes sense. That makes seance. It's a picture of my mother. Somebody made it to commemorate my mother. Bird brain got bonked. Listen here, feather brain. You taking this? Oh, nice. That's an item upgrade? Or like, oh, that's like character upgrade. These birds don't really give you that much money. Is it worth it? It's like 10, 20 bucks. You can swoop through solid objects. Nothing's gonna get in this bird way. Nothing silly like physics. Bonk. Oh, I missed him. Come back. We could definitely use magic after they swoop. Okay, I'll make the last hit. The sword. There we go. Nice. It's about $9. I think it's like 10. I think it's like 10. The bird's super annoying. Yeah, the enemies in this game, definitely, I think the game really encourages you to... Oh, God. This guy's a souped up version. The game seems to really encourage you not to hit the save because it restores all the enemies. So I think this game is really just telling you, like, you should be doing this with the health that we give you. You should be able to do it with the health that you get from the pots, and you shouldn't have to restore them. Because as soon as you save, and as soon as you restore your little health pots, then it resets all the enemies. It's just silly. Well, it's a hard game. It's a hard game. I like that. I do like the difficulty to an extent. It definitely frustrates me, but hey, that's difficulty for you. Ah! Ooh, the sword's just so short. I gotta say, my sword is a very tiny sword I got. I tell you what. You were lurking and looking for a new job? Oh snap! Yeah, because did the place that you were working at end up going under, Lupus? Or did they have to like lay off a bunch of people? Because I think you were talking about that. Oh, you got a new job. Okay, so you got a new job after the dog one and you hate it. Yeah, the last dog that you had, that was like a dream job, right? Wasn't that a great situation? They even gave you like a raise. You hadn't even been there that long? Dang. Dang. You gotta find one just like that. Don't settle. Don't settle. That's a message to everybody. Don't settle. Don't settle with your job. Don't settle with your relationship. You're trying. I know you are. See? That's healthy behavior, Lupus. You're taking care of yourself. You're looking out for number one. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you looking out for yourself. Sometimes people will look out for you, but listen. You're the one that is best at looking out for you. You're doing a good job. Not that you need me to tell you that. Thought I would anyway. I missed you. You're playing with a magic fox here. You busted, buddy. You busted. I don't even know if that's necessary, but I'm killing you anyway, just for fun. Yes, for fun I killed. And I just drank all my juice. Great. Great, now I'm out of freaking water. I guess it's more like Kool-Aid. You may see, I may see if I can just dog sit some of the dogs that you really love. Do a little contract work. Do a little contracting. How's Tunic? You're thinking about getting the game? It's very, very difficult, very pretty. But you've played much harder games than this. The combat is pretty satisfying. It's a little annoying at times. You might want to play with a guide, because my goodness, it's kind of hard to figure out where to go sometimes. But none of my critiques are anything that I would say don't buy the game for. Just it would change how you play it. That's all. Look at them. They're chilling in the hot tub, drinking Diet Pepsi. Can I ignore them? Can I just let them be? Just let the boys be boys, you guys. Just let them be boys. Let the lizards be lizards. Lizards will be cold-blooded, as they say. Look, one of these statues broken? Very suspicious. Very suspicious. Hey, zombie food, what's up? Oi, oi. Zombie food. Zombie food's been playing a lot of 7 Days. I even saw you playing 7 Days last night. Oh, heck yes. Oh, heck yes. Kill them zombies. Yo, we're in the big center. Goodness gracious. We're in the center again. I think I'm starting to get a little more of the feel for this game. But yeah, like all my critiques definitely, I'd say this game's worth it for sure. I find it quite fun. No hard games. I'm always gonna have my gripes. There we go. What up? What do we got? Ooh, yeah, I could have upgraded my character. We should go back to the bonfire if I start feeling bad. Like if I start feeling unhealthy. This guy's, whoa, he just ate me. I just got ate. Ah, nice try, Buster. The big boys, they'll tongue you to death. Nice. He's down, man down, man down. Alright, lizards. There's one too many lizards over here. You gotta have to take you both down now. Sorry. Bonk. You got to catch up on Cookie Run? Oh yeah, I was talking about Cookie Run earlier. I've been obsessed. It has been taking up so much of my time. I might have to take a break. It's a lot of cookies. Okay, so he does 3 stabs, and then there's an opening. 1, 2, 3. Yep. All right. Gotta wait for that 3rd stab. Now I can get magic and health just randomly dropping. So that's nice. Whoa! Oh, the exploding squids. Hey, look at this. And it looks like they're in a cage. Were they keeping them as livestock? Do lizards keep squids as livestock in this game? This changes everything. This whole economy is making a lot more sense. Now I can see where all these lizards got all this money. They've been selling squids in the black market. That's why the supply's been all over the place. 2, 3. You get 2, maybe 3 hits if you do it right. I feel like there's 3 in there if you did it perfect. Oh, or none if you really mess it up. 2, 3. There we go. Yeah, you really gotta be patient with these enemies. If you're impatient, you will only suffer. And you'll be the only one to suffer. They'll be happy. Enemies like it when you're impatient. Shortcut? Yeah. It is shortcut there. Other way just leads through. Alright, I don't see a secret down there. Forward! Into the chamber. Surely this isn't a boss already. No, because it's not even a safe spot or anything. I don't know if I want to go through that door. I don't know if I want to do that to myself. Oh, nice. Oh, it's a shortcut. Okay, sweet. Can't jump across that. You gotta get to that chest a different way. This better not be a boss, or I'm gonna be peeved. I'm gonna be royally peeved. Ooh, another item upgrade. Ooh, I wonder if we can buy them both. Ooh, it's 200? 230. Yes, we can buy them both. Oh. Already stolen. Okay, so we gotta like pick up an item and bring it back here, like a core. So this is just further away from the boss than the other one. That's all. Yeah, we'll put a core in there and then we'll get our thing. But we have to, I guess, fight the boss elsewhere and travel. Just, you know, do a little bit of delivery. We'll deliver your core safe and sound. Might be near the... It should be near a checkpoint. If not the checkpoint. Ooh, is this a dead end? Yeah, we already did this. This goes back to the entrance, I hope. Because I could try to grab that. Yeah, it's through. Here's the chest. Nice. There's a shrine. Yeah, with the hot tub boys. I will use that in a second. Make sure that I'm healthed up. I want to find out where the boss room is, because there might be another shrine there, and in that case I don't have to restore all the enemies. I'd like to know where it is before I just activate the whole town. Reactivate them. Yeah, I guess Souls does that too. I hadn't even thought of that. Souls, every time that you stay at a bonfire, it restores all the enemies, but I guess Souls is not like as dungeon crawly as this. This is like, I guess Zelda enemies respawn too? Dang, it's just an epidemic. It's just so unrealistic. Like, where do they all come from? Are they just all hiding? They're just all hiding and just reinforcements show up? It's highly unrealistic. Otherwise, this game is perfectly real. Perfectly true. Let's look past these boys. Yeah, there's a shrine there. Ooh, this is an eyeball. Maybe that's what we're supposed to get. Maybe it isn't a boss fight every time. It's possible. It's possible it's not every day, bro. Teleporter just moving around. Got another bomb over here. Got another bomb here. I don't think we can hit it, though. Not sure if their damage stays. Oh, what? That looked kind of like a staircase. It is not. Well, we got to get down there another way. Looks like a dead end. It's a dead end lifestyle. Is there a way? This is a little too high up, right? See no entrance. Yeah, let's go ahead and upgrade. Since we're just here. We're just standing here. Let's upgrade attack first. It's the most expensive, though. I probably should have looked at those prices and made sure that I could get two. Whoops. Up, up, up. That's where we came from. That's where I came from. I think that just leads out. There you go. We got one upgrade, and we can buy another one. 350 or 350. Either HP or magic. Let's do... magic. I feel like that's better for boss fights. Avoiding damage is one thing, but this magic's kind of OP. Lupus says up, 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 up. Lupus says don't stop going up till you hit the clouds. All right, Lupus, here we go. Here we go. I'm taking your word on this one. Lupus, you were wrong. I think. Lupus, does this look right to you? Oh my gosh. Wait, what the heck is this? I think I already went through here. Where the hell am I? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, wrong way. Hey, champion of the Raven Queen, what's up?
Oi, Raven Queen. It's fantastic that you're here. We need the help of royalty. The Earl is not royal enough.
Oh, I guess you're a champion. I guess that's not royalty, is it? It's like the head guard. It's like the Raven Queen is the royalty, and you're their champion. Probably wield a gigantic sword, or a huge axe or something, right? Maybe a long spear. Could be more in here. It seems awfully empty. Why can you stand here just for the babamba? Strange. I'm not the Raven Queen. Don't call me the Queen of the Ravens. I'm not the Queen of a Raven. They wield a dagger, as every good champion should. Sussy. There's still this. We already got this. Yeah. I wonder if... So these hooks are very suspicious. These hooks have been suspicious for hours. Days even. Got frogs in a tub. Yeah, so far we've got hooks. Freaking hooks and the tuning forks that are just strewn everywhere, and we have no idea what they do yet. Sorry, we gotta ruin the party. I'm running out of options. I gotta make sure that it's not based on me killing these guys. You can't just enter this chamber whenever our friends are just chillaxing in there. We won't take you seriously. Oh, here we go. It was here the whole time. Oh, wait a second. Oh, you can't activate it from here. You gotta go lower. Okay, you gotta go from the bottom. That's where we gotta go. You gotta go down. You gotta go downtown. So there's an extra entrance somewhere down. Oh, like right here, maybe.
Ahem, pardon me. Ahem.
The fox did not pass the vibe check. The fox was not counted among the homies. Did I just fall? How'd I do that? You see that? Was that a bug? Did I just bug it? Did I just bug from Safeway it? Oh my goodness. This game's buggy. Buggier than a Safeway. Go back through the mall. Back through the mall. Or we could go, yeah, maybe over here? Down nice and low, which is required. Oh, we gotta go through the... Well, can we go through the door? I think the door, it was just empty past that, right? Is there another way? Oh, there is another way. Here it is. That looks like poison. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to touch it. It's dirty. It's dirty, yucky. These probably explode, right? They do. Yay. Yay. That was great. Couldn't have gone better.
Now give me all your money.
Ooh, explosion. Got some bombs. I didn't even have to hit him. I could have magicked him.
And he was magicked to death.
Right up here. Doodly-doo-doo-doo, doodly-doo-doo-doo. Go a little shortcut just in case. Just in case something goes horribly wrong. Ooh, and once you fall down, you're donezo. Whoa, don't attack me right as I fell. That's low, even for y'all. Yeah, see, this is why I wanted to upgrade my magic, because, man, you can use it on everything. Oh, I missed. Oh, man, he's a licky boy. Get gripped. Oh, no, I missed the main one. He's going to be the tricky one. The rest of these guys I can kind of dispatch carefully. Ooh. Ah, oh no, doesn't look good. No, doesn't look good. I can't switch items. I would switch to a freeze bomb if I could, but it's too late. We'll have to use a freeze bomb for this fight. Ooh, we got the main one. We have a chance. It's health. Little bonus heart. Nice. Screen's not red anymore. We got this. We got this. All right. We win. Oh, I have more juice this whole time? Oh my gosh. Yes, pick it up. So is this the... This might be the core that we got to use. What? Oh, there it is. The ability. We just gained the grapple ability. We just got the grapple hook. We got the grapple hook. We're grappling. We're grappling with all sorts of stuff. There we go. Now it's a Zelda game. Oh, now it's a Zelda game. Nice. Oh, we're schmoovin'. Wait, what am I supposed to whip now? Oh, you can whip enemies? Oh, sweet mama. Going down, clown. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Bonk. Money. What do I do? Like that. This seems a little overpowered. Nice. I love it. I love it. I'll take another. I'll take 10 more. Wahoo. We could probably use this everywhere. I've seen these little hooky things everywhere. It's even up here, for heaven's sake. But what benefit does that give me? Oh, we can go upward more. Upward mobility in my job? This is incredible. They're trying to bait me into doing unnecessary hooking. I mean, I guess if it's for skips, I'll do it. Look, see, they're everywhere. They really want you to use your new ability. You know what? I'm here for it. Oh yeah, maybe we need to get the core from somewhere else and bring it. Oh my God, she's got a shield. I didn't realize. Oh no, my money. Oh dear, I perished. I was distracted. I just wanted to hook everything. Okay, well, we got oh, we don't have the money for this now. Dang. Guess we need some moosh. We need zamoosh. Well, we could go recover that money, I guess. Or you could continue through the dungeon. I mean, it's actually kind of unclear whether or not the thing that we need is in this dungeon or not. Let's see, do we have a map for this thing? Yeah, we're in the frogs domain. Here we go. This is where the frogs live. It's the exit. Yeah, we went through that a second ago. I don't see any X's. A baby slorm who cannot spin yet. Aww. But it's still useful. Poor little baby. Can you do me a quick favor, lad? Oh, sure. You want me to realign the goal thing? I did that for getting over it. Sorry. Oh, get good? Oh, all right. I was already working on that. Let's do, let's see. Where can we... Oh, bonus area. See you later, boys. Maybe we whip it. Maybe we whip that core. Whip that core into shape. Nope. Nope, we gotta go get the core. We gotta go find it. Does anybody know if they changed the alpha spawning rates in Arceus? The alpha Rapidash has been missing. I don't actually know anything about that. Maybe somebody in chat does. Does anybody in chat know anything about spawn rates? Actually, I'm gonna put it down here so that's out of the way. There you go. Now you can see all my juice. Juices. Jeepers. Delicious red juice. all those hooks. Excuse me, mister. No, 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 let me through, let me through, let me through, let me through. Oh my goodness, thank you, thank you, thank you. No, 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 no. Yeah, I just forgot to die. Oh, you could pull them. You could pull them towards you if you wanted the enemies to be closer, for heaven's sakes. Why on earth would I want that? Stay away. Climb! What? What was that? You just licked me off the ledge. Bop. Get dead. Get dead. You dumb tongue. You and your dumb tongue can leave. That's right. I love they stick out their tongues whenever they die. Their tongues are not, they don't look right. They look wrong. They're all shriveled. They look like they must be dehydrated or something. It's gross. Oh, he just licked his friend. He just licked his friend. That was incredible. Did you see that? He pulled him right towards him. No! Stop. How far can you lick? Oh my God, he has an endless lick. He says range? What range? Range? Never heard of it. I'll shoot you like you're on the range. Oh boy. That kind of stuns him too. That might be useful later. Oh yo, that's probably how we get the shield guy, right? Because this is endless. We could whip the shield guy that's in the overworld, remember? The overworld dude, that's what this item's used for. The guy that was blocking the way over here. Okay, okay. And there's probably a lot of use over here as well. Yeah, this item is the solution, man. This is the solution to all of our problems. The answers to every puzzle is whip. There's a bunch of whip spots in here, but I don't think they're used for anything. Ow. Yeah, look, there's one up here. What's up with that? Oh, bonus. Ooh. That's for more Estus flasks. Nice. I think you have to get, do you have to get 3 of them? Yes. You get 3 of them, and I've only got one now. My God, how well did they hide these things? This one's here just to be able to get off of here. I see. Anyway, I'll see you boys later. Thanks for letting me visit. Appreciate it. Ignore these, why are there so many bubbles in there? You think that's the pool doing that? I think that's just the nature of this pool. Ooh, skip. Nice. See you guys later. I'll be taking that with me. Oh, this is the exit. Was there anything else to whip in here? Probably would have noticed it, right? Look at them. Can we pull them off the edge? Oh, what the heck? Did he just teleport me? That's cheating. That's cheating. That's not even, that's against the rules, man. No, I was gonna use the whip. I guess the teleport is the only one that won't work on. Okay, well, they're right in here. Dang it. I wanted to get him. I wanted to get those rapscallions. All right, teleport me now. Actually, you know what? Better yet. There we go, got him. Now, can we pull these guys off the edge? Yes, we can. Come here. Get off the edge. Come here. Get off the edge. Now, give me my stuff. Yeah, that's right. Get this pot out of here. Yeah, get out of here. Can I not go anywhere else? I want my stuff. I want my money. No, it's like 50 bucks. I need my $50, game. You said you'd give it back. I know, there's no way over. It's demonic. It's demonic in nature. Aw, we can't go around. Okay, well, we got the hook. Surely we use the hook outside. Because I think that we've looked over this chamber pretty thoroughly, I think. Yep. Yeah, you can see that the thing's stored in there, but I think we have to go fight a boss somewhere in the overworld. I wonder if there's hints. Oh, it's this boss, right? It's probably that boss there. Hey, Lemonberry, what's up? Lemonberry, we're playing more Jelly Fox. More Jelly Fox adventures. A Jelly Fox paw. Hey, let me leave. I want to leave. I want out. There we go. Nice. This is great. This teleport ability is the best part of the game so far. It feels very broken. I do love a game element that makes you feel like you're overpowered. Now, are you actually overpowered? That's up for debate. Got there. Drink up some lemon juice. Excuse me, sir. Would you like some sword? Yeah, what does a whip do on a shielded enemy? I don't think it does anything. Now that would be overpowered. We can't be just whipping their shields off. So maybe that isn't used for the guy that I was thinking of in the overworld. So what is up here? Treasure? It's probably some treasure that's like visual, right? That they were gonna tease you with? No, you go down. Wow. Go up to go down. The key. Got eyes on it for the first time. Got eyes on it for the first time. Key nearby. Zoot. Ah, the prayer spot. Everybody get on your hands and knees. Get on your hands and knees. We're going to be praying, all right? We're praying to the Great Cube. Pray to the Great Cube. Everybody, chant now. So what does that do for us? Hey, it's Mythical. What's up, Mythical? How are you doing? Good morning.
Good morning, you're up early. I hope you're doing well.
G'day. You know what? And it is a good day. It turns out that today is a good day. Yeah, bam! I know, this game is so freaking cute. And so much of the characters are moved with physics. Like, it's really impressive. I really liked the spiders. There were spiders in an area where you could tell that their feet were the only thing that were programmed. Like, their feet were programmed to move around, and I'm pretty sure that they use reverse kinematics to just move their legs into position and, like, float their body. Like, their body was a point that, like, floated at a certain place, or had, like, physics to stay at a place. Like, it had momentum in that direction. So it would, like, bounce around, its legs would move, its like, feet would move, its legs would bounce, and then its body would kind of go boy. It was very satisfying. Yeah, a lot of, oh, you can hook these. Oh, you can hook the tuning forks. That's all? That's all that they are? They're just hookshot spots? What? Why do they make sound? What? Oh my god. They were just hookshots all along. This unlocks so many areas for us. Okay, we can now beat the entire game. We have gotten the final item, I think. And this, like, everything is based on a hookshot. My god. It's like well, I only found
Yeah, boy.
they're tunic forks. No! Not that tunic fork. Awkward. Thank you so much for the 12 months.
Let's go.
Yo, 1 year. 12 months? I think not. I think that sounds like a year to me. 12 months? Never heard of her. That's an entire year, Awkward. Oi! Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the love and support. My goodness. My goodness, Awkward.
You've been sticking with us for a long time, a whole year. You're not fed up with me yet?
Because we're just getting started.
We're just getting started. Crap out of you. Come here. Come here. Yeah. All right. That's a solution. This thing's used for everything. This whole area is just hook shots galore. I'm only disappointed because so much of the game's progression is hidden behind one single item that's pretty late game. And I've been going through the entire game seeing all of these things that were just based solely on one item. And I kind of probably wasted a lot of time trying to figure out how to get stuff that was just all based on a late game item. And it's only one. It's just one item to rule them all. One hook shot to find them. But now we can whip everything. Nothing stands a chance. Blow them up, blow them up, blow them up. Yeah, unfortunately we can't shield against these guys because they can break it. Hey, thank you for the blankies. Thank you for the blankies. Awkward subscribbling, keeping up the big 12 months. Sheesh. Ooh. Bird up top. Bird up top. Should we kill it? It seems shocked. I feel kind of bad about these birds. Oh, I think that there might be like, oh, it uses magic. I didn't realize that. I didn't notice it using magic before, but it does. It'll still let you whip for movement, I'd bet. I'd bet a movement whip doesn't cost magic. Oops. Okay, well, maybe I got a little gung-ho with that one item. I even had health. No, it's so far. Ah! I've been playing this game for 4 hours. Am I at my limit? Am I at my limit? Can I play more? Can I stand more? Ooh. Let's see, there's 3. There's 4. There's 1 on each pillar. And then I guess it unlocks the way to get the key. Then you go through the key door, and that's where the boss is. And then you take the boss item, and you go back down here. It's kind of this might be the most advanced, most complicated pathing that they've introduced so far. Yeah, see, that didn't use... Okay, so it doesn't use magic for traversal. Sweet. I was about to say, that'd kind of stink if you just ran out of magic and you couldn't get anywhere. Ran out of magic and died. Died on an island. Well, you're supposed to save your hookshot gamer. We're trying to teach you about resource management. Let me out of here. I don't want to fight this frog. This lizard. This Kermit. It does look like evil Kermit. Like Kermit with the Emperor hood on. It's Emperor Herd Kermit.
Yeah, hello there. I am the Senate.
Yeah. Okay, the key's right over here. What does it take to get this key?
What's it take for a fella to get this key?
Looks like it's all on that ledge. So how do we get up on there? Get down on it. Looks like you just walk over there. Hey, let me fall. Can you not fall? Okay, there we go. Is the key just over here? Okay, then surely this key doesn't unlock the boss, right? Maybe you have to only do... Maybe you only do the towers to power something later? Can't fall there. So, yeah, you gotta walk along the beach to get that one. You little crabs, I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt you. Oh, there's a... You could just raise it up? That's the first time that's happened. Mobile ladders. I'll believe it when I see it. Oh, it's just a shortcut because we made it all the way around. Nice. Unlocking skips? That's exciting. Not sure how you get down there, though. Maybe there's a hook somewhere? No? Do you just have to walk a really long way?
do you get down there? The heck? What the heck? What's blocking your way? Why didn't I go over here earlier? What? Could you just walk on the beach? Could you just stop on the beach? Sorry, little bird. I had to do it. I'm sorry. Oh, we should probably, yeah. Okay, so we need to go up to the left. We need to pray up on the top left. Let's go over there real quick. We'll need to use our hook shot now. Gotta use the hook shot on everything. It's a wave buster. Bam! Bam! Alright, and then ignore everything. Ignore everything. Choose life. Choose life. Ignore struggle. Oh no, there's a big beast. Big beastie. No, 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 no. Wham! Ah! I pressed the dodge button, I swear. I swear I did it. Oh yeah, we could practice what happens whenever you whip these guys. Maybe you can steal their shield. Oh, it stuns them, that's for sure. Is that how you beat them? Is this one item? But you have to use magic for it. Oh, we got his shield. Ah! There you go. What if we use a combo? Nice. Oh yeah, you could always use bombs on these guys normally. It's just that one on the pathway that was in the way. Oh, nice. We can drink. This is our ID. Got our ID. We can head to the Fox Bar. It's exciting. I wonder what that does. Might have to do with restoration effects or something. They don't explain anything in this game. You have to figure it all out based on this long freaking flippy pages. Yeah, see, like I don't think I've ever seen that icon. I don't know what it did. Hey, Miss Obi, thank you for the 20 bits. Thank you for the good luck. We got some good luck. I'm feeling good about this. Wait a minute. With all this good luck, I'm pretty sure we're gonna slaughter this boss.
We gotta slaughter this boss.
Oh, look, it says 51. So I think they've got the full collection on page 51. But we only go up to page 37. Oh, and that's the boss of the scavengers. That might be the boss that we're fighting. Rat boss? Built out of autobolts. It's the miner's greatsword, bombs. That might be a later boss, or might be what we're about to face. Which we'll find out in a second. We just gotta pray on all these towers, and then I think we'll get access to the boss area. Whoa! Watch with that tongue, mister. I don't wanna use all my magic. You guys, we gotta fight melee. We gotta fight fair and square. That was really close. Careful with that tongue. Mind where that tongue's going, big lizard. Oh my god, no! No! I was bested by a block. The block bamboozled me. I struck my sword on it. It ruined it. Ruined my attack. My strategy. Ooh, I should finish these granola balls that I got. Shaka granola. I think we have one more to do. Because the middle one's not lit up. One more prayer. Whoa! Whoa, I am tripping. You guys, we gotta stay. Oh, I see. So it's in ill repair. The magic. It's leaking magic everywhere. Ew, magic leakage. I guess we have to repair that somehow. Maybe we just gotta whip it. Gotta whip that pipe. Yeah, it's busted. It's not that bad for you. Oh! Never mind, that was kind of cool, man. I didn't realize. What? It reduced my maximum health? Dude, it reduced my... Oh my god. What's up? What was the voice supposed to do? I didn't know any better. I didn't know any better. I was just chilling. Wait, oh, Birdo. Bam! Guys, now I'm gonna die. Okay, well, yeah, my... No, my health, my max health just went down. I'm sure it'll go away whenever I pray, but Dude. This tower looking busted, dude. We already went up here, right? Oh, here they come. Here they come. Oh, big wind. Whoa, big explosion, more like. Oh, my body. Is this a teleporting spot? It is, but it's not activated? So there's this big freaking pipe. So anyway, there's this big freaking pipe. And you know what I said? I said, this pipe looks busted. Sorry, little guys. Sorry. I'm sorry I had to do it. Boom! Whack! Sorry that I had to kill all the little crabs. Listen, those crabs deserved it. They deserved it. Ooh. Treasure. Delicious treasure. You can't fool me, game. I know where to get that treasure now. Still love that you can dash in this game without using stamina. That's a real game changer. That is a game changer. Makes me feel so good. We're getting a lot of stuff done. We're making mega progress. It's a pretty beefy game, though. It's got lots of content. I'm really pleased. I'd be pleased if I paid for it, too. You whip the chest like in Zelda? That's a good question. Oh, only got one of them. They look like they're kind of super powered. Do they look different to y'all? Is that how they always look? I'm wasting all my ice on one of them. It's very careless. Now we'll get down here. I don't want to use my whip. I don't have that much magic left. There we go. I can kill one of y'all. Ow! Kills me instantly. Okay, never mind, dude. Come here. I can use it 2 times. That's enough. I use all my magic just to kill you. That's how much I care. That is how much the Earl cares. Give me that magic. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think I saw one more enemy over here. Hello? Yeah, look, it's an expired stabby thing. Is it dead? Why does it look like that? Why does it look like this? Shortcut. Nice. Shortcut, shortcut. That's a bomb pot. We could have used that earlier. We could have been smart. You can't whip that bridge. Looks like that's another area that we got to get to another way. Now we got a shortcut. Haven't noticed any like repair looking stuff yet. There's got to be like a... Oh, look, that one's kind of broken too. This whole place is dilapidated. This place is in ill repair. It's not been... Oh. That looks like a potential revive. To me. To me, that looks like a potential revive. Right? I'm not sure. It could be. It could be. This is too far of a fall. I can't hop there. So we go back down. I guess we'll search around and see if there's any suspicious objects about. Another chest over here. How'd I miss that? Oh, that's a long walk. We'll be back over there in a bit, I have a feeling. We're gonna have to repair that pipe. Oh boy. I got really low health, boys. I'm gonna, yeah, thank you. I was gonna ask for a little bit of mercy, but y'all came in clutch immediately. It's a bird, yeah, so I can't quite tell. I think that this one's lit up, so it's only that corner. It's not lit up. There's only one side. Bop. This guy's got 2 hits on him. Nice. Let's go this way. But unfortunately, if I get more health, then it will it'll respawn all the enemies. But my max health is so low right now. Oh, is this the way around? Is this what I needed earlier? Where am I Where am I? Where am I? Okay, well, we're still alive right now. I think we got one more hit and we're dead. And now we might have 2 hits from a crab. 2 hits from a weak enemy. Bingo! Got that. What about a Door with a keyhole? Yeah, I think I saw one earlier. Let me just see if I find any more any ways around here. This game definitely gives you big props, gives you big stuff if you just look around a bunch. Oh, you can teleport, or not teleport, you can grapple there. I don't think I've been over here yet. King Crab. The king of the crabs. He's here. The master of the crabs. Oh, look at him, he was jumping. He was jumping for joy. Oh, balls! No! He clamped me. He pinched me. He pinched me with 2 pinchers. Oh, come on! Didn't I pray at the top one? Oh my god. Double clawed up. Dude, I haven't even had 1 claw yet. This is a horrible deal. Ah, I got big crabbed. Got crabbed to death. Dang it. Well, we'll go grab our loot. At least we know where to go. Also, we've opened up a lot of yeah, I got my max health back. That's what matters. That's what really matters. At the end of the day, I also got all my juice, all my Estus flasks. And also, wham! I also made a lot of shortcuts. Oh, well, he still missed me. That's all that matters. No touchy, no touchy. Not touchy, not touch. Oh no, I just pulled him towards me. That's the exact opposite of what I want. Up we go, up we go. Nice. Endless grapples. And yeah, we can avoid the enemies too, because we already opened up a bunch of checkpoints. I'm just gonna let him live and complete. I'm gonna let him be completely oblivious to our existence. He thinks he's being a great guard. Looks like you could just walk this way any old time. Oh yeah, here's the key door. The boss might be over here. Might be the boss. All right, last one. Mmm. Mmm. Chocolate ball. Tasty. Ooh, lime. Hey, Kenny, Justin here quick. Wanted to let you know that I finally beat up Hades. Yeah, I saw you, what is it? The achievements. I saw the achievements. Very impressive. Also, Lime freaking beat Vampire Survivor. Got all 69 achievements right now. Nice. Congrats on that. I was playing Vampire Survivors trying to catch up with the content. They release stuff so much. Dang, Lime has been gaming. Lime has been gaming big time. Hey, little small man, what's up? What's up, little small man? Boy, we're playing some Tunic. This game is adorable, but deceptively difficult. It looks cute, but it plays mean. You got a little too into it? Well, Vampire Survivor is kind of addicting. Doing a lot of gaming. Nice. Getting some distractions. Listen, we all need some distractions, all right? Damn. I've been enjoying this game pretty good, but I've been playing a lot of Fortnite recently. Oh boy, oh boy. He downloaded TikTok and's been playing Fortnite. We're a little worried for Earl. We're a little worried. You're not the same. I want the old Earl. Give me the old Earl back. How do I get up there? I can't see anything, you stupid game. Oh, it's just a wall. Oh, it's just a path. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. And this is the Earl Such. He's gone mainstream. I know, look out. I've been listening to Doja Cat. Just kidding. That's a joke. Bonk. Noise. Do. Actually, I'm gonna be seeing an Australian metal band. I just realized that, and I'm gonna get to see him for the first time. Thy Art is Murder. Some Aussie boys tearing it up in Texas? Dang, that's a long flight. It's a long flight, mister. Yeah! Oh yeah, Mythical Water, you're Australian. Yeah. Aussie band. It's a dad. The lead singer is a dad. He's so freaking rad. He's so cool. Whoa. It's a good band though. There's a couple of I think like one of my very favorite bands is Australian too, and it's not them. It's The Art Is Murder is really good. I'm gonna see them, but a band that I like even more is Make Them Suffer. They're also Australian. They got some good metal over there. They got some good metal over in Aussie land. You know what the heck is going on? I just go around this thing? We said Doja's hilarious. Yeah, I did. She does seem very funny. I don't like her music personally. It's just not really my it's not really my style, not really my taste. But I do like her as a person. She seems like an absolute turd. She seems like a troublemaker. And she doesn't seem to take herself too seriously. I saw some very silly videos that she uploaded and I was like, you know what? All it takes to make me happy is if you just like do something that most people would consider embarrassing. Like that's really all it takes. Like I'll respect you so much if you just like do something stupid that doesn't look cool at all. And I've seen her do some goofy things on TikTok and I was like, all right, now I'm cool with Doja Cat. Now I'm totally cool. Now I like them. Just prove that they're a real person. Stop. You're abusing the gameplay. Stop it. Here we go. Whoa! Ahsoka just jumped in and Lex. Hey, what's up? What's this about Australia you were talking about? I was talking about some Australian metal bands that I like. One of which I'm gonna get to see on Tuesday, I think. Tuesday. Still trying to decide if Opes wants to come along. It would be a pretty rough first concert. Probably not the best choice. It's gonna be a little rough. I don't know if that's the best intro. Think we might save that for a different time. Maybe we'll save the first concert for a different one. That would be rough. We're gonna... Where did I go through that key door? Where the heck is that? I opened the key door and went through it, right? I'm losing my mind, you guys. I can't remember anything. My vision's blurry. My mind, it fades. Things that I once knew are now gone. I did? I went through the key door? What the frick? What am I supposed to do then? What am I supposed to do then? Conjure a freaking tube? To get all that magic juice? Okay, here we go. How's Tunic going? Actually, way better than I expected. I'm actually making loads of progress and I'm having a good time. I thought I'd get frustrated like hitting my head against a wall, but it took like an hour. It took an hour for me to finally find what I needed. Took an hour, and then I found the thing that was necessary, and then boom, I'm good. Now all of a sudden, like everything's falling apart in the best way. Yeah, I think we need to fix that pipe. I don't think it's enough juice, but look, it's like all four of them are powered. What the frick? Look, all the pipes are it's all piped up. Wait a second, we maybe gotta pray. No, there's not even a... What? It is? Come on, there's no indicator on the ground. There's no indicator on the ground. This is messed up. I'm hopping in. Oh, what? I was about to get crushed. Could have gotten crushed, man. You went to a concert where the lead singer called me up and gave me a free copy. Yo, what the heck? What the heck? That's awesome. Looks like you have to activate this after doing the thing down below, hey?
Nice.
Ahsoka, how are you doing, by the way? You seeing what I'm seeing? Teleporter, never mind. Let's go. Let's go. We're going to the boss land, man. You've never been to a music concert, but you've been to a comedy one. I've only been to one comedy concert. Was it like a famous... Was it just traditional stand-up? Traditional. I just mean stand-up. A tour? It was a tour? Was it like multiple comedians? I mean, it's still stand-up. I'm tiny! What the heck? What the heck? I'm tiny. Who shrunk me? Look at me! I'm so cute! Look at how cute I am! And look at this fox, too. Kind of cute. Let me down. I'm stuck. There's no escape.
Can't get off. We're trapped. That's it. Trapped. There's a book in our way. I'm stuck. I can't get down. Let me down. Stupid game. Come on. Why? Why? Let me down. Dude, this is messed up. Okay, let's go back to the door and go back in. Maybe it'll go away. That book's bugged. We got a bug book on the ground, you guys. Look out for the book bugs. Your puppy is a lot of work, but so worth it. Aw. Puppy. A new doggo. That's adorable. Moving in like 9 days, so things are kind of crazy. Oh my gosh. And moving. Moving and a new pet. Nice. Things getting a little busy. Shaking my head. I was always suspicious of books. I know, right? That's why I wouldn't read them. Just in case they made it impossible to dismount a ladder when I'm nearing the boss chamber. At least that's the logic I gave to my mom. She didn't seem to appreciate. Can you pray at them? Oh my god! You guys, you can pray at them. It's a way out of the dungeon, isn't it? Oh my god. I'm learning so much so quick. Wait, what the heck? Yo, that's me. That's me in another life. In another time. Can I not do anything? Am I nearing the end game? I don't think so. I don't think so, because we only got 1/3. We only got 1/3 of the little shard things. So there's still... We just got the red one. And we'll probably get the next one. I want to get one more of those shards, and then we'll be done. For the evening, I mean. And I think I'll take tomorrow off, and hopefully we can still stream on Monday, too. And maybe we can finish the game before my trip. Because I'm going to a friend's wedding. It would be really rad if I could, Was praying at the statues new because you weren't able to do it before? I think it might be new, or I might be stupid. Either one. I don't want to say that's new, because if we look up a guide and it says that you could do it all along, then I'm just dumb. That both are possible. I'm not totally sure. Weddings are fun? Yeah, well, this wedding's also in Vegas, so that makes it a lot more fun, too. I've never been to Vegas. I get to go to a new place, meet new people. New place, new people, and a wedding? Oh, heck yeah, and I'm gonna be dressing, too. I bought a suit. I hope it fits. If it doesn't, then I'm gonna have to go to the store and get I'm gonna have to get some clothes from the store. I could definitely use the pants. The suit might not fit. The pants are exact size, but I couldn't quite figure out my jacket size. Ooh. I think I was standing too close to it, Alchemic. I think you could pray at him the whole time, and I think that I was just standing too close to the pedestal. I think I had to back up so that I didn't see that prompt. That may have been the problem. You can literally just pray everywhere. So go up here. There's some cables and stuff. Maybe it's gonna teach me how to repair the pipes out there. Got a new page. The cathedral. Okay, so we're definitely fighting this because it's in the Holy Cross Cathedral, so they probably use a Holy Cross. They live in the cathedral. We're going to be fighting the librarian. But good lord, this place looks big. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe just complicated? Legend says wearing this allows you to do something extraordinary. Got some things circled, lots of steps. Or no, those are lots of labels. They're labeling like each room. Huh. Are we in the cathedral right now? Oh, more info. More info. We're in the... I think we might be in the library right now. Because look at all this info. Aw. That's cute. Oh, yo, we got the information. This is the map of the teleporting area. One goes to the quarry, which we've never been to. West Garden, which we have. Ruined Atoll, which we're at right now. The sword zone's in the middle. That's probably the final boss. That's right north of Atoll. That is where we're at right now, it looks like. And then the town ruins to the east, and then the easterly vault. Nice. Okay. That all makes sense. The door in the mountains. Oh, I thought those were tears. No, that's just cute cheeks. It's just cute furry content, you guys. You know, I'm always providing the cute furry content. Don't pretend like I ain't been telling you. Is there any more info for me? Nice. More pages. Oh, dang. The quarry. Now I got info on the quarry and info on Flimmers. Oh, wait. There might be more info over here. Whoa. Okay, now we've got the info on all the things that we can hold. But it doesn't quite explain them. Orange peril ring, cyan peril ring. So they probably reduce? Maybe they don't. Maybe peril's unnecessary. An anklet? So freaking what, dude? So what if it's an anklet? What does it do? Inverted ash? What does that mean? Does it make a reverse Pokemon game? Louder echo is what this is called. It says ×4. Explosion. Muffling bell means you're more quiet. Okay. Muffling bell means you're more quiet. Louder echo might make you louder. These look like they might be opposites. Muffling bell and louder echo. Maybe this attracts enemies. Lucky cup. Bracer means your defense goes down less. Tincture is more attack, less defense. So it's like it's a risky move. Scavenger mass is a boss item. Oh wait, no, there's two of them. There's magic echo. That's the magic one. We've got that. We don't have that one. We don't have the louder echo. We've got the... Yeah, I think we got the magic one. Yeah, it's got the sparkles. It's got the sparkles. So it's called magic echo. I don't know what that means. Dagger strap. This sets things on fire, but you have less health or something? Aura's gem is a secret, you guys. It's a secret. Hey, the Witchley boy, what's up? The Witchley boy, we're playing some more Tunic. We're making big progress right now. This is the swamp. Old burying ground is where we used to bury all the foxes before they stopped dying. And we got a map for the quarry, too. Whoa, whoa, did I just see gun? Wait a second. Wait 1 second. There's a rooted ziggurat. There's a cavity. I think I got a couple of those. They got the monastery. Oh, so we have to go to the quarry to fight this monastery boss. Oh. Gun. I want a gun. Where's the gun at? Are we at the end of like this route? Oh, here's the teleporter that I just read about. You gotta pray before you can teleport, just like in real life. You just got home, spent the day at the beach, and you're sunburnt. Oh, Rosera! Why didn't you use sunblock? Rosera! Oh no! Rosera's like, I'll be fine. Oh! Safe spot, safe spot. Or a spawn spot. Nice. Rosera, welcome though. Sorry that you're all sunburnt and everything. Sorry about the burning. I think we might get a little bit of chicken fried cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. Oh, you're back! The Witchley boy just teleported out for just a moment. Just a quick teleportation. You use sunblock, but the sun is crazy hot. It's crazy good. Money. Money right next to this is really a godsend. Dang, this game turned really nice all of a sudden. Since when have you been so charitable, Tunic? Since when? You've changed. This is not the game I married. This game's a little too nice. You know what? I could use a good firm beating from this game now. Where's the tough boss? Give me a tough boss. I feel like I don't even know you. You're just like your father. Legend of Zelda. You're just like your dad. go over. Was there any more hidden goodies? See any goodies? That don't do nothing. And if it don't do nothing, that mean it do something. Guess we can leave. What? Got like a little bonus treasure up here? Did I miss something, Kenneth? Yes, I am married to this game. I just choked on my own. Dad? That's the librarian. Wait, this is too small of an arena. We need more room. I'm just gonna sneak up on him. Oh, he noticed! Oh. It's a kind of cannon fight. Whoa! Alright, he comes on down. And we beat the crap out of him. Got some attacks. We got him on that. We got him on the run. We got him on the run. He doesn't know what hit him. He's scared. He's scared. He's down. Oh, here he goes again. Oh. Whoa! Whoa! That was kind of big, man. Ow. That hurt. Real bad. Yeah, get over here. Ow! No, come here. Yeah, a little closer. Thank you. No, come back. Ah! Oh no, worms! Not the whippy worms. Oh! He just fried his friend. Dude, don't fry your friends. That's messed up. Alright. Take him out. Take him out. Oh! Whoa! Hey now, hey now. Hey now. Well, I know you're gonna kill your friends. Just do it. Music's so pretty, dude. Sounds like a demo or something. I love piano. I love piano. He's just circling around. He ain't even stressing. Too blessed to be stressed, man. Oh, he's giving me magic wielding enemies so that I can whip him down. Doing it on purpose. Okay, we should have some free hits in here. Okay, juice up. All right, finish him off. This is it. This is the end, my friend. Wait a second. That's unnecessary. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do this. You don't have to be a villain. Come back. Come back to the bright side. You used to be my friend. Well, initial tests have indicated that he is easier than the last boss that we fought. Now, I am about to die, but this is the first time that I played this boss fight. So I didn't know his moveset, you guys. I did know his moveset. It's kind of unpopular. I was going to mention that earlier, Mythic, after I took a little water break, is that almost nobody's streaming this, which is kind of interesting. It kind of got released with a, you know, rather than a bang. Oh, it came out in March? Oh, never mind. This is old. This is old. The games industry is already over you if you just came out in March, man. That's like a year ago almost, right? Trying to think about my items. Yeah, it came out in March. I guess it's just, I mean, it's a Zelda clone for one. So for starters, it's already not that original, but I mean, I heard some buzz about this. Like my favorite game reviewer, I think he does weekly reviews. He reviewed this game. But yeah, as far as Twitch goes, not too popular. I guess this is a game that like people like to experience themselves, I suppose. Suppose if this is your cup of tea, you probably already played it. Surprise! I love that recovering that hurts them. Oh, you got the first hit. That sucks, dude. That sucks, dude. Stop it. But yeah, it's not it also doesn't take too long to finish. So it's like 2 streams max. So it's not going to be a very popular game for streaming, I guess. You can bet that all the speedrunners are not going to pick up this game instead of the umpteenth amount of Zelda games they still have to speedrun. No. Twitch keeps booting ya? I'm sorry. Stupid Twitch. Twitch doesn't know how much you want to hang out. Twitch doesn't know how it is. Twitch doesn't chat. I've never seen Twitch in my chat. So technically I could just dodge everything that he throws and just wait for him to teleport to the middle for free hits. Oh shoot, dude. He's spawning big ones now. Wow! The music swells. The library dwells. The librarian creeps up from hell. Those stolen books, the longest fees, you'll pay for them. Check, please. Get over here, you stupid old librarian. Come on, you son of a biscuit. Get. I've had about this. Don't make me die. Come on, man. Aren't you gonna attack me or what? Would you please? For God's sake. Hey! Could you attack me, please? I don't want to dispatch your demons. Hey, now you attack! When I'm distracted? That's low. That's low even for you. Even for a librarian. Oh, man, that hurts, man. I gotta stop using the whip. The whip's just too much. It's just better to wait for him to teleport in. I can hit him, what, 3 times? That's pretty good. Hey, come back. I promise to have a library card, please. Oh, that was stupid. I was juicing, dude. I was juicing up. Oh, there you go. There he goes again with that magic attack. Oh boy, so predictable. Meow, 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 meow. I guess I have to kill these guys. I mean, it does give you magic. Nice, I guess. Oh, it gives you some health too sometimes. Nice. Whoa, I missed him, dang it. I'll get more magic later. I'm wasting all my health. Ay. Yeah, I guess the urgency is that if you have to dodge all these attacks, you're probably going to die first. They're kind of hard to dodge. Dodges and vulnerability frames are really, really few, which I've mentioned before. Not even a half health. What the heck's going on, dude? I'm doing awesome. I did way better the first time. Call it beginner's luck. Oh, my little heart. Did you see my heart fall off the edge? No, my heart. Shucks. Maybe I just need to use all my magic. Maybe I just spam the magic and then kill enemies, and then I think that would work better. I think that would be smarter. Maybe we should just go ahead and use one of these things that we know what it does. Like give us more attack. In fact, you know what? We could do glass cannon. Let's do glass cannon. More attack, less defense. Heck yeah, man. That sounds good. That sounds good. Whenever you have few attacks, might as well beef them up. Dancing because you fixed Twitch? Nice! Twitch has been fixed! You fixed the whole platform. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for fixing Twitch. It needed to be done. Someone had to do it. Teleport in. Whoa, he hit me. Way to the side. Hey, come back here. Bucket. Come here. Hey, come here. Stop. Beat the crap out of this guy. There will be no silence in the library, so you can teleport. Oh, why you gotta do the minions, man? Guess I could use some magic. I can kill them in one hit because of my thing, because of the tincture. This is excelente. This is muy excelente. Oh, dude, this tincture is OP. This tincture is incredible. This is gonna be the winner. That's all you needed, man. That's all you needed. Cause look, I can go. I can freaking die so easily. Never mind. This item is not OP. It's definitely the trade. You've got some work to do? Hey, nice. Good luck with your work, Mythic. Mythical. Mythical. Good luck with your work. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. Glad you got to see this adorable game. This adorable game. We gotta beat this boss. We'll beat this boss and then we're gonna call it a night, I think. Maybe we'll do like a couple of getting over it. Couple of bonuses. Some nice spicy bonuses. Delicious bonuses from the Earl. Yes, that's what I mean. Ow, that hurts. No, my bonuses. Guess we get to listen to some banger music while we get perished. She looks kind of like a Egyptian god, right? Kind of got the dog head thing going on. Ooh, missed me. Actually, I don't think it did miss me. I think it actually hit me. Whoa! That's way too early. Oh my god. Dangerous. It's a dangerous item I'm wielding. What? That hurt me? I got too close. It's got splash damage. It's ridiculous. Don't do it. Don't do it. Hey. He does really telegraph those attacks pretty clearly, though. I appreciate that. And I have a lot of magic. Oh boy, there's his balls. Is this your balls? Wait a second, come here. No! He wasn't even stunned. He wasn't even surprised. Oh, I rolled right into. Oh, that's bullcrap. That's bullcrap right there. That was bull. That was baloney, bub. Bub. The piano really do hit different. That's true. The music is really nice. Yeah. You missed the stream today? Nah. You're here right now, Rosera. You're here right now. You didn't miss anything. You didn't miss anything that's not gonna be on YouTube. Oh, come back here. Should I just reset? He hit me once. Should I just reset? Ow. I didn't know he could do that. That's a really nice combo. The old whip and freeze. I can kill these guys in one hit? That's great. This tincture is dangerous. Ooh. Ah, that was double dumb. I was thinking about healing. I was like checking my pots. This is definitely the direction I want to go. This is fun. This is fun. I like this. This is exactly like my Elden Ring run. My Elden Ring run is I play naked with a giant sword. This is the kind of challenge that I like. I like the high risk, high reward. And if I'm gonna lose, I want to do it quick. I don't want to struggle for a long time. Dang it! Immediately gets hit, which granted. Here he comes. Oh, you can see which side the magic's gonna go on. I didn't notice that. Oh boy.
Oh no. Oh bother. This librarian's kind of bussing.
Oh, what? It didn't hit him. I had to target him. That was just a pea-brain move. That was my mind. We're learning. Yep, I'm always overcomplicating the orb dodge. It's really a simple thing. See the magic. I still got hurt. I guess I was too close. Woo! Some bonuses in there. If I can get him down to half health, I'll be good. Ooh, music's so pretty. If you could dodge all his attacks, then it'd be golden. It'd be golden. You can just get healing and magic forever. Not have tried to combo those. That was a mess. Ooh, oh no. Get over here. All right. No, it's not to half yet. I'm not pleased. Not happy yet. Dude, the sound design in this game is wild. That beam sound effect is so cool. Yeah, now I'm satisfied. What? Immediately? No! How far do you have to stay away from him? This is a game with a sword. He's supposed to be exposed. He showed me his two cheeks and he shook them. They jiggled. That is you, mister. You are a tease. You're a tease just standing there. And I didn't get hurt the first few times that I did that. Double cheeked up on a tall tower. What does he do? Electrocute me. It's ridiculous. There's no honor. There's no honor in this battle anymore. Yeah, this tincture is very suspicious. Come on now. This is a big one. This is a big moment. This is a big moment for little Fox. Are we gonna get hit? Okay, well we didn't get hit, but we didn't do nearly as much damage. That's not a big deal. It's whenever he does the long shot, you know, the like wide shot. That one, that's rough. I guess that wide dodge worked really well. Ooh, that was dumb. Did I still hit him? Yes, nice. Quarter. Oh, what? You guys got some long tails. Got some long, slimy tails. Bonk. Surprise your friend, mister. You better watch where you're aiming that thing. Whoa! My juice! My juices! Come here. Hey, we should talk about this. You wanna rotate my way? Yeah, do that. Do that. I like it when you do that. Smash it here. Oh, I could tell it was gonna be wide. I went early, but I was already out of the way. Oh, the music's so good. It just doesn't stop satisfying. It just keeps on going. This is dumb. Ow, that's an automatic hit, dude. That's cheating. Username bots. Whoa. Yeah, I could use some minions, please. I need some magic. Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering. Oh, okay, I can dodge all these, but I need like a new strat for the other one. We can get one whip and freeze after he teleports. Okay, so I could stand a little bit farther away than expected. Oh, that was very bad timing. Oh, only one of them hit me though. Or two? Couldn't quite tell. Oh no! He comboed it up. He comboed it up. Smart devil. Devilish old fella. Fellowish old devil. Don't have enough magic. I need more minions. Right on time. Oh no! They whip so far. Whip so weird. It's not enough. Not quite. Close. Oh, he's teleporting? Oh, one more hit. Oh, yeah, all right. Nice. Hey, that's two bosses. That's two bosses dead. He's dead. He's dead. Dance on his corpse. Dance on his corpse. Oh, yeah. Look at that big old sword. Look at that big old sword. Didn't serve you none, did it, fella? Give me that. Yeah. Second boss. All right. Nice. Second boss is on a Saturday? Double bossed up. Double bossed up. Look at that health. Oh, my God. Oh, my gracious. Look at that. He barely made it. I can't take the sword now, can I? I can't take it now, can I? The gear, yeah. We got one of the magic gears. That's in my inventory. Bingo. Nice. But nothing for the interesting that there's nothing for the like mechanism that we found earlier. Well, I guess we won. We'll just leave his corpse up there. You could at least kick it off. Give him a sailor's burial. You could at least throw it into the water. That would be more respectable. But, you know, whatever. Okay, that was sweet. It's a fun game. It's a fun game. I like this game. I'm liking it more the more that I actually engage with it. I think the first day I was trying to play it easy. I think it was on easy street. I wasn't focusing. I didn't have my focus on, but now I'm kind of seeing how this game works. Now I'm kind of getting an idea of this. Ooh, there's still lots of things to look forward to. There's still the swamp, old burying grounds. We got the quarry that we haven't been to. Got the cathedral, which is still ahead of us. The door in the mountains that still remains shut. Yo, big fun. Yeah, maybe we can, maybe we'll take a peek around this island and see if there's an extra thing. But it's been fun. Good game, GG's. Shouts out to freaking Malice buying me this game. All right, another teleporter made. Cool. All right, the teleporter's there. And, I guess we'll save. We'll call it a night. Oi! Thanks for hanging out with me, everybody. Hope you had a good time. I'm just gonna quit the... I guess I don't have to quit the game. But yeah, I hope y'all have had a wonderful day, wonderful night. Let's find somebody to raid. Oh, wait. Oh, well, maybe we can play Getting Over It. Wait a minute. Maybe I was a little hasty. I forgot that I set up Getting Over It. We gotta go over the mountain one time. Right? One time for old time's sake. Just one. You know, it'll take like 6 minutes. Let me just close down big picture. I forgot. You guys, I forgot. Listen. I'm sorry. I'm a forgetful boy. I promised. I'd feel bad if I didn't do what I promised. Okay, let me just get over this real quick. Okay, listen, I can't get over y'all, but I can try to get over this mountain. Yo. We're gonna make this quick. We're gonna make this climb quick. All right, everybody, hang on to your hammers. We're gonna climb over one time. Bonus Earl content. Yeah, this is bonus, you guys. This is bonus. This isn't real. This isn't real content. Don't worry. This is not necessary or anything. This is just for the homies. This one's just for the homies. Yeah, let's test out this timer. Let's see if it works. See, woohoo, a bonus. I know, right? I'll give you a bonus when your work doesn't. All your works are not going to give you bonuses, but me, I'll give you a bonus. The timer should restart whenever yeah, there we go. All right, this one's just for the homies. And you can see I already did a couple rounds of this. Trying to not be distracted by this timer is a little tricky. Ooh. Yeah, we'll do a little bonus climbing. Ooh, I already have done a bad. Yeah. I don't know if y'all can tell that my hammer sensitivity is up a little bit. I can kind of move really fast, and that makes me much less accurate. Much less accurate. Okay. Rules are the same as last time. As soon as I make it past Orange Hell, then no resets. Okay, we'll make it no resets past Orange Hell. But I reserve the right to reset here at the beginning. How did Tunic go? It was super fun. It was super duper fun. We beat 2 bosses? We beat 2 out of 3 major bosses? I guess there was another boss in there, right? Maybe 2 out of 5, I would bet. And we already beat 1 boss, so there's probably 3 bosses left, I would bet. It's probably a final boss. Yeah. Decided that you needed a cute game, so you're relaxing with Wobble Dogs. Is that the game where you breed dogs and they're all wobbly? It's not quite a reset. I'm tempted. Whoa. Yeah. Sensitive mouse setting is a little tricky, but it's worth it because I can do a bunch of moves much easier with the mouse like this. Like this move up here that I'm trying to practice is like, it's a different way of doing this. It's you go up and then you whack the sides. It's the way the pros do it, but I'm not good at it yet. Whoa. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it'll be much faster whenever I'm good at it. You enjoying Wobble Dogs so far? It looks cute. Looks very silly too. Yeah, see, you can go so fast if you do it right. I've done it before, and ooh, it is so smooth. But yeah, I was watching speed runs of this game, and it gave me some ideas on how to move faster. And this is one that I just need to practice. Like that? Yeah, a little more like that. Almost made it. But it can be so fast, especially if you keep up the momentum. Normally, I just do a pogo here, but pogos are really slow. It's like the worst move. Pogos are. Okay. I might just reset this in a second, but I really want to see if I can get up here. No pogos. No pogos allowed. Pogos are banned. Pogos are banned for being sussy. No. Yeah. No! Dang it. Dang it. That's not even the part that I'm unpracticed at. It feels like I'm a new player with this mouse. It's so sensitive. So sensitive. Just like me. Boing. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna unplug wireless. My mouse was wired and it feels weird. I'm just gonna switch it back to wireless. I mean, I was playing wireless mouse earlier. I just noticed like a tiny bit of lag, but it's not a big deal. Okay, we're going slow, but that's alright. Yeah. Think we're gonna hit 5 minutes? I think not. Oh! Sensitivity. Here we go. Don't be so sensitive now. You guys. I'm more sensitive than my mouse right now. There you go. There's one sad and scary part in the game, and in the Wobble Dogs game, you have to like put down the Wobble Dogs. It's horrible. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me it. I don't care if it's true. I don't care if it's true. I still don't believe it. So your Wobble Dogs, they get old, and then they turn into hot dog meat. It's horrible. I heard about it though. Okay, we kind of bouncing. Up. Oh, hey now. There we go. Now we get it. Now it's moving along. Here we go. Whoa! Oh, here we go. Okay. This is really bad. It's bad. Oh, come on, baby. Let's get. Oh, shoot! Bruh, he almost dead. Goodness gracious. They can come back as ghosts when they die. Oh, nice. Ghosts of dogs. It's another part that I can been. I found out some other ways of doing this. I might not be able to do it right now, but I'm just saying there's alternate ways. Why am I having problems right now? It's the pressure, you guys. Pressure's on. Pressure's on like Donkey Kong. Yeah, you can just grab on that ledge like that. You can. I've done it before. It really does work. I've seen speedruns. It works. Okay. Sweet. All right. Now we're good. The other dogs eat it. Oh my god. I was actually right. I can't believe it. I can't believe that I was correct, Lex. All this time I thought I was joking, but I was actually telling the truth. No! Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, that was almost cool. Boing. No! Also, pogo should be banned, you guys. That little fox has ruined your pot, man. I know. That's what using a controller will do for you. You can't be switching implement. You know that. It's like switching from a whisk to a spoon. You won't be able to make soup again. Oh shoot, dude, that was a hop. It was a hop, skip, and a frick. Yeah, well, you know what? We're warming back up, all right. That's what I get for drinking an exorbitant amount of alcohol before the stream. absolutely, totally roasty toasted over here. I knew I shouldn't have taken 13 shots before the stream started. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Now we got it. Okay. There, that's it. That's better. Oh. I could just jump off the edge there if I wanted to. Ew! It's just a warm-up, you see. It's just a warm-up. Now I'm feeling better. I just need to get my moves on, you know? Yeah, we're kind of schmooving on this game right now. Yeah, I just had to get used to the mouse, you know? Here we go. Come on. Get it, boy. There you go. Oh, what am I doing flailing around like that? That's unnecessary. It's unnecessary roughmanship. Third down. Oh man, I was smoothing for a minute there. Lost the momentum. We gotta regain it. We gotta rogain it. Wait. Oh, here we go. Yeah. I don't think Opes would like this game. I don't think anybody likes this game. I'm the sole fan of this game. I would not wish this upon my worst enemy. Just kidding. Hey, it worked! Alright, I cheated. I'm sorry. Aw, double pogoed. That's awful, you guys. I'm sorry. Sorry that I pogoed like that. But I'm gonna have to pogo in a minute, so y'all better just get used to it, alright? No. Oh, here we go. Push movement. Yeah, this one I kind of got to pogo it. I'm trying to learn this move, but I don't have time for that. Oh, yeah, this is a bad way to get up there, but whatever. Can't do nothing else. Frick. There we go. God! No. This is it, you guys. This is where I break apart. Pressure got to him. He just doesn't have the nerves, you guys. He's a progo. Progos go pogo, you know that. No, I'm choking. I choked. No! It actually looks fun. This game? You should try it, Miss Obi. It's cheap. You should try it. I recommend anybody that thinks that this looks interesting, they should try it. I promise you I'm making it look a little bit easier than it is. There we go, finally. Holy moly. Alright, well, we threw that run, but that's alright. We got some really good practice in there. Did I set new personal best for all of those? I think I did. Or they were like the same? Aw, dang. That's messed up. No. This is another area that I gotta practice, because you don't have to sit on this corner, but I kind of have to. Otherwise, I can't make it. Come on. Oh, dang. My game's kind of lagging, dude. What the heck is with the frame rate drops? This music is so chaotic. Alright. Over we go. Not gonna be sub 5. I'm way too nervous now. Oh God, no! Did I say no resets? I want to reset so bad right now. I threw it, you guys. See, look, I can play. I just have to be focused. Or unfocused? I don't know. I gotta be something. Dang. No. I mean, I threw it at this hat earlier, so it's alright. It's alright. We got a really good beginning. We were totally getting some great practice in there. I mean, we're still getting good practice. See, the move that I want to do is that I want to be able to place the hammer flat and then stay really low and just, you can do it like that, but you have to do it in like one smooth motion and you have to like gain some momentum out of it. Oh, that was it. I had it there. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. You can either go up to the rock. I'm trying to get better, like, pushing off of stuff, like, with the hammer like that. Oh, that's actually too far for this snowman. that was dumb. Yeah, see, there the like instinct is to keep the hammer out really far and like swing it, but what you actually need to do is bring the hammer closer to yourself so that you can push yourself. It's kind of backward. There we go. Yeah, that little circular movement's what I'm trying to work on. You control all? Oh yeah, thanks, buddy. You think that I'm gonna fall for that? See how I'm playing Benarax? I've been around. I've been up the mountain a few times. Fails to get up the ice wall. Oh! Oh! Alright, maybe I spoke a little soon. Maybe I will try controller. I love the idea of changing the FOV in a 2D game as well. It's misspelled, so you know it's right off the wiki. I can technically jump out of that, but you know what? I'm just gonna finish this, you guys. I'm donezo. No, never mind. I'm not done. I'm just getting started. I'm just getting started. Ooh, see, you can just jump straight from one to the other. Oh, come on. No, you're supposed to hook that one, go up there. Up, up, up. All right. Ooh, shouldn't have gone straight up. Supposed to... That's pretty good space, though. That's pretty good space. That's pretty timely space. Look at that. Less than... What? Space was super fast compared to my record, quote unquote. Nice. Or was it? No, it wasn't. It's plus 53. Is that just for the total? Okay, well, it wasn't very fast, but we got a really fast beginning. Really good tutorial. Good chimney, good slide, good furniture, good orange, good anvil, and then that was it. And then it went downhill. Then I messed up. Or I guess not real. Oh, it was the anvil that was the problem, wasn't it? Because this is like time ahead. So chimney is where I earn the most time. I think that's how it works. So like, I went pretty fast for tutorial. I went mega fast, held that, did about as fast as I've done. Okay, yeah. It's really interesting that this like adds a lot of context to the run. Like this gives me a lot of information that I didn't have before. I was ahead until anvil. I was like way ahead. Climb. Previous segment 18. We can't see the reset. The what? What reset? What do you mean? Oh, the rest? That was it. That's the game. I just beat it. No, I just beat it. I just beat the game. This Obi. This took me 20 hours the first time that I beat it. It took me 20 hours to beat this. The first time, I think. I don't remember what the exact hour thing was. I don't know if I saved a screenshot of it, but this thing takes like people untold amount of hours to beat. Oh wait, I kind of want to go to that. Yeah, like that. Except for not like what I just did. Oh boy, I messed up. I'm all messed up. But this is practice, you guys. You know, we're practicing the movement. The sensitivity's different. Everything feels a little uncomfortable, but I'll be able to move way faster with these mouse settings. And we got some good practice on a couple of different moves. So tonight's successful, even if we didn't even get close. Because I'm trying to force myself to do the chimney thing. Oh boy. Yeah, I need to do more, like little hops. There you go. That was alright. That was alright. That was not all right. Hey, Darren, what's up? Yeah, I thought I'd do a couple of runs. We'll see if I can beat what I just did. It was not very good. Ah, no! No! Darren, how are you doing? I guess I'm welcoming you home. Ooh. Oh. I normally get up here in a minute. No, you can do a couple of things over here. I've seen lots of people have different methods to this part. No. No. Ah! No! All my best friends are offline. All my best friends are offline. Here we go. Yeah. I'm so aggressive. So aggressive with that movement. I'm trying to keep the momentum up, you guys. That's how you win. Okay, I gotta take some risks. We gotta learn some moves. There it is. There it is. There it is. Yeah! Yeah! Clean orange. Clean that orange off. No. You gotta do a bounce. This is so slow. Yes. Did the hand better than normal, but then I messed up the next part. Sliding. Oh, here we go. Oh, push it. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Bring it out. Trying to work on some bouncy moves. Here we go. All right, Anvil. This is time for revenge. This is Anvil revenge. Can y'all see how much faster the movement is? Can you notice the difference? Come on, revenge. Here it is. Here it is. It's time to make this area our spot. Yes. Yes. All right, Anvil, one try. I'm just gonna take it the safe way this time. One try. All right. One try. There we go. Got a push out of that. See? I went against my instincts. Or I retrained them or something? I don't know. Gotta work on my little circles. Little circles. Nope. No. Oh. That was so good, you guys. That was so good. That was so good. I get punished for that? So I get punishment for that? Oh, come on. Did I see Bradderfield? Oh my gosh, Brad. Brad, how are you doing? Oi, oi, oi! You guys, could we get a shout out for Bradderfield? And if we didn't get a shout out for Darren, could we please get one? Come on, come here. There we go. No! Okay. Okay, I need to relax, you guys. I need to relax. Brad, how are you doing today? We were just playing some Tunic earlier, and I thought it'd be fun to play this game. Boy, was I wrong. I'm just kidding. That's fun. I'm only teasing. This is a good game, good game. GG's, GG's. Man versus... what the frick? Man versus pot. Listen, we like a challenge. We like a challenge. Oh, always with that one. You need to grab on this tree like much... oh, what the heck? That worked? What was that? Okay. Alright, alright. We'll get a feel for it. We'll get a feel for it. You know, I'm just... push myself backwards immediately. Genius gameplay. No. Also just trying to, like, practice my little circles no matter what we're doing. Practicing my fresh new movement that I saw in speedruns and stuff. I'm liking it. We can get sub 5 once we refine these skills a little bit. Get like a consistent run going. Man, we could have had it before. We almost got sub 5 a minute ago. That could have been it. We were on pace. We were on pace if I had a really good space or something. Oh, you never know. You never know. Boing boing boing. Gotta grab like that ledge. Missed the pipe. Here we go. Ah! Yeah, sometimes it just goes. I mean, this game is so momentum based. Like, that's everything. An auto splitter, yeah! Thank goodness. I would be toasted out this thing. Yeah, I went to the actual speedrun.com and I downloaded the layout and everything. Because I was inspired because I was looking at runs. I'm trying to get below 5 minutes. And I watched the 1,000th. It was even lower than 5 minutes, but I watched the person in 1,000th place. Because I'm not going to submit a run unless I'm on the first page. So I was watching the 1,000th run and I was like, these are the same moves that I'm doing. Like, it's the same movement, it's the same move set. It's just that they're doing it more consistently. And they made a lot of mistakes. Like, they missed a bunch of jumps, and I was like, if I can just consistently do the moves that I'm already doing, then I could get on the first page. And then I started looking at the sub 3 minutes, and I was like, watching their movement, and I was like, I should start practicing these moves. Like, while I'm working on consistency to get up to 5 minutes, I should be working on these, like, upper level moves so that I can just start moving up. Just go faster and faster. I am very confident at this point that I can get down below 3 minutes. Even though that would literally mean that we were, like, mostly up the mountain by now. It's totally possible. It's totally possible. Oh, that was really good for a minute there. You can just, like, grab on this edge. It's just tricky. Oh, there we go. That's alright. But this game is, I don't know. The movement's so satisfying. And yeah, with this higher sensitivity that I'm working at, it's making it easier for me to do some fancy stuff, but I'm still getting used to it. I've only done like I did like 5 runs before stream. Oops. Did like 5 runs before stream, and I was starting to get a feel for it. Way easier to do like little circles without moving my hand all over the desk. Ooh. Because as you can imagine, this makes you move your hand a lot. Oh, that's too bad. I mean, it's just the beginning. It's just the beginning. I'm just gonna do... Man, I just want to get kind of close to 5 minutes today. Because the first one that we did was like 7 minutes. It was bad. We can definitely get 6 minutes without a doubt. Okay, come on. There it is. There it is. There it is. Thank you for the follow. Is that Lil Sparks? Yo, Lil Sparks, thank you. For the Minecraft munchies. I'll get my freaking Minecraft. Come on. Get my Minecraft waffles in here. My lips are chapped, dude. My lips are chapped. I can't make Minecraft noises anymore. No. No. Pardon. That's messed up, man. This game shoots low. This game plays you. Listen, you don't play this game plays you. Dang, you following? You getting up for Minecraft Eat and Kiss? Oh my gosh. You're running the whole soundboard now. It's incredible. Next moment I'm gonna be gnomed. Gnome what it is. Ooh. Frick, dude. I fricked it up. Okay, I get one pogo. Didn't make it. I'll give myself one pogo of safety. Okay. If I miss that first jump, I'll let myself pogo one time to save the run. If I don't, I'm toast, alright? See those little tiny circles? That's what I'm looking for. There was a little tiny circle or two in there. That is the delicious movement that I need. This big straight arm flailing. This is not what we're looking at. That little circle. I like that. I'm liking that. That was good. Oi, hi, Lil Sparks. What's up? Nice to meet you.
Oh, sparks, right? Kind of got stuck in the tree. Ooh, that was nice. Oh, I have gotten enough momentum to get straight up on that branch before, and it feels good. Ooh, it was a little further on that barrel than I thought. Come on now, there we go. Now that's what we're looking for. Now that's what we're looking for. Oh, it was better than I expected, so I hadn't prepared. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yep. All right. Yep. Yep. All right. Oh, yep. Yep. Yeah. 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 I like that. Yeah. Oh, very good. Okay. Yes. Come on. Stupid metal.
You stupid old sheet metal. You don't know how much I work for this. That sheet metal. Oh, bother.
Off the edge he goes. All right, I can save this. I should stop doing so many dang resets, but I kind of can't help it. I'm learning so much. I feel like I'm learning so much. This is such good practice, you guys. This is such good practice. I'm doing moves that I was not doing like a few days ago. Doing moves I couldn't do yesterday. It feels good. This feels like really good gameplay. Because I feel the progress. I can feel it. I feel the movement. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes, Mr. Krabs. There it is. See? I'm getting a little, that kind of like little hit that I just made. Human 1, yo! Thank you for the raid! Oh my gosh, Human 1! Human 1 here for the hammer game. Bing bong! Hey, bing bong! It's Human 1! Hey, what's up, everybody? How are y'all doing? Thanks so much. I hope you enjoyed the Human 1 stream. Was it spooky? Was it spooky? Nessie's here too? Oh my god, Nessie, were you sending some friends over here earlier? Because somebody said that you sent them and said that you wanted to collab or something. Is that true? Is that true? Because if it is, I'm kind of excited. Nessie collab stream when? I'm the one that canceled it. I'm sorry. I messed it up. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm trying to focus a little bit. But hi everybody, my name's Earl. I'm playing a stupid hammer game right now. I'm trying to make a speed run of this thing. I'm doing my best. I want to get on the first page. I want to get 1,000. Oh no! No! All right. Hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, Human 1, so much for the raid. I so appreciate it. Also, what's up, Salty? Salty's here too. Chaotic Gender Neutral, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Zaitania Live, for the follow. Thank you, Cole.com. It's nice to meet all y'all. Hi. I'm a variety streamer, Goofball Dum Dum, and a friend of some of your favorite streamers. It's true. It's true. Or at least I'd call them a friend. But yeah, thank you so much for the follows, you guys. Y'all are so sweet. Thanks for coming over. Human 1, if you need to get yourself some food, some water, please do. Just for fun, you guys, we were playing Tunic, the very cute little fox game. And that's what we're normally playing. That's what we're gonna be playing for a little bit until I find a new game. But I thought it would be fun to play just a little bit of this game because I've been practicing it and I really feel like we're really close. If you look at that best possible time thing down there, it says 4 minutes and 48 seconds. That means that if I go as fast as I've ever gone on all the segments in this game, we can get below 5 minutes, which is my goal. That was my goal, but you know what? We might make that goal a little bit higher. We might make it even tougher. If I get good at this game, I'd love to speedrun it at a very high speed. But it's gonna take practice. Gonna take some practice. Oh, come on now. This may not be the one, but you know what? We're always hunting for the one. No! Off the edge she flies. Oh, you gotta go. You have to go. Yeah, no worries. This is later than I normally stream. We are up late. We are normally rising and grinding. So yes, everybody that needs to go get some rest, get some food, get some water.
I know that you were there for the Human One stream. Thank you so much for coming over with the raid. But please take care of yourselves. If you're bouncing out, if you want to hang out with some goofy gameplay, you are more than welcome. More than welcome, he said as he was trying his best to focus on that jump.
Yahoo! Let's go! Look at that golden pot, man. Golden man, golden pot. No, I missed it. My stair.
I missed the stair. This is slide skip. This is very important. This is the, oh my god, this is the key, you guys. This is the key. This is the moment. No, no, no. Up there. Up here. Oh. Where did I fall last time? I fell at the rocks? Where did I fall? I want to show y'all what the top looks like. You know what? We'll make it to the top no matter what, okay? How about that? Even if we don't have a great time, maybe we'll just go ahead and make it to the top. Foxes in a trench coat? That is such a cute name. We were just playing a game with a fox in it. Okay. This is it. This is it. Yes, look at those tiny circles. That's what I was trying to work on. Those little tiny circles where you just like hop forward, that's the stuff. Ooh, I almost did that right. You're not supposed to get caught in this thumb like this, but you know what? We're making pretty good time so far. Or kinda? I think we're behind, but it's there. Who knows? We might wow my old times by getting through some stuff easy. Come on. Oh, see, you can actually do that. You can actually jump all the way up there. You just have to have a lot of momentum. Oop. It's in a bad position there. We gotta, I'm really bad at this part. This is probably the part that slows me down the most. Unless I start making big mistakes elsewhere. Oh, hurry, no, no. Because you have to position yourself so precisely. I should have like multiple ways of ascending this. But we're working on it, okay? I'm a newbie. There it goes. There. No, my hat. Get that out of here. Oh, that really shot out, didn't it? Thank you for the follow, foxes in a trench coat. What the heck? Thank you. How many foxes are in that trench coat? Oh, we should have been like bouncing. There we go. Don't fall off the edge.
Yeah, check it. Falcon punch.
First try. Yeah. Maybe. No!
Second try. Oh, yeah. Here comes a third.
You got this. Alright, that works.
Alright, now we're just gonna climb this wall of ice. This wall of ice has got some secret little handholds.
You gotta just know where they are, and I don't. I'm just trying, alright? But it's got, the little hold spots are invisible on this wall. You have to just know where they are, and I haven't really memorized them too well. Ooh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, ah! Come on. We got this. We're on a spot. No! Oh! That was it. I had it. Oh! Oh! Up. Flail. No! No! God dang it. Okay. Well, this is a bad run, but it's all right. We're making it to the top. We're gonna make it.
One way or another. I'm not gonna give up on y'all. We got this. Just hang on, Twitch.
Just hang on, stream. I got you. We're going to the top. We're gonna make it to the moon. Oh, hang on. What? Oh, okay, we'll pogo it. Fine. Boing. Oh, got kind of stuck there. Here we go. Let's go to the moon. Oh, no. I didn't bounce that correctly. Oops. Is that correct? Oh, dear. I kind of messed it up, you guys. The music is loud as your voice. Good. I just gotta stick my mouth in the microphone. Why didn't the timer stop? It was actually 5:34. It was pretty good. We're still not sub 5. We're getting close. Zaytania, thanks for hanging out, and thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. Thanks for coming in with that raid. I appreciate it. Let me see. Dang, Cauldron Man got that upper body strength. That's what I was gonna say, Cole. He's kind of of strong. Where did we struggle in there? Where did I mess up the most? I messed up the most on the slide. Tutorial was decent. Chimney was great. Slide was bad. Furniture was okay. Orange was fantastic. Anvil, good. Bucket, amazing. Ice Mountain, a little bad, right? Isn't that what it is? Good tower. I think that these are like negative whatever it was. So the final is a minute better than what? No, I don't know how this works, you guys. I'm confused. It says best possible time, 5 minutes. I guess at the beginning it puts together all the splits and then like determines what the best outcome is. I don't know, I'm kind of confused. Like this means that I'm 8 minutes above ideal. What is it aiming for? Is it just trying to aim below my record? Because I didn't save a whole minute. Gold is best time for the split. Okay, so that was the best bucket I ever did and the best tower I ever did. That's the best I ever climbed that last tower and the best I ever did that bucket, apparently. And I fell down on the bucket. Maybe I just need a lot more practice. Maybe that's less a sign of skill and more a sign of practice needed. Maybe one more? 534? That's close to my record. The fastest that I've ever done is 520 something, I think. Can't promise that I'm going to do it good, but yeah, 520. 5 minutes and 20 seconds is the fastest I've ever gone, I believe. So we got pretty close. I don't think that number's in this machine, though. I don't think. One more. I mean, I do really enjoy this game. I do just enjoy it. It's just really fun. I like the movement, and I do feel myself getting better. I love the little circles, and also there's something about the speedrun timer that makes me feel like really confident and not bad about resetting. Like if I just make a silly mistake or like this, I was just kind of like being lazy. I do not feel bad at all about resetting. It doesn't make me feel worse. Having the timer there is like, I'm confident that no matter what section I'm in, if I do a good job, then I will like see that represented. If it's just going off of the main timer at the end of the game, then it's like I could do a great section and I won't be able to see it represented. But with the splits like this, then I can go, dang, I did really good on this part. It helps me focus on like the sections rather than just the big timer. Come on now. Up, up, up. I'm doing it, and I'm doing a lot more pushing than I normally do, which is good because that's a skill that I need. It does feel kind of like whenever I first learned slide skip. Like I can see a use for all these skills everywhere, and I'm like using them for saving myself all the time. Let's go, Cole. You gonna head out? Hey, I can read that message in a second. Ah! Sorry, mistakes were made. Listen, you and your mom thought that we should tell you you're adopted. You're gonna head out and finish your drawings. Nice. All right. Enjoy drawing. Oh, have a good night and have some good drawings. Oh, dang. Boing. Okay, well, this time ain't too good now. We might want to reset this. Maybe we'll give ourselves a chance, you know. A chance for the comeback? Oh, no, sir, Bob. It's crazy to look at this game. I mean, you've played this game, Nessie. You know how this game is. I think Miss Obi in chat was saying that the game looked fun, and I was like, you should try it. I mean, I find it fun, but I've played this game for way too long. I went through the pain of going up the tower 5 times, and it was at that time that something inside of me broke, and I realized how fun the game was. I no longer saw pain. I only saw the top, and I didn't really care how I got there. I just wanted to get up there. And at this point, I'm confident that any time that I want to, I can get to the top. It's just a matter of how fast. It's just a matter of whether I get stuck on this metal forever. No. I gotta be higher up for that. Okay, maybe we'll practice a little boing. No! That's why I called it practice. This part, I feel like I could get way better at this. Okay, maybe we just practice devil's chicken. What? Oh. That little bounce there is something I'm trying to practice. Where you don't pull the hammer all the way through the jump. You just stop the momentum. I've also been struggling a lot on this for some reason, which is odd. I used to have this thing down pat, but I think whenever I changed my sensitivity, it messed me all up. Woo! All right. Nice. Nice. I just want one good one. Just one good one. Just one good one. Just one decent, sub 6 minute one. Okay. Just so long as we beat 6 minutes one more time, then I'm done. Okay. And then I'm finished. There'll be no more deals. Okay. No, y'all are trying to make deals. Okay. Just one more run, Kenny. No more deals. Okay. Doesn't matter. It's better. You guys making promises, trying to send bits and donations. I'm not gonna accept any of it. Look, my word is bond. Oh, shoot. I mean, I mean the other word. Here we go. Let's go.
Yeah, there we go. Here we go now.
Now we're shooting our way to the moon, as I meant to say. This game is for mature adults only. Actually, what's funny is that I think the person in the 1000th, or maybe an even better than thousandth place is actually a kid. I was just like watching random speedruns of this game, and there was a kid that was like, I want to say like 13, and he was slaughtering this game. He was crushing it. I think he's in the 1000th position. My stupid lisp. I sound like Mike Tyson. There we go.
Yes. Oh no. Yes.
I should make an audio pack for this. Every single impact is yes. There we go. What position was that in? 1000. Why, are you trying to report them? They weren't on Twitch, okay? YouTube has different rules. What? Oh wow, that went way higher than expected. I should have slowed down there. That was actually doing pretty good. That was extra high. Listen, kids are allowed in the speedrunning community just so long as they don't cause a rumpus. Just so long as they don't flex to their elementary school friends too much. All right, we don't want any feelings hurt. Just because Timmy is freaking incredible at getting over it. Don't need kids flex that hard, all right? It's already enough bullying out there.
What's your KD?
Ooh, there we go. Hey, hiya! We're going up for the golden pot. Oi, me lucky pot. You've got me lucky charm. Me lucky charming pot.
Arr, I've got me lucky charming pot.
Things are going well. He said, afraid that he might jinx it.
Yahoo! Knock on wood! Knock on wood, everyone! Let's go!
And he choked. Sorry, that was a horrible sound. Also, Innocent Alex, I saw you in the chat. If you're still here, I hope you're having a good night. Jetta, are you back? Is Twitch still being a turd?
Dang it. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate, to say the least.
Go! Yes.
Yes. No. Yes. 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 This is it.
That's so sad. Here we go! Alright. Boing. Just need to make sure that our momentum doesn't reverse too much.
Okay.
I'm kind of... Ah! That's it. That was so good! That was so good! The chat keeps disappearing. Oh no, Twitch is at their usual tricks. today at Show and Tell, Timmy showed his world record. He streamed it.
Teacher, can I use the projector for my show and tell? Trust me, it won't take long. It was really good.
Darren, you eating some pizza? I know, that was really good.
It's all about consistency.
I know, lots of green. There's lots of green going on there. Why was the timer red though? Why was the timer red whenever all the splits were green? I don't get how math works. Boing, boing. All right, I tried to practice there. Oh, you're about to order some pizza. Oh, heck yeah. Tell me about those toppings. Tell me about them delicious toppings. The thousandth topping. Oh, that we were sitting atop.
We're sitting atop that tree.
Very splendidly. Frick, hang on.
No, yes. Yes, we like that one.
Oh, frick.
Keep going, keep going. We got this, we got this.
It's gonna be so good, you guys.
It's gonna be so good when it hits. You're gonna love this. But I prepared a special surprise for every one of y'all. But you have to you have to stay to the end, because that wasn't it. Oops.
When you're behind the current split, but still ahead, it will be light green. Let me try to figure out what that meant. When you're behind in the current split. It's light green? The timer or the splits? Because, like, that split is what, 2? -2? So that's... I don't get it. So is that good or bad? Allegacy, I promise, they're not real numbers. They're just time. It's not actual numbers. You know that time is just a human construct, don't worry. It's just a human construct. And it's just a way to measure how fast I'm doing stuff. I promise, all these numbers only represent the amount of time it takes me to do certain things. They're not just abstract. Ooh, big bounce energy. Pizza ordered, 30 minutes. Oh, you're gonna walk there? Oh, nice. I wish I could walk to a pizza place. All the pizza places are a little too far away for that. Oh. Can hook that, but it's kind of unlikely, right? Oh, you said light red. Oh, I'm sorry, I just misread it. You said when you're behind in the current split, but still ahead, it'll be light red. So ahead in the current split, you have to be ahead in the current split and overall for it to be green? So the color of the timer is only based on the current split? It's kind of confusing. I don't think that's what you're saying. I'm confused. Color me confused, alright? Whether that's green or red or light green. God dang it, why am I having trouble here? Oh, you ran away for a second? How's the stream going? We beat 2 bosses in Tunic. It was so fun. We beat 2 big bosses and played for like 4 or 5 hours. Or, yeah, I think 5 hours. It's so much fun. Tunic's very adorable. Very adorable. I love it. It is basically a clone of The Legend of Zelda, except for you play as a fox instead of a little boy. And let me tell you, that is an infinite improvement. You play as a little wobbly fox, and everything looks like jello. It's adorable, but the bosses are actually hard. The combat's tricky. It's got some Dark Soulsy about it. Beat a couple of bosses, and then I thought it'd be fun to climb over it a few times. Because I was playing this earlier, and I'm kind of wanted to get some times down. Let's get some times. Take a look at some times, you know? Some New York Times. Been a hot minute. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Malice is the one that gave me it. Malice is a good game. It took me a second. The first day, I was not enjoying it too much, but I think I had the wrong mindset. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know what to expect with that game. It was way harder than I expected. Oh, I'm kind of bouncing off the wall. No! Every time, I've got to be so fast at the top. I actually didn't need to reset that, but I kind of felt like it. I didn't really like the beginning anyway. It's a such a fast game. I really will not feel, oh no, my momentum. I will really feel no guilt for resetting. Because it's all practice, you guys. It's making me more powerful. Every single swing of the hammer is just, it's just increasing our chances at a good time. Color you confused. I know, right? That's what I'm saying. Bugs, you're back. Welcome back. I love that human one emote so much. Ann makes the cutest art. We love Ann's art. We got babies. There's a new baby coming out too. I'm not sure when it's gonna happen. Shouldn't the title be changed? Nah. We'll be done in a minute. We're just gonna do one more run. One more good run, that is. We're just gonna do one more run. One more chance. Alright, that's what we need. We just need one more chance at breaking our record. If I feel like we got a chance, then we're going for it. Is that Felix? Hey, Felix! Felix! How are you doing? Are you talking about going bald again? Listen, lead makes me mauled, so frick. Hey, Kenny! Hey, it's Felix, who's a real VTuber now. A real Felix tuber. Shucks. Listen, Felix, you play games that I find much more annoying than this game. This game's a walk in the park. This game's a walk in the Bennett Foddy's park. Can I, please? Oh no. Here we go. Kenny, when are you going bald again? We're planning New Year's, as usual. Bald. My eyes! My lord, you're so bald, it's burning my eyes. Woo! You joined when I was bald? Is that true, Bugs? I can't believe you stuck around. Well, I'm sorry for not being bald. I promise I'll be back soon enough. Get rid of all this luscious hair. All this luscious hair that I've been doing my best to take care of. That I've already, that I'm making it through the awkward phase in. You guys, am I getting worse? I think I'm getting worse. We might have to just take whatever we can take. Because that is the one thing about this game that makes me a little bit concerned, is that I feel like it's a game that you have to kind of play with a fresh mind. And my mind gets rotten pretty quick from games. You know, rotten brain. Y'all ever have that? You ever have that? Relatable. Come on. Up the slide we go, and then the devil's chimney. Oh, we almost made it. Oh, what? What was that? I should have committed, you guys. I've always had commitment issues, but now it's starting to mess with my gaming, so now I gotta deal with it. Okay, there we go. Nice. What? Oh, that's almost good. That's almost what we're looking for. Look at him go. Look at him go. He's going. Gone. Okay, one more time. Oh, that was gonna be the one more time, but see, there's a little tiny circle. That's what we were looking. You watched my hair grow in real time. It's true. It was all documented. It's all real, true story. Frick! Okay, that's a reset. Come on, right? That's a reset, right? I just kind of want to practice that orange. Is it viable? Unlikely. Oh, could have been if I'd gotten that gem. This is the slow man's way up here. You're supposed to bounce between the two sides. That's how you really schmooze. You keep the momentum going. Oh, that was kind of nice. That was a kind of good little. Whoa! Hey now. You're gonna make me eat my words like that. They don't even taste that good. Oh, got kind of stuck there. Whoops. Oh, hey now, mister. I'm supposed to win this part, remember? Remember the deal? There we go. Okay, deal struck. Huh? Never trust the federal bank. They don't even give you good interest. Ah! Ooh. I feel like you can get up there. That's right. I feel like you can, right? This music is perfect for this game. Ah! You gotta hook that a little bit more for that trick. Now I'm just trying to practice my moves. Yeah, it's kind of like that, except for you do it good. Huh? Yeah, I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Oh, Mr. Krabs. Your Krabby Patty's ready. Can you give it to the customer? Yeah, all we gotta do is just do everything else perfect, and we'll be all good. Perfect. Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. That's what we wanted to see, actually.
That's what I'm here for anyway. This is my favorite part. My favorite dang part of the game. Oh yeah, see? Because it also takes so long to set up, so if you mess up, it really hurts. Oh, there we go.
You can do that so much faster, but I don't know. I'm just not feeling the confidence right now. I don't think I've actually practiced it, to be honest. I just gotta practice some of my momentum tricks. Oh, hey! I had that ledge. That ledge was mine. Boing. Here he goes. Okay, this one's not really viable, but, you know, kind of feeling like finishing. That could be sub 5, but that's alright. Still feel pretty good about this one. Ooh, almost. Ah! Hey! Hey, you rascally old bucket! Now listen here, I know you got physics and everything, but that doesn't make you that special. Oh man. I can feel the awkwardness. Feels like the awkwardness of a lover's first touch. Me at my mouse. Sorry. Here we go. Alright, full speed ahead, gamers. Alright, gamers, hop aboard. Oh, speed train. Oh yeah, that was really clean. Not the cleanest, but that was a pretty good ice hill or whatever it's called. Why am I so confident with the freaking tower at the end? Aren't I supposed to be like feeling pressure right now? Oh, that was too low, I think. I think that technically works. Oh, that was really good space. Hey, new record! Hooray! New record! PB! I don't know why it's red. Pretty sure that's PB. Pretty sure that's personal best right there. Pretty sure that we just made PB. 5 minutes! I'm so close! I'm so close! I'm so close! 5 minutes, 10 seconds. 5 minutes, 10 seconds. We got a PB! I told you we could do it. We did it! Hooray! That was surprisingly viable. I made some big mistakes in there. There were some big mistakes. What was it? Was it furniture that I messed up on? Orange is -16. I was I was -7, then +16 in one run. That was it. There's 16 seconds, man. If I could get those back. If I could turn back time. Also, personal best for tower and space. I think that's the best I've ever done space, period. Like, forget the recording. Forget the recordings here. I'm pretty sure that is the best I've ever done. Anyway, fun game. Fun game. Thanks for watching me play the ridiculous getting over it. That went on for a little bit longer than I thought, but it's so fun. Honestly, speedrunning, pretty fun. Pretty fun, at least for this game. If you got some like confidence in the game, I don't know. Maybe someday we'll be able to whip out a Mario, what is it, 16 star? Maybe we can learn. Maybe we can learn the 16-star one, or maybe I could learn Ocarina, possibly. I don't know. Just games that I love. I want to focus on games that I love. Anywho, we should raid somebody. Human 1 raided us, so please come with me, and we will raid another person. We will raid another person. We got some options. We got Animal Crossing. We got Noita. We got Stardew. Maybe we go say hi to. Maybe we go say hi to Ari Centauri. I'm feeling like raiding somebody in our streamer group, since Human 1 raided me and Nessie came through and Salty came through. I think we're gonna hit up another homie. Ari Centauri's playing some Stardew. They're super sweet. They're kind of sassy, so keep that in mind. Ari Centauri, we'll go say hi to them, and let's come up with a little message. Thanks for hanging out. Bonus stream, you guys. Thanks for chilling after Tunic. So, oh, she might be ending. I mean, they might be ending. Sorry, non-binary. My bad. They might be ending because it's 4 hours? They might be exiting. Possible. Let me see if I can hear. Yeah, because they have the outro thing. Okay, maybe we do another one. Maybe we go say hi to Cassadot. Cass is playing Valheim. Okay. I'm going to just switch to another person in the group. Here we go. We're going to go watch Valheim instead. Valheim is super cool, and I never played enough. And it's a Viking game, and I'm sure they're building something amazing. Cass is a cool bean. A cool bean. I think that I've played... I'm trying to remember what I played with Cass. We definitely played Valheim, but I think that we've maybe played Fortnite together. I'm not sure if they play Fortnite. Anyway, we'll go say hi. Y'all can go check out my friend. You can go check out my friend over there, all right? We're going to go say hi to Cass. And here's a raid message. I'll give a couple of examples. We'll just say Earl raid or, well, like, wait, can I say, like, raidy or not? Here we... Valheim! Is that good? Is that a good message? Ready or not? Here we... How do you spell Valheim? It's it's E before I, except after pi. There we go. All right. Ready or not? Here we Valheim. What a perfect message. Perfect message. Just in time for Christmas too. All right, here we go. Hey, OT's here too. What's up? Oi. OT, we got some raids going on. Thanks for hanging out for like a few seconds and stuff. Did I spell that right? That looks so wrong. Is that how Valheim is spelled? No, I fricked it up, you guys. I fricked it up. That's not how you spell Valheim. That's E before I, except after pi. Just like I said, but I did it backwards the second time that I tried. No! I messed it up! No! Don't use that one! Don't use that one! Don't use that one. That's it. You're gonna embarrass me. Just kidding. You should use it. Y'all use that one, and I'll make another one for non-subs. Okay. This one. No, Nessie, could you unsubscribe so that you can use the non-subscriber one that's spelled better? Can y'all all unsubscribe, please? I know you're playing it anyway. Here we go. Ready or not? Here we Valheim. Here's another one. All right, bingo, bango. No music because who needs music, you guys? All right, bing, bang, bong. I'm gonna be here. Maybe tomorrow, probably not. I'll be back on Monday. We'll be playing some Tunic, adorable fox game. Almost none of y'all saw it. It's very cute. We'll be fighting bosses. Thanks for being here. We're gonna go say hi to Cass. And, take care of yourself. Enjoy your weekend. If you're having some drinks, drink responsibly, but have a good time. Definitely gonna grab a claw myself. Anyhow, take care of yourself. Love you all. I'm gonna start the raid. We're getting out of here. Thanks so much again for the raid, Human One. Super cool. Love your peeps. Love your stream. And love you and OT. Oi, Lupus Stream, thanks for hanging out. Foxes in Trench Coat, nice to meet you. Human One, bye-bye. Thanks again, Allegacia, thanks for being here. Rosera, Toodaloo, bye-bye, Jedi. Bye-bye, Alchemic. Bye-bye, Linz, who's not here right now. Bye-bye, Die, who's also not here. Brad, thanks for chilling. I'm glad that you got to catch like a little bit of a speed run thing going on. Nessie, always good to see you. Hooray! I was watching your stream earlier. I didn't say a word. I saw you playing a BB-8 game. BB-8 game, I was lurking like a monster, like a goblin, because that's what I always do. Bugs, thanks for hanging out. Jess Zaya, Miss Obi. Okay, I'm gone. See you later. Bye-bye. Love you. Bye-bye. Love you. Thanks for watching the YouTube if that's what you did. Thank you.